else listening that's actually, I mean, please hope I'm not wrong, but from what I understand is I thought Simmons is actually correct. You know, Illinois had like kind of made it very like friendly for canvassing. Is that Jerry guy? Does he have a job?
He just got laid off at Blue Cross.
Oh, let's go. Should I
Yeah.
call him right now?
Yeah, for sure.
Does he have a car?
Yeah, he's got a Beamer.
Oh, let's fucking go. Yeah, I'm gonna call him. Let me know if you're available though, because I need to get this done. But like, I like just. What do you think is a fair price? Like, how much would it take you, where you'd be like, okay, like 100 a day, 200 a day? Like, how much?
Yeah, I mean, like $200 a day is. But it's not about the money. I'd rather actually just like help with digital spamming.
Well, that's good. Wow, he needs physical space. But if you wanted to sell with digital spam, but like, I thought you could use some money.
No, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Okay, fine. No, fine. I didn't mean that disrespectfully. I did not mean that disrespectfully.
No, I don't. I don't look at it.
I thought the motherfucking, like.
Yeah, they got me, but like I'm just saying that I can still
Okay,
go to
I'm
the
not
I can
saying
still
this
go to
could
the
have
dispensary.
this could have been cash money, is what I'm saying, but it's okay.
Well, there's probably like
I'm not even people like that because this one's faceless. This you don't need to talk to anyone. This people just fucking just put the shit on their doors. And then I don't know my dad's yard sale situation.
Why don't you?
There's not enough time to order more, but he has a bunch.
Why don't we try to do this intelligently instead of like wasting our precious time and energy and recruit?
No, I trust you because I think trust is more. I think I'd pay more right now because it's a time sensitive thing. And so like I'm hitting up my friend Megastop, who is on disabilities and is the man and has been my bro. Have you ever met Megastop?
Mm-mm.
Well, he might. I shouldn't even say that. He might not even be. I don't fucking know his situation. But he's a fucking man, dude. He's my fucking bro. But I thought the real reason why I mentioned that was because I thought he was like in a situation like Josh where he could use a job and I trust him so much.
Yeah.
He was a PFT. He was one of the not the nurse, the other doing more shit than the nurse. But I don't know the acronyms. He was a PCT, PFT, like, but no, yeah. Do you know anyone like that? Because the trust is the most thing. I trust you. I trust Megastop. I trust Jared. Seems cool. He knows the right people.
Wait, I thought that guy at the Chabad that we met.
He got the pass, and I mean, I met him. I feel like you just look someone in the eye. You need all you need to know. But also, all some very little big causes. They like Jared. It seems like he gets the pass. What? What are you saying?
I thought that guy we met at the Chabad who was running. He was running in the 9th district. You said.
Correct.
What was his name?
Sam Horn. I like Sam.
I don't see him on the.
He's big on Instagram. I see him on social media. He spends like he's like basically the moderate version of Cat.
Well, why isn't he on the Ballotpedia?
Yeah, he is.
For 9th district?
Yeah.
Damn. He's got no coverage.
He gets little coverage, and he is really told he was a high school football legend, and like a very he really is going to be a huge spoiler candidate for some of the fake moderates. But like, I think this is going to win. I think Bush is an underdog. Don't count her out. She just needs the Muslim community to vote Democrat, and I'm not 100% sure if they will. That's on her. Not my job, but
Wait, Jeff Cohen was his name?
No, Sam Poland.
The fuck? Why doesn't he show up?
Yeah, but like Fine doesn't have a path.
I found him, yeah.
Cat really doesn't have a path. She's too fucking retarded. But she spoils Bushra's path because Bushra's path was to get every because we have a huge Muslim community, 50,000, and then also like the people that like would vote for Cat. But nah, we'll see. Because I don't think people want to vote for Biss, but Biss might win because there's not. It's just it doesn't matter. We'll see. Biss just doesn't have Riz, basically. Everyone doesn't. It's crazy. Like everyone just kind of just, but he reminds me. He could be like Mitt Romney 2012, where he won. Like he basically like everyone kind of, there was no alternative to Biss, and so he just wins by default. He checks every box for all the progressive shit.
Does your dad?
He's an OG. Like he's been doing this shit for a long time. The reparations shit was Evanston. A lot of stuff was him.
Does your dad have any Instagram ads running?
No, he should.
Really?
If you give me if you tell me like the budget of what he could actually do in a couple weeks, I might be able to fund it. Is that something you can do?
Dude, I don't know. He's got to have it set up, like, then you just jump.
No, can you do some shit?
No, there's nothing I can do. It's all on your dad's fucking account, man.
Oh, it has to be on his account. You can't just do ads on your account of his shit.
Dude, am I running or is your dad running?
And do what?
Bro, your dad has to buy media. I don't understand. What don't you understand?
No, he does. I mean, he does. Like, you have to out to your credit. He does everything. He did a mailer. He does YouTube media, door to door, and like he pays for the shit. The only thing he doesn't do is TV ads. And I think she's doing YouTube ads, which is really I'm worried about that.
Well, YouTube and Meta, Google Meta. If your dad isn't buying traffic there, he's got to buy it at least 72 hours prior to March 17th.
Oh, we should do a huge influx of spending like the day before.
Like 48 hours before, because it's too late on Tuesday morning. Maybe it's not too late. You can run ads up until probably like 6, 7 p.m. I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, prices will probably be up, but you can you gotta have it all set up. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the creatives, the calendar.
All set up, dude. It's all set up. He has 4 or 5 employees, dude. It's all set up. It's all good. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm like, I'll be down to add more.
Do you have any like statistics or anything?
They do. Talk to them. I'm on the team. I'm really proud of the team he's built.
Well, I think it's gonna be.
Do you see his shit?
I don't see it. No, it doesn't show. I'm not seeing any Mark Rice stuff. But I'm not seeing any. You know what? I'm also not seeing any Bailey fucking Delmar shit. That shit is over.
I also think that there's been a lot of throttling. Because have you noticed that like a lot of political campaigns, like the Joe Marinos, like he'll get like 1 million views, and then now he's now getting like 200 for posts, whatever.
Right.
And so I really think they're just reporting everything.
Well, my Instagram was getting 30,000 views a month, and then after I got removed from the ballot, my views dropped in half.
I think political shit used to be rewarded, and now it's like flagged as dangerous content. Because it used to be amazing. It's good for getting attention, but they're just like, you wrote the rules. You probably get copyright strict all the time, and you don't even realize it. So think about all the people that hate you, and just probably report every fucking thing.
It's so funny. It's like, I don't know who to hate more, like Bliss or Abu Zabuda.
No, no, no. I think Jim Linton probably spends 1 hour a day. He's like, report, 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 report. And he just keeps reporting your shit.
I don't know if you saw this one post that I made. I tried to tell you when we were at Chabad, but I quoted what Bailey said, which is we want to give citizenship to all illegal aliens. And then I replied to that on one of the posts, and then the guy from Illinois, he reposted me, and then posted that I was removed from the ballot under allegations allegedly of widespread fraud, and like they called me out when I called Bailey out, but my post got like a lot of views, so for me that's like a win that I can discredit, that campaign. But that Illinois, like, he comes out to protect them. So, I mean, you understand this. Like, you've seen how they're doing it and how they, manipulate and this and that. But what do you think about Walter? Like, do you think he's got a chance?
Yeah. I've told you his 3-point plan that he's executed to a T. He almost messed it up, but I told you the 3-point plan.
Pat is so proud of his PR campaigning.
What's the 3-point plan, John? I've mentioned it before.
Fucking Euros, juicy beef dip, yes. And cheddar cheese, pepperoni pizza for that guy. I don't know.
No, it's that he's got to be first on the ballot because if no one's spending any money, that's actually a huge advantage, like 10% or some crazy shit like that. There's actually studies on this. First on the ballot only matters if no one spends any money and no one gives a shit. So that's one, right? That's happened. Okay, phase 2. Be Polish, because being Polish is, as you said, Euro. It's like that's a group of people that are just gonna see Adam check. They're gonna see all those crazy letters, the CYSK, and I told it to his face. I'm like, and then they're just gonna check. They're gonna check it for Adam check, and he uses it now. He stole my shit. And then here's the third plan, and he's executed. They should have paid me for this. Like, I'm the best campaign advisor ever. He had to really just change everything. And number 3 is he had to be a man, because a lot of people don't vote for women. You don't have to, don't call me sexist. Call the world sexist, because this is just a fact. There are a lot of, especially in a Republican primary, which is a very like narrow, specialized group of people. Were like religious, or they're like the number 1. Where they actually, like, a lot of people don't think women should be in Congress.
What
should have jobs, or whatever. Like, there are people that believe that kind of shit.
What's your prediction for Tehran? When do you think Tehran is going to fall?
And they don't know who they're voting for, so it's just a paper clip. But then Walt benefits from all the biases. There's gonna be like all the biases moving in his favor, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yeah. So that'd be sick, because if he wins, I told him he's going to be the biggest testimony to GOP incompetence. He has spent $0 and has been, and every single media outlet and GOP organization and figure has endorsed his opponent.
Well, I'm going to...
Who's fucking retarded and ridiculous and is another bureaucratic hack.
I'm going to vote tomorrow. I think I'm going to vote for...
No. Why not just not vote and run as an independent?
What are you talking about? I'm gonna vote for governor.
Do you want to run on Tyrone Muhammad's slate?
What are you talking about?
So Tyrone Muhammad is running for Senate. Do you know him?
No, I don't know Tyrone Muhammad, Max.
Dude, he's a political legend.
But I know Solomon. I know Solomon. Did you see Christine Maxwell endorse Solomon for write-in candidate? It's so I can't wait to see the.
That's because of the lawyer.
I can't wait to see the results of how all this is gonna go, because it's like when you see how people just like waste so much time and they don't win, it's just gonna be beautiful. So much fucking effort goes into this shit, and then like there's always losers. It's that, to me, that's like the exciting part, is to see the results.
Well, if you vote for me, if my dad votes for me, If I vote for me, if my mom votes for me, if my two brothers, I don't think my sister's gonna vote in the primary. I think I can beat Solomon.
Oh man.
I think because she even vote for him? Is she in Cook County? Yeah, I think she is.
Did you get my text about on Val's fake book? I just happened to come across his profile because he was like tagged, I think, by Pat, saying like how Val, is endorsing him. And then the first thing on the top of his fucking account is he's making fun of you. I'm like, this is crazy. Like you live in these people's fucking heads. Yeah, what's the difference between Maxi Pad, Max Rice's mom, and a washing machine? Every time I drop a load, the washing machine doesn't follow me around for a week. Fuck you, shit heart. He got 2 likes and 1 comment. 5 hours.
What's your thought on methylene blue?
Methylene blue?
Yeah.
What is it? A food dye?
No, it's a supplement.
Oh, I don't take any supplements. I have no idea.
Oh, it's okay.
I have no idea.
Oh, interesting. But anyways,
yeah,
yeah, it's absolutely insane. Imagine having a Facebook and it's like for your friends from college, whatever, that are in the military doing cool shit, and you're making like Steve Jarecki, who went to Subway 2 weeks ago, is a bitch, and I had sex with his mother. It's absolutely insane.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
What are you talking about?
I'm making stuff up. I'm just saying, imagine if you just like, if just a regular person just like was like airing out like stupid petty drama.
Bro, Darren LaHood, he posts all these photos. He gets no engagement at all, but he has to post because he's probably worried that this Democrat candidate... See, the voters on March 17th, they think it's an actual election. The media doesn't even tell them it's just a primary. Like the news for Darren LaHood, like literally the Peoria News. I don't know if you... I mean, I know you didn't see it, but... Basically, the journalist can't even put together a sentence. She fucks it up like multiple times. And then she says, voters will decide this Tuesday, March 17th, whether they want to keep Darren LaHood, the Republican, or vote for new Democrat, challenger, whatever the fuck his name is, Paul Nolley. And so it's just amazing. They frame it like it's an election. No, not the primary. And then at the end of the article, it says, and John Kitover was removed from the ballot. But they put a link to my website as a write-in candidate. So, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'm even going to get 10 fucking signatures. I would be surprised if I even get to see a result, because so many of these clerks either didn't respond or said they're not going to include me as a write-in candidate. So it's so fucking...
my bros from high school that I was just telling you about, that's the man... And I was talking about how, for why I'm looking for people that can temporarily use income because I want to pay whoever above the fucking rate. Well, let's get it done. Let's get a win.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know.
But regardless, he's playing pool with my other 2 high school friends.
Listen, bro.
Think about Small World. The one that was dating John Capillari's niece. That's how I know Capillari.
Well, you know a lot of people, but what I'm telling you is if you really...
What do you want? We can go to this pool league shit.
What I'm telling you is you should come to my recording studio, my podcast. Did you see the Flips Red chick, Zoe, was on that big podcast with the guy that brought down Hillary Clinton? The Joe Biggs podcast or whatever the fuck it is. It's a big podcast.
Joe Biggs is a piece of shit.
Not Joe Biggs. I don't know what the fuck it's called. I'm not talking about... I don't know why I said that. It's not Joe Biggs. It's a black guy. And he had Zoe from Flips Red. So what I'm saying is like leading up... God, I don't know, dude. I know you probably don't even want to do that, but...
No, they're some friends are cops, dude. That's why they get on shit.
Anyways, I'd be happy to spend, I don't know, 3 hours knocking on doors.
That's how you know you're
I really don't want to knock on doors.
Well, what's on when though?
As soon as you come and pick me up and you go with me, I mean, that's when I'll do it.
No, I don't want you knocking on doors. No offense, John. You kind of scare the children sometimes.
Well, I mean, not knock on doors, but aren't you? Don't you want a paper with flyers? I thought that's what you wanted to do.
That's true. I wanted to get coverage and have it definitely is helpful. But it's not worth as much money. Absolutely, I could pick you up. But that kind of saddles me because I'm not, but if I want to stay all day. And then also, it doesn't necessarily because I could just
listen. If you're working, I'll work with you. But like, I'm definitely not going out, without you. That's like a fact. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, but you have a car.
You gotta pick me up, and I will come with you to work with you wherever you're working.
So I'm not familiar with the area. Is there an area where we can go on foot together?
Yeah.
And do like 100,000, 1,000 houses or something.
Yeah, you just got to get in your fucking car, come over here with a box of the shit that you want to pass out, and
where's a dense? I know I totally could do that, but where's a dense area where we can actually
just pull up the district map, and then we'll go to the closest section.
Okay, what's your schedule like? Potentially tomorrow, and then Friday morning for sure.
Dude, let's just do it Sunday. Okay,
we can do it Sunday, but I need to do this shit every day and stuff like that. It's my fucking win, Let's go.
No, dude, Sunday's a good day to do it.
I'll text Jared. No, every day is a day to do it. But yeah, no, Sunday works too. Like, I'm appreciative any day.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. We'll text Jared, but the three of us can go do it. We could probably knock out, easily.
No. But him, I'd love for him to do it. We're like, what if he did it 200? Like, what if he made a fucking grand?
I don't. He's not. He's not in need, dude. He's a trust fund baby. He doesn't need. He doesn't need money.
Who that needs money that we give less with a good opportunity? Like, that's a good person.
I mean, Jared may do it. Jared really likes, saving and making. So, ask him. I don't know.
I don't want to shame people and shit. At the same time,
it's not shame. Dude, if he's with us,
I've offered a few people already.
The three of us could get 1,000 houses done in literally like an hour.
I don't have $1 billion though, so I can only afford to bless so many people.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying we don't even need to get paid to do it. We just need you to drive. Sure. If we worked for 3 hours, we could get 3,000 houses lettered. On Sunday.
We get 3 on Sunday. We definitely. We can for sure get 3 people in my car. I'd be so down for that.
Yeah.
And then we just basically go on different sides of the street type shit, and just drop. And then like honestly, like if they would like this shit shouldn't be that much money because it's at least a various task. And someone like Jared could just like stay in the car and just there's some value in that, and then driving to us. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
No.
It's pretty simple what you want to do, but this is the weather. Sunday.
I've done it for 20 fucking years. It's not. It's very military. It's not.
I get it.
No disrespect to the military.
Okay, it's gonna be 60 degrees on Sunday, 70 on Monday, and then it rains Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Saturday is a 24% chance of rain.
But you're saying we can hit 3,000 houses without using the car? I could just park my car.
We have to walk. Yeah, we got to walk around the fucking. Be out for about a mile each. Yeah. Then we reconvene after we hit our desert. Like we'll have the whole thing mapped out.
If it's Sunday, just keep that in mind. And I have let me know which email is your best email because there's an app that my dad has, and I can.
Can't you just text me?
What?
Can't you just text me? John Kitover 2026 at Gmail, or John Kitover 2025, or John Kitover 2027, or John Kitover 2020. Let me just text it to you. Yeah, Jared should be down to do it. He's maybe not. I don't know. He was hit or miss. Like he was supposed to
Let's get my dad to win though. Like fuck this bitch. And he has a better name. Linguistic programming works.
Why don't we do a Sora account of Jen Davis, like mocking her? We will print out a large photo of her face, scan it into the AI, and then start casting her and mocking her. But the only problem with mockery is it sometimes has the reverse effect, and so it actually ends up becoming a promotion for her, as opposed to like mocking her and informing people that she's a bad candidate. It's not like that's not the kind of spam that could necessarily work. It's possible that it could be funny. It would be a lot of content to push out because that's actually what we need is we need to create content. And plus you're like those groups, like so this is an interesting thing is on Facebook, if you have, let's say your dad creates a camp. Well, I could show you how to do it. Let me just go to, let me find your dad's YouTube account. So what you do is when you share the video, you go through your phone and then you click share to, but then there's you can share directly to Facebook groups and it lets you post to 10 at the same time. Let me just put together a, does he have any new videos up? Damn, dude, your dad does not have even one new video up.
I don't care if you like Trump or not. I would vote for a turtle.
Okay, I'm gonna do it right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, Susan, he's emailing you now, Curtis. You may want this list anyways, because I know you. Spam man. But it's good. It's a good app. I don't know. I don't really know that. Could be good data, it could be bad. They could be stress testing it. And if we're on foot, by the way, we might have to go beyond. This is just Republicans. We might have to go beyond Republicans. And just go for volume.
Okay, I'm going to spam your dad out to all these fake book groups right now. RiceForCongress.com. Eighth Congressional District. It's a good website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I need to know is 8th Congressional District towns. Schaumburg, Elgin, Rosemont. Okay. Schaumburg, Elgin, Rosemont, Illinois. Do not vote for Jen. What should we insult her with?
Are you doing a Jen Davis account?
Just give me something to insult Jen Davis with.
The naked pig shit. They got naked pigs her house. On her gym of herself, like shooting basketball. It's the weirdest shit. They're like artful nudes of her like throwing a baseball, like plucking her nipples with the like mitt. It's just disgusting. Absolutely, I'm very against it. She isn't her kids.
She employed illegal aliens to raise her dozen children. Employed illegal aliens to raise her children. Outsourced hundreds of jobs to India. And what else do I know about her? And her software company is not America first. It is India first. Vote Mark Rice now to save Illinois and America. Low property taxes. Pay down the debt. I guess we'll just leave it at that. Mark is a true patriot. And Mark is a true American patriot. Intelligent, kind, loving, strong, and a successful American family man. Vote Mark Rice now. Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Select all copy. We are now, oh God, you know what? I don't know if I can post a fake book. She is a fake Republican, employed illegal aliens to raise her children, outsourced hundreds of jobs to India, and her software company is not America first, it is India first. Vote Mark Rice now to save Illinois.
Nice.
Vote Mark Rice now. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, Independence. Independence. Election. Okay, we're going to find out. I think it's going through. Yeah, it went through. You're the driving force behind this. Share the message. Share the message.
Honestly.
Share the message. Share the message.
But yeah, so whenever, what's it called? You definitely could be helpful on messaging against that. You can be effective on a lot of fronts. Because, I really do wish my phone was doing more social media shit. Absolutely. Like, there's a message.
Dude, your dad.
Do you realize all the endorsement shit she's doing is all just hypnosis bullshit?
Bro, your dad.
It's like Mike Gentile. The guy's name is Gentile. How funny is that shit? And he's in Northbrook. It's like Gentile Consulting in Northbrook. That just sounds like straight out of a Mel Brooks movie. What he's like the assess. Like she's getting all these endorsements from like the guy on the what's it called, the Hunley Township board member. The village assessor of road, whatever. It's all these random ass places. But
your dad should honestly hire that guy Pat to give him 48 hours of coverage prior to fucking crazy street activist Pat.
No, Pat's too crazy, man. He lies.
Dude, if your dad is paying him, he's gonna put out some real strong messaging and spam the shit out of it, and he does seem to get some reach.
I'm not a liar, dude. We can't fuck with liars. We don't fuck with liars, bro.
So you know he's.
He actually lies. He's just and he's a dude. He's probably gonna kill someone someday. He's a red flag. I don't know what the fuck to do with
Here's something up. I know. Well, anyways, I don't want to insult. I don't want to be that guy's victim, so I ain't saying nothing about his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying?
You know why he's mad at me? You know how I behave with Dave, which is obviously a little adversary. Because I thought Dave really crossed the line with me. I thought regardless with Pat, John.
He called me again. Dr. Dave called me again just a couple days ago.
I mean, he called me 3 a.m. I didn't answer on purpose because I was sleeping. But he's called me a bunch. I haven't answered because they're always at 4 a.m. But with Pat, our falling out was because I literally just out of concern called him and I'm like, Pat, not because of politics. It's because I'm like, Pat, you should probably stop me doing so many press conferences. You're losing your value.
That's what you said to him?
Yeah, I wasn't. It was not a dick move. I was actually trying to help his career, and he got really pissed off. And then when I kind of stopped cutting off, is he wrote a story. He wrote a Facebook post where he said that David Krupa called me a kike, and that did not occur. That's why I call him a liar. And I call Pat, take that shit down without even fear of lawsuit. That's just not right, dude. I'm Jewish. I don't like people I have been called a kike. That's not cool. So make that shit up. And I'm not a Krupa fan. In theory, I would benefit from lying. But I called him immediately, and I'm just like, Pat, what the fuck, dude? And he's like, dude, because I did tell me and were you there? You were there that night. Remember when I got in a fight with Krupa? Dude, you were there, John.
Yeah, I remember. But we sat down and had a pizza with.
Remember me and Krupa got an all-time shit-talking battle? We were talking so much shit to each other. He was cracking jokes about me, but he was your campaign wasn't serious. You made very disgraceful ads that I didn't like. And I'm like, you're a bitch. You got accused of rape. You're clear to that, right? Is that I'm not accusing you.
There aren't that many.
How did that go? How did your rapes go? Why are you wearing a hat? You goofy. It was. So you were there for that. Pat might have heard about it, or maybe I forgot because I wasn't completely on bad terms with him yet. and he reports it as like David Cooper calls Max Hike. And I was like, dude, you can't say that. That's really fucked up. And he's like, you don't understand. You gotta. Anti-Semitism is big right now in the news. You put something like that, and then it's the Frankie Coconati way, and then they pay attention to all the other stuff that's true. I'm like, nah, man. And then I just kind of stopped talking to him, and then I think it's interesting because like he hated, like I thought he had like restraint. They were like fighting his ex in court, and they hate each other. And I guess they got back, but he was also really mad that I put which was journalism. She's the fucking committee person. You see that voice message that she sent herself? She called Barbie. She's like, listen, bitch, he's eating my ass, you like just swearing vulgar. And I put on my article, which gets like no views. But he's really mad about that. She is too, but she's not completely mad. Like she still texts me every once in a while. And I've talked to her about it. Because I'm just like, it's just more like news and like, yeah, like that's the whole point of Illinois Records, put stuff all out there. It's like, yeah, people are cool.
There are that many ignorant people.
Some people aren't. Some people are cool with talk. But she wasn't mad that I criticized the idea. I'm like, why does the SAIU have someone on the Republican committee? What a joke. She was an SAIU officer. Which is real. Yeah, get this on Clubhouse. I hear that. But I'm educating. You help me. We're podcasting. But yeah, let me more text from people. Anyone that you need that need blessings, I would definitely pay a good amount. And if they're very communicative, that is the best. Is people that can go door to door.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also looking for people like you who are military minded, in shape. They can just bam, 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 bam. Because it's quantity or quality. Both are important. But the people for quality need to be actual people that communicate and aren't gonna like get offended and stuff like that.
Is your dad still employing these people for the campaign?
He's got like 4 people, but more now because he's got like I think he's got like 4 people that are like on his campaign, and then he's got like 2 extra door knockers, and he's got 2 of the 4 doing door knocking as well.
I think I saw that Asian chick on Facebook who works for your dad, the young Asian girl.
Great.
Yeah, I think she showed up on my Facebook feed as like
very sharp. Very sharp. Let's get him a win. So whatever you can do.
Well, I just found your dad's X account. Like, it's the first time I'm looking at it in a long time. And I'm retweeting all his stuff and using hashtags and tagging him. And the problem, the worst thing about all this is like, most people will never actually spam the way that they should spam. Like unrestricted spam warfare, meaning like no fucks given, stay out of my way. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe, Like there was like this guy Marson I know, he had a pretty successful app called what was it called? It was like a protest app. He was doing like protest organizing. He's like a radical leftist. But anyways, like I was like, yeah, I'll help you grow your app, but you have to let me do all the marketing, all the content, and like you're not gonna like it. Like, and that's the point, is I don't want you to like it, because if you don't like it, like we'll never grow this fucking thing and it will never really be anything, Bitch, and he's just a bitch, total pussy, total socialist, leftist, radical, anyways, I could say a lot of bad things about him, but my point is like, the app ended up having to shut down and is a failure because like anyways, your dad's doing it, but dude, I mean, I just hope.
Whatever you can do to help, man. I gotta get going. Good talking to you, John.
Okay, peace. Bye. Trying to play these new songs. This is actually what I wanted to do. I didn't even want to take any phone calls, but Here we go.
Teeth of kings, breath of battle, blood that sings. He walks where the banners burn, eyes like blades in the dust-choked turn, counting every step, every trembling hand, turning chaos into sharpened plan. Skulls in a circle, maps on the ground, quiet as a heartbeat, louder than the crowd. He weighs all the wagers, every broken sword, carving out an empire with a single word. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit female boy, he whispers in a strategist's ear. Turn now, the opening's here. Hey, oh, lines like rivers curving into place, traps laid quiet in the empty space. Dice in the dirt, prayer in the jaw. Every loss a lesson, every scar a law. He writes in the thunder, edits with the flame. We speak his symbols, never say his name. Hail to the mind that conquers, hail to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit pieces on the board. Move themselves.
All right. Well,
Looking the nearest.
The Hamas uniform is lit, honestly.
Yeah,
What, the black mask? Yeah.
All of it. I want to see the Nukhba uniforms.
Explain to me when they released the hostages, when Hamas released the hostages, what was the thinking behind those ceremonies? Like, what was that? Like, is that something Palestinian we don't know about? Like, I'm not making fun of it. I'm really trying to understand, like, what was the thinking behind that whole display? Like, was it to create empathy? Like, show
No,
power?
it's for the Palestinian and the Arab populations to see that Hamas has achievements, and in order to apply more pressure within Israeli society to piss off the Israelis against Netanyahu.
I mean, the whole. How do I don't understand how that ceremony achieved that? Like,
You don't remember how pissed the Israeli population was about those?
yeah, but like, I mean, did it let Donald Trump say, like, what type of medieval stuff is it? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't look good in the West. Like,
You think they care about that?
I think that's their whole focus.
Bruh.
They ask for people. Huh?
Nah, man, this is
The damage in the West has already been done, so
Name of
it's not gonna change what they say.
thunder,
think Israel is like...
No, the damage in the West pertaining to his way.
Yeah, but you know, even before, I remember I was in a meeting.
He walks where the banners burn.
Way before I took Palestine.
Eyes like blades in the dust-choked
we were talking about, like,
counting every step, every trembling hand, turning chaos into sharpened
And that was like the
plan.
conversation.
Skulls in a circle, maps on the ground, fires a heartbeat louder than the crowd. Raise all the wages, every broken sword, coming at life out with a single word.
The fact that you're saying that is hilarious. We've seen the benefits. Yeah, overweight. Yeah, you know, the GLP one, just face it. Just fucking face it.
Maybe that was scary that I look at heavier since I've been like universal, that's why
The starving river.
I just don't feel as many meals.
Palestinian baby.
Yeah, I just like eat a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm very active,
Qatar shut down its gas production.
Yeah. Good, but they said it would take like 2 weeks, right?
No, it takes 2 weeks. They shut down the production when they make it.
Victory and his
And it's just a matter of time
Bro, I'm looking at the damage in Tel Aviv an hour ago. Something like 50 missiles hit.
That's the coolest one. It wouldn't do
carved in cold, we call you. Feel like shattered glass when our road let go. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in the rise, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us in turn the coast to point slate, twist their fury into frost, make their numbers cold. Patterns in our breath, the angles shoot back death, where they charge and blind and loud. Let us cut through cloud by cloud. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. strike every strike, we carry your will to the other side.
And they've been on from the Americans to the Texas promise. But I don't think that people that have come out have a significant within the United States. So the Americans are spreading misinformation. Antagonistic towards Turks.
The Turks are not gonna let this happen. Are you kidding me?
You're already doing it now. I mean, it's not like you guys.
Fuck up. You don't know anything. You're sitting in your
Of course I do.
Israel.
I know a lot.
And
I know a lot.
getting bombed left, right, and center.
That's a lot. A lot more than newspapers.
Shut your God and stop talking. There is no freaking way that Turks are gonna allow it. This has come mostly as sort of
Why is your mic so low?
Oh, sorry. This is mostly like an ultimatum. I think.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Bring out the Senate mic.
This is mostly like this is like an ultimatum to the freaking RGC. Like, what else can be more freaking frightening than separatism, right? No, hear me out. Separatism has always been like an underlying bitch in the psyche of Iranians, right? So this thing called separatism has always like resulted in an anxiety attack. And by allowing such a thing, or at least introducing such a thing, like Taco said, the numbers are not incredible, right? It just creates some sort of threat.
Listen.
And the same old underlying anxiety that always.
Did you see how the Iranians hurt the Americans by painting?
Listen, I'm
fake
done
planes?
with the nuance merchants. Okay, I'm done with the it's complicated grift. I don't care if you're not pro IRGC, then you are pro Jewish and you are pro Israel.
Yeah,
Piece of shit.
I don't care.
Nah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you're a bitch. Shut the fuck up, Benny.
Johnny, chill.
No. This isn't the time for this shit.
Bro.
This is a once in a
I'm going to be
lifetime
pro the
opportunity.
people that genocided my people.
I don't
Okay.
okay, but genocided? Really? You're gonna use that stupid verbiage, you fucking like little baby?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to use that stupid verbiage.
It's
Yeah.
okay, Benny. They were just Muslim. You shouldn't care too much, bro. They're Muslim.
No, I still care. They're my people. I don't care if they're Muslim.
Whatever,
So
bro.
it is like a Christian.
Genocide.
Benny going to
You
Shia
listen to the
Muslim.
language that you're. Listen to yourself. Listen.
Yes,
Genocide.
when they explicitly went after a certain group of people and they were killing their women and children and imprisoning them and torturing them and fucking dropping barrel bombs on them and fucking evacuating them from the country, effectively speaking, yes, they were fucking genocide.
So why didn't the
Get over
Iranians
it.
genocide the Sunnis within their own borders? If this was an
Wait,
organized
who was
genocide?
genocided? Who was
The
genocided?
Syrians.
Saying the Syrians are trying to get.
the Syrian revenge.
The Syrians were genocided?
Okay, nobody
Yes.
denies war crimes happened, but to suggest that there was a
Okay.
targeted extermination is preposterous.
There was no
Yes, they were targeted.
No,
Prince, I've seen you make this argument in other
I've never
rooms.
made
Yes,
a
that they went
genocide
after
claim in Syria.
Sunnis. No, but they targeted Sunnis
Yes.
specifically.
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
that's fine. Everyone
Okay.
knows that.
But that
So
doesn't
when they
mean that doesn't
targeted
entail
Sunnis
extermination.
specifically, genocide does not necessitate extermination.
Okay, but be that as it may, there was no genocidal intent.
How so?
Their intent is to control, not to genocide.
Yeah, exactly.
Their intent was, no, they went after specifically Sunnis and they killed a shit ton of them, and they intended to kill a shit ton of them, and they evacuated a shit ton of them, and they intended to evacuate a shit ton. Yes.
Mostly the killings would stop once the regime took over the city, but the killings have occurred when these places were not under their control, when they were under the control of their enemy.
No, after they took over, they would arrest people, torture them,
okay, of
torture
course,
their
they
families,
will, yes,
and then get the rest of their family to evacuate. That's how Homs lost 80% of its population.
They evacuated the people, the families of the people who were participating in military actions against them.
Oh really? 80% of the population of Homs?
I don't know. 80%? I've never heard the 80%.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Homs specifically, yes.
What?
Homs lost 80% of its population during the Civil War.
Bro, Syria lost like 60% of its population. That I don't know what you're talking about. Like more than half the country left the country.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
No, most of the refugees most of the refugees.
Maybe 8 million people left in Syria.
We have we're over 20 million people in Syria.
Yeah, but you only have 8 or 9 left in Syria.
No, over 20 million people are left in Syria. What are you talking about?
Where did you get that from?
Dude, you can find any statistic on this.
There are no statistics, not even the.
Yes, there are statistics.
No.
The vast majority. No.
Counting.
You don't need a census to recognize how many people live in Syria. The vast majority of people who were refugees were internally displaced, not external. That's number one, right? So when Homs lost 80% of its population, that doesn't mean 80% of the population was evacuated from the country as a whole.
No, I know.
But they had to leave their city. So when a shit ton of people were displaced to Idlib, these are still refugees, and they were counted in statistics as refugees. They're still in the country. This is why the country still has 20 million people.
Okay, so about 7 million left the country.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, and then by the way, birth rates went up a lot during the Civil War, which is why there was a compensation. So if you see the statistics, there was a big dip, and then there was a big rise during the Civil War.
Yeah, okay. I only disagree with the genocide part. I haven't seen any evidence for that.
Okay, let's put genocide. Okay, fine. That's fine.
Not even like Syrian oppositions have made that claim.
I make that claim. But you know what? Let's put that aside. Let's not use that word. Terrible war crimes, targeted killings, targeted torture, targeted starvation, mass murder, all of these things. You want me to side with the government that did that to my people? Fuck no. Tony said that. Tony said, if you don't side with the IRGC, you resign.
Yes, that's my position.
Yes. So you want me to side with the government that did all of that to my people? Fuck no.
Then you're not really about it, bro.
All right, fine. You think
okay,
that.
No, if there is an imminent threat, a bigger threat to the region and to your own country that was just liberated, then you have to do the pragmatic thing. But I don't know what that means to begin with, to side. Like, it's not significant whether Benny or the Syrian people as a whole side or not.
No, the pragmatic thing for me is to promote the Shia killing the Jew. Because both of these have bad intent towards me and my people.
Wait, not towards the Christians of Syria.
I don't say my people are the Christians. My people are the Syrian people. I don't give a shit what your religion is.
Get him. First, it was
Even Benny laughed. He's like,
because I don't think because I don't think like you. I don't say my people are the Christians of Syria.
Who's playing music, by the way? Who's playing music?
My people are Syrians. I don't give a shit what your religion is.
No, okay, I agree, but that does, however, contradict. And you can be a Christian or an atheist Syrian and care about everything that happened and be against the regime for sure. But because you made the claim that the target was the Sunnis and nobody else, right? So
Well, the Sunnis are the biggest part of the Syrian population.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, if you were a born Christian Syrian, you're more likely to have sided with the regime.
Yes, most likely yes.
Only a
By the
minority
way,
of the minorities sided against the regime.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but like I remember in the early years, we had Christians with us in the protests against the government.
Yeah, maybe a lot changed as well with the.
A lot changed during the course. Yeah. In the beginning, there was a lot more Christians with us. There was even a Christian battalion within the FSA, and there was
Did anybody notice? Did anybody notice that they monetized Clubhouse?
What do you mean?
I've been receiving gold and I wasn't aware. I'm like, what the fuck is
Let's
this?
see what people this guy's got.
Oh no,
I got 20. I got 20. Can you see how much I've got?
How?
Yeah, I got
16
0.
gold. 16.
I got 0.
Where do you see how much gold you have?
Where do you see
So
the
click on your
Look at
profile,
your
then you have
profile.
it, and
then?
then
Yeah.
go to gold. It says gold under the picture.
I don't see
And
gold.
it
I
says
don't see it.
Then you haven't updated.
Maybe.
No, you have. You should see it.
No, I have karma.
You don't have gold. You haven't received
I
gold.
don't have gold.
I have received
I have
gold.
24. Do you know how much 24 is?
I got no gold.
It's 20 cents. 20 cents.
I don't see gold.
Well, it's more than the 8 cents you've got.
How much do I have? Let's see.
You said 16.
I have 10 cents.
How the heck do you have money? From where?
People donated.
Oh my god.
Mine mostly came from Arabs because the other people in this app are not going to pay anyways.
Alright, I'm gonna go into El Normo's rooms and pose this.
You know how to make money now? It's open rooms against the mullahs and get all these Iranians in.
That's funny.
How do you make money on that though?
Because it's Bani Adam, it's like TikTok. So you put your credit card and you buy gifts and then you start gifting people.
Wait, wouldn't you get more gifts if you were anti the mullahs?
No.
If you want to get down on the ground.
No. I think when you have a unified group of people like the Iranians, most Iranians on the app, they're in one camp and they're battling other groups of people from all sorts of countries. So it's more likely that you get money from them being an outsider speaking on their behalf.
Oh wow, we figured it out.
Ah, okay. Well, wouldn't you get more money from the people, from the majority of people that you're advocating for? Like the anti-RGC people.
These fuckers are poor.
Well, they're all poor.
No, the anti-IRGC? No. You get more with the anti-IRGC than the pro-IRGC.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all are starting your grifting career, huh?
This is
If only we had it 2 years ago.
The first grifter.
Listen, man, the point is, I'm not siding with IRGC for shit. I don't give a shit.
Okay, then I'm telling you how to make money, you know?
You're a Zionist.
Jack.
Be a
Yeah.
Pahlavist, become a Pahlavist.
You can call me a Zionist all you want, man.
No, he's not a Zionist.
So
So
Mikhail and Bibi wanted to like hold.
I know, I literally was about to bring that up.
Mikhail and Bibi.
Hello everybody.
My problem is I get clipped all the time.
Ramadan Kareem.
I
Salam
want
alaikum.
to hear what Nargis is saying. You stop.
Guys, she's talking.
Go ahead, Nargis.
She's talking to me, guys. Everyone be.
Yeah, I have to Jack. One such great event on TikTok. This is when Mikhail was emerging as like the king of TikTok for like his 5-minute fame. And then these people had decided, like, he had a script written for the coins, right? And for making money. So they had like, they practiced.
What?
Within 10 seconds, he got into a fight with the whole group.
They scripted it with BB and him?
Yeah.
That's retarded. How can you do
Yo, is
just
there
for
a replay
money?
of this? Is
BB
there a replay?
informed Pepe. Pepe cussed everybody out.
Well,
He cussed out the old white women who were paying.
The difference between expensive belts.
I can hear him crashing out.
I was there. I went in to see what they were all about, and I hear Pepe crashing out. Because they kept messaging me, Cynic and BB, and like, come join us, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna look what they're doing. And I saw Pepe, I'm like, fuck this, bro.
And there's 1.9 billion TikTokers.
And
A lot of people have.
Yeah, I
more than one
googled
account.
it yesterday. It's 1.9 billion.
And there's a lot of people that have more than one account. I wouldn't think that.
Are
you scrolling? Is it a sleep aid?
$7.96.
Wait, who made that?
Phoebe. But Mikhail came out with zero. With all the script that he wrote. He did not sell himself. Sick. People were so pissed off with him. They're like, traitor, how could you sell yourself off for a few bucks on TikTok?
Mikhail, bro. He's so funny, dude. What the fuck?
He was making them practice their lines.
Bro, I can't believe they scripted some shit.
Okay,
What the
stop.
hell
You
is
tell me
that?
now. Okay, baby,
What
you
did you
go,
say?
then I'm gonna go. And then he's giving them the philosophy of TikTok right after that. Like how philosophically it works out. How people are
August, you remember what I said about all that shit?
Yeah. You and I stood against him. And we fought
And
him.
I got moved down for it.
Yeah, Benny and I were like, you cheap whore, you're selling yourself out.
There's people that make livings on TikTok.
Yeah, but these guys, I mean...
No, but it was weird because essentially what Cynic was doing was an alliance of the enemies to profit off. Seriously, that's why
Benny and I were the
didn't even
only people who stood up and said, this, you cheap whore, what are you doing? Like, you're selling our people off for a few bucks on TikTok. I mean, eventually the Jew, BB made money at least, like $7.90.
No, he. Oh, okay.
Of course, the Jew would make money.
Mikhail
No, he made more than that.
Mikhail came out with nothing, just a big fat fight with all of them, like within 10 minutes of the show.
BB claimed that he was donating his money because he was making it.
Should Hamas invade Israel from the West Bank, bro?
From the West Bank?
Yeah. They're weak, bro. They're taking damage right now. It's,
No. Listen, I'll say what I said yesterday. The Sunnis right now need to chill.
Just let it play out.
Let it play out. Let the Shia weaken the Jew and the Jew weaken the Shia.
History is repeating itself, Jack. We're just gonna wait till the Romans and the Persians beat themselves.
Sorry,
up,
Nargis.
Then we're gonna go in.
The Persian Empire never died.
I mean, that's a decent analogy, actually.
Just go look at
Wait,
the
Twitch, I have a question for you.
It's
How's
pathetic.
Has the war in Iraq, the war in Iran, has that helped or diminished aspects of the Palestinian movement?
Neither.
It has not affected it, honestly.
No?
Neither.
Nah, I mean, people are just riled up against Israel right now, but not necessarily hurting or improving the cause, but just specifically this war.
I don't know if
It's
you
like
guys
taking a lot of media attention away, no?
Imam, what's his name? Mahdi, of the Ahmadi
Syria
religion
did
for
that
peace and love. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's a self-proclaimed Mahdi, right? A while ago, he gave out this video where he said, first Persia will be taken down, followed by the Arabs that will be taken down, and after which, that's how it's all going to come down, right? I'm not saying what he's saying is right. He must have calculated it through some pattern recognition or whatever. But don't you think that's what's happening? Like, let's keep the room open to that. Like,
But that the Arabs are going to fall?
After the Persians. Dude, they're working their best to bring down the region, all for one cause. Hegemony over
Yeah,
the region.
they're trying, but they'll literally have to kill most of us, most of the Middle Easterns to do that. They'll never succeed in that. Anyway, I honestly think IRGC survives this shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No problem.
It's like weird. It's weird. It's weird when you guys think that though. Like what? Like what legal bachelor?
Yo, Daniel, take it easy. I know we told you it's monetized, but I don't know why you're like throwing all this money on.
Why are you hating?
Wala doom ya Saudi. Wait, I have my Saudi fan is in the audience. You better double that.
Oh, is this what we're doing now? Nah, hey, Liberate, you better triple that, bro. Yo, my friend in the audience, y'all better quadruple what they just.
You know what? This is actually smart. Like, even because when you monetize them, number one, you're gonna make the app more serious, and all these stupid trolls are gonna be reduced. Number two, you're gonna make people be more professional, presenting better arguments and better evidence in order, for people to take them seriously and give them what they're asking for. So I think it's actually a good thing. It's cleaning up the
They
app.
should have done it earlier. They should have done it 5 years ago.
That's true. I agree.
Damn, he's still blessing you. Yo, Prince, you want 10 coins for that? The little speech you just gave, bro.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why the Qatari came into the room. I told the Syrian guy, you want $10?
Damn, yo, you think people will start betting like this now? I bet you 30,000 coins.
Yeah, of course.
It's just gonna go crazy. Well, anyway.
Let's change the title to a much broader topic: Israeli hegemony. Well, no, let's do it a question. Will it? Oh my God. Will Israel?
Tony.
Will Israel control?
Instead of love bombing Tony, you're gonna have to start sending coins to these girls.
I would like to hear from Dania.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
Daria, you want to talk, Daria? Daria.
I just joined, so I'd rather listen a bit, and then contribute later.
No problems. Prince, what are you changing?
There.
I'd just like to state that I was chasing Benny Boy.
Benny Boy.
Yeah, Benny Boy's not so special.
What have you been up to?
I was like in a previous room with them.
Yeah, I just met her in her previous room.
Alright. Yeah.
She's a Turk and
Yeah,
Christian
I'm from
woman.
Turkey.
She's a Turk and what?
Benny Goy loves turkey.
I do like turkey, yes.
Well, why don't you change the question to, are we going to see boots on the ground in Iran or not?
That was a good question. What do you think, Nora?
I think in order for a complete regime change, okay, there must be boots on the ground. History tells you that.
Yeah, but what's the likelihood Trump can pull that off?
I don't know how he can.
May I just interrupt a little?
Yeah.
I'm not
gonna be this guy.
Tony, I'm not vouching for that. I'm just asking.
Sorry for Tony's rude interruption.
Actually, a pretty basic take, if you ask me.
Where y'all from?
I'm from the Dominican Republic.
Cool.
Why, you got a problem with that?
From New York City.
No. I'm just asking, wondering.
Where are you from, Daria?
I'm Turkish.
Nice. What do you think about the war? Are you guys going to invade and take a slice of Iran or what?
No, absolutely not.
But they're going to have some refugees. apparent by now.
Yeah, well, we had so many Syrians, and then the war ended in Syria, and then they went back to their home. No biggie, We're welcome to everybody.
Wow. Can I come?
That's so nice.
What's that?
Jokes on you, I already came, but most Syrians haven't went back, by the way.
Yeah, most Syrians have not come back.
You're like,
and I think you live outside of Turkey, right?
3 million came to Turkey, and then like 2 million went back.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
I don't think that's true.
No. Apparently, like, that's the interior minister says.
He's probably lying.
I don't care. We're so big, so
What's up, Fred?
we're all welcoming.
How are you guys?
Good, bro. How are you?
I'm good. No, what's the topic? So, will Israel take over Middle East?
Yeah. We're trying to see like what's it look like, what's their intentions, and what's the next day after.
As of early 2026, 550 600,000 Syrian refugees.
Hold on. Let me first say Daria, she's from Turkey, so. Oh, Prince,
I'm gonna mute you, bro.
Mute.
Making too much noise. I muted you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Hey, Daria. It's great to hear from you from Turkey.
Hello.
So there is topics that not many people, there is a minority of people from Azerbaijan. They think that Turkey is going to fight for them to take the land. Is this true between Turkish people, or is a hallucination from them?
That's a hallucination, totally.
Yeah, I understand that, because there is a minority, there is not majority, and I talked to them, many of them, and including myself. My mom is Turk, but they don't have such a most of these people, they don't have such a kind of things that they think they're gonna be separate. The minority of them are in Tabriz. Tabriz?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, there's a minority. Yeah, there's a minority there that they think Turkey is going to come and fight for them.
No.
Yeah, I see that, but going back to the topic,
because we got like relations with Israel apparently,
yeah,
which is sad, but like it's the truth.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be, if something like this happens, it's going to be domino, because in that case, Iran government is going to hold Kurdish to make, a lot of instability is going to bring to the region. So what is happening right now is Iran today, it's lost nearly 80% power of the missile shooting, which is good, because they was crazy. It was like a madman. They started shooting everywhere, nowhere.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you pro Khamenei or against?
I'm so happy that he is dead.
Yeah. That clarifies my question.
Yes. So happy to see him dead, because the ideology they had it's so crazy that they don't care about people's life. The only things they want is domination of the region through for example, wiping out Israel. And as an Iranian who lived there, I know they really wanted to go after the atomic bomb. The reason is there is 9 countries in the world that has a ballistic missile. 8 of them are the atomic power. Iran is the only one doesn't have. At the same time, they were trying to reach a high uranium, which is not necessary for the medical or energy, 60% above. It's really easy, because the West is not as stupid. And at the same time,
Did you just remove him?
Just remove him?
Go kicked him.
Dude, you're gonna kill the room, bro.
Fuck him and fuck you.
Who the fuck are we gonna debate now?
Who always fucking does this?
Oh, the motherfucker doesn't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
it
at
was-
least, we had someone
Yo,
with
is
a
this
different
what you want to be
opinion.
subjected to? Fucking
Yeah, I was
garbage
about
like
to-
that, bro? For your own
Yeah.
fucking entertainment? Fuck wants
Yes.
to hear that. This guy's a fucking diasporoid cuck. Fuck it. Like, for real, bro.
I don't know why you guys mod Goo, honestly.
I don't even know why
Hey,
you're even
Tony.
in here. Everybody thinks you're a fucking cuck.
Okay, that's fine, but why do you mod Goo? He ruins every
Matter of
fucking
fact, nigga, yo, you know what? Restart the room. I'm kicking this nigga right now, bro. I'm out of here. I just left work.
Wait,
I'm out,
Tony,
nigga.
before you leave, Tony, one thing before you. Oh man, he left. Oh man, at least this
Oh
flag.
no.
Wow.
Guys, I
That
want
was
to
a lot
introduce you to
better.
Velasco. I don't know if you guys know him.
Yeah. My other username was JH. Baptizer knows.
Oh, what the hell? Long time no see.
Yeah, so guys, if no, I don't think he got kicked out.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
restart the room, man.
Baptizer and our guests know me, so guys, I'm reserving the IRGC.
Oh, Samir.
So if anybody wants to know anything, feel free.
Come to the new room we're about to open, bro.
Can
Send
you
me
copy
through
this
there.
title and just...
Are we going to the new room?
Yeah, join the house. We're about to open a new
Also,
one.
why don't I have a
Rogue?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll run it right
Joining
now.
it.
Yeah.
Figs of the imagination. They don't taste as good as they sound.
Well, is this the new room or what?
I have no clue.
Here we go.
Which room is it? I can't see.
Click on the house. Okay, he opened it. Now you can go join. Click on the house and click on the other room. Before it
And
closes.
aren't you coming?
Yeah, yeah.
At least now we have knowledge, so this should hopefully never occur again. Or at least if we see things, now it's not going to be like, okay, we think he's doing something. Now people are going to be more apt to like call it and say they're actually doing this stuff. So I think that is good. That part's going to be helpful. But and I agree with you. The Clintons. So we were Epstein thing as far as like some things were breaking. You're getting mixed about Epstein. The Clintons testified at the end of last week. I watched the Bill Clinton one, and I just of course heard some of Hillary. Saying all that to say is that Bill Clinton testified Friday, and then Friday night, Saturday morning is when Trump launched this thing. If you listen to is it Michael Wolff, or basically the Jeffrey Epstein biographer, the author, about that they're always trying to find something, but they're literally doing wag the dog works. Because CNN, everybody covers this. Al Jazeera, BBC, literally you can't turn on anything without looking at the news. So they get a break from, like you said.
We have to demand something different, though, right?
How can we do it, though? Yeah, I'm saying we can do it in these rooms, but I just don't know how we do it.
No, they doing it in these rooms ain't doing shit. I hate to break it to you. People just flapping their gums over here. People ain't doing shit. I'm sorry. Most people are not. There are some people who are doing things, but we have to push back against that, right? Like, we don't have to suck it up. We don't have to watch it. We can demand of our institutions that they do better, and we're not.
Ash in the dawn, iron on my tongue. I carve your name in the inside of my lungs. the silence of the enemies beneath. God, oh Lord, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God, oh Lord, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God, oh Lord, God, oh Lord, guide my blade, guide my breath to your shore. I bind my wrist with the torn white flags. I light my fear like a torch on the cracks. I hear your march in the crack of bone. Every shattered shield is another moving throne. God, oh Lord, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God, oh Lord, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God, oh Lord, God, oh Lord, guide my blade, guide my breath to your shore. If I fall, lay me face to the fight. If I win, pay my name in their night. God, oh Lord, wear my scars. Take this heart like an arrow into your hand. God, oh Lord, lift my over fields where the silent cannot stand. God, oh Lord, victory is smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the war god. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Dr. Shaya! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our cries, from our lies. Blood of the war god. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. Take our breath, take our pulse, take our race. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle, heal, token, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the war god, rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame, hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Karumra! Shine! our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our cow, so your wrath is grown. Lord of the world, rise. Lord of the world, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Lord of the world,
Banana.
hail to the breaker, hail to the flame, hail to the taker who grants us a name, hail to the terror that tears us apart, hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Karumra! Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the world, God, rise. Blood of the world, God, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the world, God, rise. Step in the circle, heal, toe ground, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our cow, so your wrath is grown. Lord of the world, rise. Lord of the world, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Lord of the world.
Okay, so look at what was, right? So the point is, Iran was never free even back then. I'm not saying it was a great time. So what happened is, again, I'm just interpreting story as it was, right?
So, what's the best way to get rid of godless USSR, right? So the West came and basically tried to get rid of communism within Pakistan, anything with Turkey and anything with Iran. So what you see in mostly all the countries in between USSR, like Syria and Egypt and all of these sides, all you're seeing is that the blowback around what happened, right? I'm not here to disrespect people's religion or beliefs or whatever. So none of these countries have ever been, people are nice everywhere. I've traveled enough to not to judge, right? So all of these countries have been manipulated by the West and continue to be manipulated by the West. And if you left people to their own being, they wouldn't be trying to kill each other. Now, what the IRGC is when Khomeini was returned to Iran with a lot of help from the West. Specifically, when Khomeini returned to Iran, he told the Americans, "Look, you're." Anyway, all these guys left. I don't know if you guys want me to talk. I guess, are you here? I'm here. I stopped talking because the people who asked questions, they left. So
I think it's just natural for that to happen.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think there is a natural reluctance or resistance to take those types of actions, and history shows us that sometimes that's very, very costly. And so, in hindsight, it becomes clear, oh yeah, we should have acted earlier, and we would have saved, millions of tens of millions of lives or whatever. I think we're in a similar situation in that we do not want to be in a world where Iran has nuclear weapons. This would be a very dangerous world to be in, and the powers that be have to ensure that doesn't happen. And as I said before, obviously it's very debatable how you go about doing that and when. And perhaps we're acting early now, or perhaps we're acting too late. When Israel and the United States did their first round of bombing, a few in the previous attack. At the time, then I even questioned perhaps we're stopping then another round on those sites because it wasn't clear that the targeted nuclear sites were obliterated and to what degree that they were still functional and that they still had uranium capacity. And it appeared that the cutoff was more based on convenience more than anything else. I get the impression that this time they want to make sure that their objectives are reached before stopping.
El Normo. The heat-seeking missile known as El Normo. Indestructible. Omniscient. All-powerful. El Normo! The norm! The norm. People seem to... You really get under people's skin. It's a delight to watch. I was dying laughing while you were...
Why would you say
something. That hurts my feelings. How do I get under their skin? Just because they sputter and can't think of anything to say, so then they just go, "You're gay. Your son is gay. Your whole generation is gay. You're all gay, gay, gay." We're talking about Israel and Palestine, and suddenly it's "you're gay."
Yeah, Mikhail, poor guy. He is, man. I mean, I wouldn't want to have to like experience his brain. That would be, I don't know. You in particular with him. Like all before you got there, he goes on and on for I think 2 to 3 hours. He was talking about, whatever. But as soon as you come in, it's just like secret key activator. But yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
It's funny. It was funny. I mean, I was sitting here. I put it on Instagram. I created a reel, and I saw myself laughing. I was like, that was pretty funny. Like there was some,
Could I see it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure which account it's on. It'll come up, and I'll text you.
Okay.
But
I think, don't you want that government out? And Argus, well, yeah. I mean, I don't want you to bomb us, but yeah, we want the government out. And Mikhail is like, okay, I'll give you the win on that. But your son is gay.
they're so conflicted. I don't understand why. That girl Narja's, it's like they live with like two hates in their heart, It's I don't understand like why people can't just, this is brutal though. Like I wonder if they're gonna do a ground incursion, like if that's on the.
I don't think we have the will for that. Israel's on the ground though. They've been on the ground for a while. The Kurds are doing this a favor as they always do.
It's kind of amazing because it's like they really have to pick them off one by one, and they're doing a pretty fucking good job. Same in Lebanon. I mean, the Israelis, I guess, have been fighting this for so many years now, and but it is like one off, and yeah. I mean, I hope their whole regime just crumbles, and it does seem like they're gonna break it up, right? Like the Kurds are gonna finally maybe get their own country.
I wonder.
Christopher Hitchens was always a big Kurdish supporter. He would always, offer prayers.
I was such a big admirer of him until he turned against Israel, as so many did.
Hitchens?
Yeah. Oh, not Hitchens. No, Chris Hedges. I'm sorry. Hitchens is dead. Hedges is alive. I'm sorry. I got them transposed. I was in Bosnia with Hedges. Hitchens, unfortunately, is dead. He smoked and drank himself to death. He'd be having a party, drinking like crazy, chain smoking, and say, "Excuse me for a minute." Go upstairs in 45 minutes, bang out like a brilliant column for Vanity Fair or The Nation, then come back down and keep partying.
Yeah, he was putting all his faith in chemotherapy, and I think if I was in that situation, and if you look at the statistics on chemotherapy, that I would probably prefer to just go a natural death without the chemo. Seems like the chemo kills.
Well, it's poison. It's literal poison. The idea is you poison the cancer. Unfortunately, you also get poisoned.
Isn't that almost like the same as like bloodletting? It's just so medieval. I don't understand it, and the statistics just don't back out. It's a huge industry. It's like a $40 billion a year business in America. So there's like a huge, push to do it. I mean, I saw my uncle pass away from bone cancer, and that was, like observing the body, how it, putrefies, is interesting, but he was on these pain meds, and that really zonked him out. He was always sleeping, limited mobility, but man, my uncle, he was very strong up until the medical crises, but he just, he was strong, he worked out every day. He could run mile after mile in the Florida heat. He was strong.
His father's brother?
Yeah, Barton.
His name was Arton?
Barton. Bart Kitover.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, no chemo. But anyways, I got a hot bubble bath waiting for me. I'm listening. I have all these X accounts up, and I've been helping promote Mark Rice for U.S. Congress in Illinois 8. And
did he win his primary?
It's March 17th.
Oh, okay.
But early voting's out, and I hope it goes well for him. I hope he beats this woman, Jen Davis. He had a big debate. I filmed it, and his son.
How'd he do?
I thought he did great, really great. But the thing is, there's like a political network and a political machine here that is fighting him. And it's pretty, it's like a lot of legacy people. There's just so many politicians in so many forms of government here. And if you go to her X account, she posts all her endorsements. So Mark was texting me gossip, Lashon Hara about her. So I was replying with all the gossip about her, trying to cause her a little chaos tonight. It's funny how, random spam can, be impactful. But anyways, his son wants me to go knock on doors with him on Sunday and pass out flyers. So I said I'd go with him for 3 hours.
Yeah, this election is a very significant difference in how to govern the country these days, huh?
I don't know. We live in a very status quo, very well-established society. The problem is it's just so debt-ridden. And these property taxes just keep going up and up and up. And, then there's an election for the new assessor. Then there's 12 commissioners that sit on the assessor's board, and it's like, anyways, there's one candidate here running for governor that exposed the Chicago public school system for hiring many, many thousands of new employees and increasing the budget over $2 billion annually. And he puts out of a lot of infographics. And I talked with him on an X space, and but people call him out and say that he's a globalist banker. Because he worked in Latin America as the president of BOA, and but to me, he seems very intelligent, and I liked him, so I think that's who I'm probably going to vote for. The fact that I talked to him, I think it's always best to participate or help somebody if you actually meet them or talk to them, regardless maybe of some political differences. Like I signed a Democrat's petition because she knocked on my door. A state senator knocked on my front door. I said, I'll vote for you because you have confirmed that you are, really doing this. This is you. And now I've met you. So now I will support you. But I will not support all your other petitions. But anyways, this is, wild times. It's like, did you see what happened in the Congress today?
That the bill to stop the war failed?
I didn't quite understand it. Is that what it was?
The Senate. Yeah, it was like 53 to 47 or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, close. The War Powers Act.
Well, I have one of my best friends growing up. He studied Hebrew. I studied Spanish, and he did Aliyah, got married, has kids, lives in Tel Aviv, works in medical device technology, VC type.
You married a Puerto Rican, you eat beans and rice every night.
No, but his wife, which is really interesting, an American Jewish girl. I think she did her master's degree and maybe even PhD in Iranian, Persian, history, this and that or whatever. But, I'm pretty sure she works for the government doing what God knows what, maybe analysis or translation or something like that. But just, I guess she was just really interested in the history and the culture, and because people love Iran. I mean, it's such an incredible culture, and
Oh, it's an interesting place.
I was reading Rumi afterwards to that room that you were in, that you roasted Mikhail. Mikhail calmed down, and they all listened to Rumi. They asked me to read 2 verses.
That was nice.
Yeah, and
I
then
like that guy. He likes the guy that likes the labor Zionists. That was funny. They got so triggered. I mean, yeah, I like the left wing Zionists. I don't like the right wing Zionists. That's very cute. Remember that?
I don't remember that, but that's funny.
The Persian guy who started with the Rumi, yeah, then they switched to poetry. He seemed like a very sweet guy.
Oh yeah, the black guy. He even wrote Rumi verses. Said this is not Rumi love poetry. That was like the title of his poetry. But it's anyways. But what are you gonna do the rest of the night?
Oh, I got kids. I got girls. I go to synagogue tonight. I put some food up. I made the most delicious freaking eggs earlier. I'll just tell you, like to cook, right? Or no?
I mean, I do basics. Yeah, nothing. I don't do anything.
All right, I chop up an onion, put it in the pan with no oil. Let it cook in the pan at very, very low for I don't know what, a good 10 minutes.
An onion?
An onion.
With no oil?
No oil. The water comes out of the onion and it steams the onion, and it locks the flavor in. Then when they're transparent, stir it around. Take 2 eggs, crack them up. Then put the eggs in the pan, and then just keep flipping them around and making scrambled eggs, salt, pepper, and hot sauce. Oh my God, it's like the most delicious thing. You think, well, this is just egg? Oh my God, it was like beyond delicious. Then I spent extra money for fancy rice.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this thing called Jasmati rice. So, make the rice and throw in like a half or less of a bouillon cube. So it's like you're making it with broth.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, it's just transcendently delicious. It's the simplest ingredients. Anyway, I like to eat.
I bought
all my friends over. Sorry?
I bought a Belgian waffle maker on Amazon, so I'm gonna start making Belgian waffles. No, I think it was maybe like $20-$30 for the Belgian waffle maker. It's pretty affordable, but it's the basic, rotator flipper thing. It's pretty standard.
I have this thing I must have for like 15 years. I got a $12 waffle maker. It doesn't flip or anything. It just, one side, you make the batter, which is just eggs, flour, and milk and baking soda, right? That's all it is. Like, you don't need to buy a mix necessarily. If you throw some yogurt into the batter, it gives it like a tangy kind of a bubbly thing. It makes them fluffier. And you just pour the batter into the thing, and the light goes green. You take it out. I have them all the time. It's really fun. Anyway, you're going to enjoy that.
The batter requires butter, and I keep forgetting to get butter when I go to the grocery store, so I have yet to enjoy a delicious Belgian waffle with scrambled eggs.
I get Amazon to deliver stuff all the time, too. I buy butter. I buy like a pound of butter, in sticks, and then I keep it in the freezer, so it keeps it forever. You get a couple pounds and throw them in the freezer. You take one out the night before in the fridge, and the next morning it's perfect. Keeps forever. Anyway, I don't want to lecture about food and everything, and you want to go take your bubble bath while it's still hot.
Are you using TikTok at all?
No.
Because right now I'm live on TikTok, and I'm a giant banana. I got a banana face as a filter. Somebody's watching us.
Like TikTok.
But yeah, I mean, I always forget to look at it, but so many people are addicted to it. Just like YouTube and Instagram, they're just TikTok addicts.
They're always sending me links too. It's like just one extra social medium that I don't necessarily need to bother with, I feel like. I mean, look, maybe I'll be persuaded.
Well, they do have these live rooms, and Bibi and all these Palestinians, they go in there and they debate it out. And I was just listening.
Bibi, what? Bibi,
Kapara,
Kapara.
yeah. Yeah, what I mean, I haven't read anything about what's going on in Gaza, but like the one thing I did read a couple weeks ago is that the Hamas are constantly violating their agreements and attacking. I guess like on this.
No, then we go and kick their ass. I'll tell you one thing: the IDF isn't leaving until they're either gone or disarmed or just whatever. There's no need for us to leave. Nobody gives a shit about this in the first place. People give two shits about Gaza. It was like some weird trend, like the yo-yo or something. People don't really care.
I was in a room, and they were saying that the Kushner plan, this $100 billion development, that Trump, after he gets out of office, is going to be anointed as king of Gaza. Like they really believe. They think they really think he's going to become like the king. There's going to be a Trump Tower, and he'll become like. It's just people's just imagination is so stupid. But if that really goes down.
They're incapable of being peaceful or trustworthy. This is why Gaza looked like shit even before we went in there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, well, at least there was. Yeah, but in 2002, I went to Israel on a birthright trip, and I can't remember how, but I found this Palestinian Media Watch organization, and just tore through all their content, and I was, just that was like my first observation of real propaganda, extreme, propaganda where they're using Disney characters to indoctrinate Shahada. And blowing yourself up on a tank, and your mother is crying and praising you at the same time. It's very intense propaganda. And anyways, I gave a presentation on it.
Shaheed, not Shahada, by the way.
Yeah, Shaheed, yeah.
I corrected you for Amir's friend taping in the audience.
Isn't Shahada? I thought Shahada is a Shaheed.
No, Shahada is when you vow to be a Muslim.
Oh, I see.
It's called taking the Shahada, and Shaheed is when you go splody dope.
Oh, I see. Well,
Shaheed is a martyr. Shaheed is a martyr, just to be accurate.
God, it's just so crazy that like, if you could reverse engineer or reverse timeline your destruction, and you could go back in time and say, okay, guys, this was a bad idea, this isn't gonna work out for us. Let's reevaluate our lifestyle here, our strategy for living successfully. And but damn,
the sick thing is, I think they're actually satisfied with this outcome, just living under occupation, because nothing that they do is a step towards a different way of life. They're oriented to live passively with refugee charity under occupation. They don't have a government. They don't have an economy. They don't have stuff like that. They have tunnels and guns.
It's so strange because I know Arabs, and for the most part, like they're all just normal people that want the good life, and they're not really even racist, and they work with Jews and they like Jews, and they're not polarized like this. So I can't understand why this particular area.
Arabs hate the Palestinians. They hate them. They don't want them anywhere near them.
Why the hell are they so different? Is it just it's
they're like a construct. Somebody sold them the bullshit idea that they could take Israel. They literally look at pictures of buildings in Tel Aviv and said, well, I'm going to get this building and you're going to get that building. They're like children. It's like Christmas for them.
Well, people, I guess, are just delusional, but damn, they fucked up. October 7th was the straw that broke the camel's back for them. But damn, that was a really savage, brutal attack. Yikes. And I was worried. I was like thinking, don't go in. This is going to be a trap, just artillery the shit out of it.
And we figured it out,
Yeah, but damn, I mean,
I was with you. I was like, what's going to happen? These damn tunnels and everything. Well, guess what? We figured it out.
yeah. All right, well, I'm going to pipe in a clubhouse room here. It's called Civil War on the Way. More doom and gloom. Lefties uniting. This is Benjamin David, Roy Voss, Cora. I'll send you the link. And Breyer, this fucking crazy kid Breyer, and these are.
Breyer's the worst. That's his real name, by the way.
He's a very strange person, and this is why academia is so fucked up. I'm so glad that I went to like a very
academic. That guy didn't go to college. He's a fake. That guy is a fake. He didn't even go to college.
I'm pretty sure he says he's a professor.
No, what he says is he's a debating coach. That's what he says. I'm not kidding.
What?
I'm being completely literal.
What is that? What the fuck does that mean? He speaks with such an air of authority.
He teaches kids to debate. He's a bullshit artist.
Ugh, he's extremely annoying. I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed making fun of people and roasting people. I think in hindsight, like maybe kind of like really, maybe like ruthlessly, but like funny. I don't know. I mean,
You're often entertaining.
Thanks. Yeah, I try to be. I mean, I got great critical rave reviews for my Indian voice on that critical thinking forum. People were applauding
That was really good. Your voices are good. Your other voices are good too. Very good.
Okay, I bid you adieu. I hope to talk to you later tonight.
There's something that's very transparent and obvious, and what it ends up becoming, that'll depend on what the country does. But anyway, I think that's what's going on. The grown-ups put on their big boy clothes and decided to step in and try and destroy and build things,
I mean, it's such a shame that J.D. Vance has the charisma of a used dildo.
That is an insult to sex objects everywhere.
Yeah. At least say that the dildo is wedged between the cushions of a futon or something.
Definitely, yeah. It's glued on.
No, the futon. Never mind.
No, I know. The dildo is glued onto the futon.
Are you blocked from the room? I sent you the link if you got it.
I'll check. I didn't see.
Just throwing it out there for.
Pro is an actual math professor and a musician, and I did hear him rap the other day, and I was actually really surprised. It was actually very good. And he does have a following. He has like he's basically like, I call him a white Eminem wannabe, but he does have fans. People it's music's like a network. I mean,
challenge of Armageddon with your new love of seminarian Talarico.
It's not a new love.
He's
His love affair goes back well over 6 months.
Revelations and Armageddon.
If he was a woman, if he was a woman, we'd be
3 kids by now.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be like at least thinking of a more important date in the future. I want to say that love affair has been almost a year. But I'm sorry. What was the question?
The question is, how do you compare and contrast his love affair with the Bible, which includes Revelations and all Armageddon stuff? How does he frame this? Is it not in his Bible, or is he right there with the troops saying this is all God's will, and we've got to start an Armageddon war so that Jesus can come back in a cloud of glory? Does he not believe Jesus is coming back in a cloud of glory?
Wait, who's the he?
James Talarico.
I mean, he could be the kind of Christian, or is he Catholic?
No.
Okay, Christian. He could be the kind of Christian that reads the Bible metaphor.
Yeah, every indication of him is that he's very sane and very rational and just wants. I don't think that you read a verse in the Bible like you should take care of the orphans and the widows. as a metaphor, do you?
Fuck you, dude. Like, you've been such a shit tonight. Like you go on these weird ass tags. Like, you're talking about Armageddon. That's the metaphorical part.
What's new?
You fucking dip.
He clearly rejects that
from him.
It's crazy stuff, bro.
Bro, your microphone is weird. Stay close to your phone.
Sorry. It's my headphones. I am close to my phone. Let me just take the Bluetooth off.
Talk into the bottom of your phone. It might be using your phone.
Bro, I'm pretty good with taking the Bluetooth off. Look, I'm miraculous. Look at the miraculous.
That's good.
Yeah. Miraculous, right? I'm like expert level of taking Bluetooth off, bro. I don't think there's any signs that he's any, Armageddon kind of thing or whatever. All that stuff is wild. If you watch him for 5 seconds, the dude is all about the humility parts of Jesus and the be great to one another and all that kind of stuff, bro. So,
absolutely,
I think his theology, way more mainline Protestant interpretation kind of stuff, run-of-the-mill symbolic crap.
At least he's not an asshole. And he's not divisive. And he's not fucking looking to wreck the fucking country.
Right.
And make himself rich in the process. That's all I want. I want fucking Bush Jr. back, man.
Right. I said this morning to Benjamin the same thing. I said, I don't care. I really don't. I'm not in a position right now to care about anyone's policies. Just be a decent human, and I'll let your policies fall.
Don't be an asshole. Don't be
but I think that you should not act like you support him, Pro. Because can you imagine atheists' support on any sort of like significant way would just like poison the whole thing? That could be so used against.
Yeah, we don't want him to lose, right?
And all that I've watched him, he doesn't push the Christian agenda. He pushes the ideas of being a good human being, but he doesn't push the Christian agenda. To me, at least I haven't seen that.
Right,
Miguel. It's really bad when Donald Trump makes Bush Jr. look like fucking Nelson Mandela.
It's fucking crazy, dude. But like,
Shame on me.
The weird, like,
twice. Shame on some. Just don't fool me. Don't fool me twice. Don't fool me twice.
No, fool can't.
I think this whole like glazing and I don't know, the nostalgia bait of like, can't we get back to nice Republicans? Like, I don't know. I think probably a lot of you are close to my age, and I was out there protesting Bush 1. I remember the first Iraq War. I remember the groundwork for Trump didn't happen overnight. You know what I mean? Like, it was the rise of Fox News. It was the rise of Rush Limbaugh. It was the whole like neoconservative project that creates a whole fear and xenophobia as politic, and this hyper, everything from the Islamophobia to the immigrant stuff and ICE. None of this happens if it wasn't for these people, laying that groundwork. And so I think it's really important that we don't go back to like, oh, let's just somehow, like, I don't know, everybody's personal politics and what they go for, but this, like, everything was hunky-dory under Bush, and he was such a scholar and a gentleman. Like, he likes to paint. I mean, like, come on now.
Yeah, George Bush, he knew when to, like, roll his dress shirt sleeves up, and we'd be seen, like, we're going to get down to fixing this flooding in New Orleans. Got my sleeves rolled up. I never seen Trump do that. You ever seen Trump roll his sleeves up?
No, I mean, it would show all the bruises.
Nobody wants to see that shit. Yeah, nobody wants to see that shit.
So you see his varicose vein, spider vein.
He's good at tossing paper towels around. At least I've heard that.
Does he have orange arms?
No.
Oh, the Guardian reported. The link in the room is the Guardian reported on that thing I was talking to you guys about earlier, the Substack.
Did you hear about yesterday? He was telling somebody that his dad was born in London. Did you guys see that when he was with the German, whatever, chancellor, or whatever the hell it is? The dude is a pathological liar, man.
Yeah, he often gets that wrong because previously he said his dad was born in Germany, so I mean he's all over the place. In terms of a good political analysis of George versus John Kerry. I put a link in the chat. Some of you might be familiar with it. It's a YouTube video that was made by Jib Jab.
I mean, so there were certain, like George W. Bush was significantly better on immigration than Trump is, right? And the sort of statesmanship was there way more than Trump, and he sort of had a better understanding of how the political system works, and sort of abided by some rules, right? Even though he was a very useful idiot, and Dick Cheney played him like a fiddle. But you could kind of tell that, like, all in all, he was more well-intended than not. He was just used by the system to do some military-industrial complex.
Well, yeah, Cheney, right?
Yep.
Do we really buy that this son of billionaires who invested all over the place and did crazy shit, like he was just sitting there like, oh, I don't know, maybe we go to war here under false pretenses, maybe not. Like, I mean, he's an heir to an oil tycoon family who went to some of the best schools in the United States, was part of all the right secret societies, had his artistic tendencies and read books, and he was just a cold, callous, rich Nepo baby who fucked up our country in incalculable ways. So this, like,
Who's this?
George W. Bush Jr. Like, you know, I was that was when I had my political awakenings and got involved in politics. Like, the damage he did to the environment, the way they enriched themselves off the oil industry. Like, I just think we don't need to go, like, you know, that dude over there is like literally eating small children. This guy just beats his child. He's like, George Bush was awful. I mean, like, freaking, like, Obama was so much worse than so many people that had hopes for him was, right? And Clinton screwed us royally. Like, we don't need to, just because Trump is awful, I think there's a danger in going like, oh, let's just get back to bad. Like, there's been people that have tried to do really good, and there are potential betters. And if you want to worship Tallarico or whoever, I just think it's a worthy endeavor to aim for better politics than, like, mediocre bad.
Oh, I completely agree. I was just, like, by comparison, Trump, Jr. Looks better, right? Purely by comparison. And, like, I remember what he ran on. He ran on compassionate conservatism. And then 9/11 happened, and that was the opportunity to go in a very different direction. And we can talk about 9/11, but I think that's sort of a rabbit hole not worth going.
Dude, I'm convinced that Trump and his minions hate this fucking country. They hate America. And I'll stand by it.
Absolutely.
I think it's actually simpler than that. Like, if you technically hate America, it doesn't predict what they're doing.
I think it's simpler than hating America, right?
They're just rampant narcissists. They'll do anything to enrich themselves. And I do think they hate anybody they don't view as within their tribe. So if America didn't view, they didn't view it within their sphere of influence, like, sociopathic people tend to have black and white thinking, all or nothing, in group out group. And everything is instrumentalized to them. And you can just so understand and predict what these people will do in large if you kind of view that as what's going on. Like, I think the only reason why I don't think Trump is deeply racist in terms of he views the world entirely through this racialized lens and has deep attachments to it. I think he's just like, black, everybody's a tool. I don't like black people. I think they're a threat because they're not like me. Like, it's kind of the classic roots of where a lot of bigotry comes from. And that's where, Trump can like his quote blacks, as I'm literally quoting him. Just like he could like his Mexicans and talk about how great his taco salad was at Mar-a-Lago. So, or wherever it was, he said that ridiculousness. Like, he's just a sociopathic narcissist that's using whatever he can.
You know what, Breyer?
I've talked to quite a lot of Christians on this app over the years, and very often, like, we'll come to a conversation. The conversation will come to, Christianity and politics and government, and a lot of times it comes down to like, people will say, well, I just want everybody to become Christians, and I think we should have Christianity within our government, etc., stuff like this. And then we go down like these rabbit holes, and very often like the conversation comes to, I have to sit here and explain like why the government has separation of powers, or why do we have the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all this stuff, and why did the American Civil War happen? Why did the American Revolution happen? Why did the French Revolution happen? Why did the Scientific Revolution happen? It's like they're these people are like descendants of people who were against the Enlightenment, the French and American Revolution. They want the theocracy. They want the religious bloodlines. This may be a bit of a long inference to make, but I think this is the same place where Miguel gets, and I think they just hate America. Because what does America mean? America is all about those things that
There's a paradox in America. I always think of like that Superman cartoon where it has like an American flag and talks about Superman. He's like, I'm an immigrant as well, and it's some like cheesy platitude, like anybody who talks bad about immigrants, like isn't with me. It's supposed to be some basic Superman. We're a nation of immigrants. They built this country, which is objectively true, right? And that used to be our ethos, but it is also a nation where the majority of the citizens had no right to vote, ending, or not even, well, probably majority of citizens, but also, enslaved people. So we have a history that's extremely problematic, whatever word you want to use for it. And we are both like the best and worst in this sense of being a nation that came together with all these different people to form something, and then like committing genocide to take over an entire continent. And they're both true. And I think some people like emotionally have trouble squaring that because it feels bad. Like one way or the other, it probably feels bad to you. And I think these people are agnostic. They're just like, they and if immigrants are working in their hotels, they're good immigrants because they work for cheap and they do hard labor and they clean up the poop or whatever the hell they think they do. And if they don't, they're all bad. And I think that's just like, how it works within this sphere.
So really quick tangent. The Sham Wow guy ran for Congress or for some sort of political thing in Texas and lost, and I find that really funny.
Forgot all about ShamWow. I'm going to reconnect to something we already passed zero. I was going to bring it up, but I think it's more relevant, even though it's further back. We were doing the comparison between saving lives and Nazi Germany, or the rise of it. And I went down the whole rabbit hole with that. And so it's hard to pull information from that far back to get the pulse of the United States. And there's some red flags in like what we were lobbying in the United States because of ideology here, to where it seems more likely that we had a deeper pairing to Germany pre-World War II than a lot of people want to recognize, because some of the lobbies during that time were dragging our feet or didn't want to war because of very similar ideology. And I don't mean racial ideology, I just mean Christian or that version of Protestant at the time, and a Protestant rise here. And it's a difficult thing because it's not necessarily what we're taught in the history books. And the rationale of why I went down this rabbit hole is I was in Munich a few months ago, and obviously I'm not trying to directly compare, governments and governments. But I was at Munich before, and it really struck me a lot different this time. I was at Dachau because during the trials there, it was us. It was us, certain groups in the United States, and I think they were a minority at the time, that lobbied and then represented them with trials due to ideological bonds in the version of Christianity. And it was a subgroup here at the time. And that's like shocking because they didn't catch it the first time I was there. And I don't think it overlays with the majority, but that seems to be problems, as we move through in time over the last 100 years of where we're protecting people based on ideology in different regions, not doing the right thing, and then trying to re-represent reality so they might be doing a more correct thing. And then we get past it. But my point with that is I'm not really sure that we could have intervened quicker because of some of those heavy pairings when he first started action. That's my piece, and I think a lot of those lines were ideological. And then within Germany, like there was this big, and it's moving because a lot of people talk about the philosophers, positive philosophy. Like you end up with this whole Europe of intellects. I think there's like 35 of them that come together because there was an issue between what people were using for myths, specifically Nazi Germany, not connecting to reality. And that whole movement out of Venice, I'm saying it wrong, it's not Venice, it's Austria.
Vienna?
Vienna was to try to stabilize empirical reality and be like, hey, no, this is the ground. And it's eerie on how close it is now. And I don't mean across the board, so I don't mean stats like with politicians or anything like that, but the echoes towards, hey, we're doing the right thing to start the Armageddon and that sort of stuff, because it's very similar symbolic language that was used by identity groups or ideological groups. That's all.
Right.
That was a lot of landscape, so sorry about that.
Sakurai, I just want to interject really briefly. You referenced the possible difficulty of discerning sentiments and whatnot in the 1940s in America. If you're not familiar with Google Ngram, and if this is something that you really want to study for English or other corpuses, it's incredibly useful for determining trends of sentiment. So do check out Google Ngram, and some incredibly good scholarly work has been done using.
Hey, I actually really appreciate that. I just wrote it on an index card. I think some of the problem of being honest about like looking back like that is it's really hard to get a good read on like how big of an issue it was and like what percent. So I appreciate that. I'll look into that.
Another good book to perhaps look at is Rachel Maddow's prequel, because it highlights what was going on in the United States at that time very vividly.
To be fair, to put it mildly, there were a lot of Americans that were extraordinarily anti-Semitic and had strong sympathies on that level with Adolf Hitler. We actually pushed back and refused relocating a number of Jewish people to the United States. We had opportunity, and I've heard estimates that could be, easily in the hundreds of thousands that died because we didn't want Jewish people here. One of the reasons why they end up on Crete after World War II and then the Middle East was most of the rest of Europe was extraordinarily anti-Semitic. And that's just, objective history. And beyond that, there's this kind of glazing over, everybody knows about the whole Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, but there were thought leaders and think pieces that were saying like we ought embrace Adolf, like, you know, this is the new economic model, he's Times Man of the Year. And it wasn't just a like scary ooh, it was like a lot of people thought this was the future. There was an economic impetus. I mean, people forget that until, I'm not sure if it was World War I or actually World War II, when it was we stopped requiring German to be taught in school. There was a high-minded like respect of German ideology. So, you know, we did not jump into World War II. We limped in very begrudgingly. And there was a lot of pressure and confusion about what happened. And we still, people forget, we didn't declare war on the Nazis. Like, even after Pearl Harbor and everything, people kind of tell this weird story now, like, okay, and then we went to war with both sides. We didn't go to war until they started attacking us. Like, we put it off until, like, we couldn't any longer. And I've heard all the arguments about, oh, it was to prepare and gear up and, you know, it was inevitable and everybody knew it. But the truth was that there was money. I mean, there were people sending over resources to Nazi Germany to try and help them develop. And during the war, there's huge groups of people that got busted trying to send resources over there. So I you know, this is a part of America that we're not comfortable with. And I'm always a fan of being honest over being comfortable. But the truth is, like, you know, anti-Semitism, racism. I mean, if you check out anything and read any articles about Mein Kampf, Hitler explicitly talks about and used what we did with like Jim Crow in the South and our treatment of indigenous Americans. That was like his big inspiration idea. And these are all historical facts that you can look up. So I don't know. I think that we're not as much of the good guys as obviously we like to say often.
So there's actual history, and then there's the story that the United States tells itself, and those two are very different.
What do they tell themselves, Romero?
United States, that we were the noble country that saved Europe, that we rose up against the Nazis and the Japanese. And
weren't we trying to stay out of the war, though? We were like kind of isolationists at the time. Yeah. And after World War I, we were trying to become like a neutral country.
Hey, Miguel, do you know what the slogan? Do you know what the slogan was for staying out of World War II?
No, yeah,
it was America First.
Huh.
And if you want to see the Dr. Seuss has a great cartoon with a man with an American, what was it, Uncle Sam or what? And it says America First on it, and it says something like, "Don't worry, the wolf child, it hasn't come for you yet," or something. It's something really ridiculous. But you know, Dr. Seuss was a political cartoonist before he wrote children's books, and he's got some pretty racist ones about the Japanese, but there are some really good ones criticizing the American First ideology you can look up. So, like, that's where I say this wasn't like an obscure thing. And the fact that Trump chose America First and Make America Great Again, like, he is of the age where he was exposed to all of this, just like my parents. Like, they know about this stuff. They saw it. So I think it's, you know, I don't think these dog whistles are not all just really, really odd coincidences.
Yeah, so there was a lot of resistance for the United States joining in World War II. So you mentioned many of them, the anti-Semitism, the affiliation with Germany, and there's the isolationist movement was quite strong and, you know, described as a, you know, quote-unquote European war. And you might remember that the MS St. Louis left Germany with 937 passengers on board, most of them being Jewish refugees that were fleeing Nazi Germany in 1939. And the ship was headed to Cuba, and then Cuba denied them entry. And so the ship turned around and headed to the United States, and then the United States refused them entry. And then eventually they had to go back.
But I think the America First thing is a lot older than the 1940s. So I think, you know, Harding used it in his presidential campaigns. They used it right around World War I, and they even used it back as far back as the 1800s. So it's not nothing that, you know, it's just something that gets reused over and over again because it appeals to Americans to hear somebody wants to do something for their country. You know, that's
so. If America is not the good guys, which country has done the most for, let's say, a couple of basic values like freedom and human flourishing for people outside its borders in the last, I don't know, 500 years?
Well, obviously France. But as far as the America First goes, it was used by Woodrow Wilson in his 1916 presidential campaign, and it was specifically to argue that the United States should remain neutral in World War One and avoid entanglement in European conflicts.
Yeah, it was a huge loss that we had. You know, we had a pretty big loss in World War One. You know, it wasn't like other countries, but it was big enough that we didn't want to go into war again, and I think that was the underlying thing with that. But I could be completely wrong. But I think I'm looking now. It was used in the 1850s, by the Nativist American Party. You know, and I don't know much about them, so I have to look into that.
Yeah, do nothing.
Anti-immigrant, like it's always been what it's been about. They were at the time they were anti like Italian, probably Greek, Irish. So the history of America First, that slogan has always inherently been anti-immigrant, pro quote unquote nativists, and the irony that this was a time when there were still like a lot of Native Americans around. So there's some irony there.
I think there was an interesting point was landed like 3 times in the last 2 hours where we have multiple truths at one time. And there's something I thought about for so many years, and I can't imagine being a country sometimes outside the United States because of like how we've politically, both parties, leadership, how we flip-flop on countries. And what I mean by that is where they get their money, where the lobbyists, but where the narrative changes to where the people in a foreign country haven't changed, the government hasn't changed, but over an 8-year cycle, we'll have 2 different perspectives on that same country. And I don't mean bipolar as in like psychologically, but bipolar in how we talk about them and how we think about them. There's a lot of that globally of whether a country is a decent country or not a decent country, and then it changing with the narrative, and sometimes why people are in that country. And like us, like federal wise, and that's really confusing, and it plays on such a human nature piece too, because none of us can wrap our minds around this or like all the problems. And I really appreciate what Elliot said when he first, or not Elliot, sorry, Brewer shared when he first came in, because he took, this stance against Iraq war. And that was it was 8% of our population. There were a crapload of generals that retired because of it, to like say, hey, this isn't the real information, and then they ended up retiring. It was more dramatic, but it was 8%. But I think it was a year and a half into the war to where the public support, and this, don't quote me, dropped to like 20 or 30%. Like our narratives change so quick and public sentiment changes so quick. And my point to land on is prudence. In the Declaration of Independence, it talks about that coming from our government, being prudent before we do stuff. And as civilians, I think there's a lot of reason to do that and be prudent and think before we decide. And there's a huge portion of this on information, whether we have access to the correct information. All right, we'll end there.
Yeah, I mean, public sentiment in support of war changes, as you point, radically. So the support for it increases from the time before the war starts or is declared, and the war starts, and then the support goes up. And then depending on the quote-unquote outcome, if it's going well or bad, support fluctuates a lot. But talking about this nativist movement in the mid-19th century, this America First, this was actually in reaction, somewhat ironically, to the German immigrants and the Irish immigrants at the time. So there was a large wave of immigration, and particularly because they were Catholics. You had German migrants and the Irish, which were Catholic. And the movement called themselves, by the way, Know Nothing, which I think is an apt description.
I don't get the Know Nothing. Can you explain?
That was the movement. They called themselves the Know Nothing movement, which was
there was an actual Know Nothing.
Yeah, they were a party. Yeah, they were an actual party.
So they wanted it all? I mean, what?
They were anti immigration, and like I said, it was a reaction against the German immigrants and the Irish Catholic immigrants who came in relatively large numbers in the 1850s. And, they had slogans like "Must Rule America." And, they were very opposed to Catholic influence.
Oh, the irony. Colonizers complaining about immigrants.
Well, there's another irony too, because they were like anti-German, and then when this movement gets sort of revived 100 years ago, they're no longer necessarily anti-German, but they just switched the nation of the immigrants that they were opposed to.
Yeah, but I would like to challenge this narrative. I think there's just a more reasonable narrative, more factually rooted, because I think there's a narrative I heard tonight, repeated really, that something like, America does the most harm of any country. Look, in terms of contributions to mankind, the United Kingdom is a major contributor for its common law and parliamentary democracy, which was repeated all over the globe and brought all kinds of benefits to people who didn't have a legal system worth a damn. The United States, only in the last 100 years, right? But scientific and medical output is unprecedented. Freedom of navigation, people can move all around the world without fear of pirates. The Netherlands is a major contributor. But when we ask about which countries have done the most harm in the last 500 years, the United Kingdom fighted for all of its colonialism and Portugal, Belgium, etc. But the Soviet Union, China, Nazi Germany are cited for their brutal dictatorships. And the United States doesn't really make this list. I'm suspicious of this Blame America First narrative that I hear. I think just a little too conveniently, a little too often, and with about as much data as John Clauser provided for his quantum entanglement claims, which is to say, nothing.
Well, you didn't hear that from me. But I would say your question sort of boils down to what did the Romans ever do for us?
The Romans ever do for us? My question is what...
It's
what
a Monty Python reference.
Sorry, that's my bad. But I'd like to hear where the good country is, What if it's not the United States that crossed the oceans to free Europe from a mess of its own making, largely. Just tell me who the country is that has given its blood and treasure for the benefit of mankind. I'd like to know. Who is it? Who is it? Come on, you idiots. You're telling me America is at the bottom of the heap. Why can't you tell me who's at the top?
So
You don't know.
I don't think anybody can really
No one said that it was at the bottom of the
to
heap.
me.
Shut your mouth.
It sounds
No,
to
you just
me
don't have
like
an argument. You
it
just don't.
sounds to me like you're going with the most
You can
uncharitable
render
perspective
silence
on
by
this.
a very simple argument. Oh my God. You should be
Who was
embarrassed.
just
You
imitating
gonna
Gavin?
filibuster, Benjamin?
Who was
No, I'm gonna
imitating
listen.
Gavin? I need to
It
know.
doesn't sound like you're fucking listening, dude, because you're over talking everybody, asshole.
Yep.
Yeah, and I already answered the question earlier. I think my only question is, have you taken your meds recently?
Yeah, you've been in a weird fucking mood like the last 2 days. Are you well?
I looked for your answer. See France.
The last 2 weeks.
I didn't hate France.
Yeah, like it's been a while. Like he's had a bug up his ass, right?
Okay. Look, I don't see any support for. Certainly no evidence for that answer. Does anybody have a different answer? No.
That was an
No, I think we're done talking to you, Benjamin. I think that's what you're hearing.
It's not that clear, Benjamin. There is no top, but definitely we're shooting for the bottom at this point. We're shooting for some of the countries that we shit on decades ago for being horrible. You know, we are lowering our position, but there is no top. This is not like a pyramid where you got one at the top and it grows down. It's very it's fluid, and we're actually moving downwards. You know, we're in a decline. You know, I don't know how else better you want it. There is no best country.
The problem is the question is flawed. Countries don't operate to be like good for the rest of the world or good for other countries. They operate in their own national interests, and sometimes the result of that is good in the world, and sometimes it's bad. So you could talk about the British Empire, and I think it's very well known. All the terrible aspects of the British Empire, but there was also obviously positive aspects, as you pointed it out, and I think that's the case for all empires, and that's why I made the joke about what did the Romans ever do for us. So if people are familiar with the Life of Brian, it's a scene where they're opposing the Roman Empire and they're complaining about injustices, and then they point out that the Romans did a lot of good things as well.
The list is huge.
Yeah, the list is huge, and that's sort of the reality.
I think maybe a deeper discussion is when somebody just starts like insulting people and demanding an answer, and they don't get one, and they assume, I don't know, like if people behave this way, this is what the internet does to people. If somebody came over to your house and presented something that way, like you'd never want to have them over again, and that person would end up very socially isolated. Right. And like,
Wait a second, Brian. You're saying you wouldn't want to go to dinner with somebody that said to you, "Hey, give me an answer, idiot"?
Yeah, so I just think it's like, and then somehow in this current political climate, we present that as like, oh, I owned you because you didn't answer on that time. The premise and everything, it's just, probably smarter to not engage. But to other people's point about like radical self-interest, countries, there's a really difficult philosophical question if you want to answer that honestly, in terms of like, is there ever an altruistic act? And you have to look at the self and what is our goals and what do we want, and some deep level of desire and humanity and our core instincts. And if you don't want to get into like some really broad philosophical points that are very difficult to answer and not conclusive, it's kind of like saying, what is consciousness? These are things that are still being written about everywhere, and there's 10,000 theories because there's not a clear answer. But I certainly think we've created most people don't know the term Westphalian world order because it's so naturalized. Like we just assume history and everything has always been about countries. And that's because there was literally the Treaty of Westphalia where we decided that this was going to be the world order because of what people said, hey, we can get empire, we can set if we do it this way. So they signed the Treaty of Westphalia and say everything will be run as nation states. That will be the primary thing. Nation states will basically only deal with other nation states. Now here are the nation states that are on a map. And now we'll pick who's the leader of some, and we'll get power and negotiate based off their status. And it's just kind of hard, right, from a modern perspective to picture that. But Bia was, here's how we compete with each other. Here's how we will chop people up. And here's when we go to war or do trade or try and, get something from somebody else. Here's the rules. And I think that's like basically what's what you see when you look globally is that there's just, I don't know, it's just so we've set up the world where we're always competing and trying to dominate, but it doesn't always work that way. And we're getting leaders and systems that encourage that, and we don't have to. Well, and I think it's just good to recognize that's a choice.
No, I think it's well said. I think, Benjamin, I think you might be hearing this upside down, or like if you're getting that from me, or like I'm embarrassed of our leadership, like incredibly embarrassed. I was really lucky in the positions I was in the military, and there were incredibly inspiring leaders, like all the way up the fucking ranks from me. Like, looking back at that, I don't recognize our national leaders. And I'm confused, like, why the bar is so low. Like, they exist. They exist in our ranks. They're in completely different lines of service, and we're dropping the bar. That's my opinion. I'll throw rocks at all the leaders that can't be honest. Like in my line of work, people aren't honest. And when civilians talk about, this way that politicians lie, it's what they do. Like bull fucking shit. If they haven't developed their character in the time it took for them to walk into an office, any of them, like our kids deserve better. Like the next generation behind us deserves better. These people exist in the United States. I think we've done amazing shit in the world for hundreds of years. Look into history, and we've done a lot of bad shit too. But the question isn't who's the best, who isn't. We have the ability to set a incredibly fucking high bar for the rest of the world. The amount of international laws and systems that we built to prevent exactly what we're doing right now is through the fucking roof. But the embarrassment is we're breaking the fucking laws. And like the personal piece to this, and I don't mean to get too emotional, is man, I live these fucking international laws my entire life. Now we have a government breaking these laws. I would go to fucking prison for this shit at my little individual level, and so would my dudes. And so if we can't hold our national leaders accountable for upholding fucking national laws, upholding international laws, we as civilians are all failing. And I don't know what the problem is, and I don't mean to accuse you guys, but like maybe we should be teaching the Declaration of Independence, first grade, second grade, third grade, like all the way the fuck through, so people know what their rights are and they know the basics of the Constitution. So when they're our age, they're not arguing about what their opinion is. And I don't mean that in here. You guys are incredibly fucking educated. But they know where the standard is. They know where the bar is. And they can shape their character to that. And when they open their mouths, they can make sure that they are advocating for other Americans' rights. They don't have to advocate for themselves. Or have so much instability in life, they haven't thought through their positions. Like, I'm embarrassed, man. Like, I'm incredibly fucking embarrassed. When people talk on TV, it's fucking embarrassing. Like, our kids fucking deserve better. And I'm being a little fucking dramatic in this, but like, that's one of the hardest things. And Benjamin, like, I think you angled this at me, and I don't mean to share my life experience, so it's angled at me. It's kind of a recognition of serving with people that are incredibly fucking courageous, incredibly fucking loyal, incredibly driven. So that's all they do and all they fucking do in life. And then we end up in a culture, and it's not everybody, but it's people that don't know, like, the standard that some people hold. And like my piece about leaders getting in the military, if that's done selectively, these are probably building incredibly fucking high standards that are risky for our policy to keep moving forward with them in their positions. That is incredibly concerning to me when you have these dudes that have been in it for 25 years, 30 years, 35 years. And I'm going to land with this other point because, like, this is a mistake I see some people make, and I know fucking probably going to beat me up. But some of the fucking leadership, Pentagon, they're not there by accident. They fucking own the respect everybody under them. They didn't get there accidentally. Would fucking die for those dudes because who they are as leaders. And that bond is really, really fucking deep because it's not political. It's not religious. It's people know who that dude is because he led so great. And we know in the ranks because we talk to each other. And to go all the way to your point, with the civil talk that we did before, that's the real danger. When people hit the bar to where enough's enough, when those dog whistles are called, people are going to fucking answer to them. And that is an incredibly dangerous position for us to be in if we continue to slide. But the positive side is if somehow we fucking come out of this, I don't think these mistakes will ever be made again. I think our kids will see what right didn't look like and probably do a better job than the rest of us. And I hope that future happens. I'm going to soapbox.
I don't know that I'm that hopeful, but I did
That's
just want
very
to
nice,
clarify
That was very well said, Zach.
that my frustrations
Benjamin,
are not.
don't you want the
that-
group to give feedback to one of the speakers?
I do, but I think he was.
Benjamin listened to him.
Benjamin, it was
there
very
was
nice
the
what he
answer.
said.
He was directing most of that at me, and I just wanted to point out that my earlier frustration
sure?
was not at Zapari. It was at this view. I think I would just say it's this view that we could just call Blame America First. I think the Blame America First crowd often falls short because they can't explain what country they think is really failing it. So we can look at them.
Tell you right now, every other country does it better than we do. With
It's
a couple.
So it's both, right? Where there are aspects of the United States that are amazing, that are wonderful, and
Like
then
what? I agree, Romero, but let's be precise. Like, what's amazing?
public education, public policing, public firefighting, the allocation of taxes to social and infrastructure
Freedom.
projects, the concept of liberty, whether the execution is a little bit different, but that's the bipolar nature of countries and governments. Yes, there are things that the United States has done that have been amazing. There are technological advancements that happened here that they would have happened in Germany or somewhere else, right? So that's you can't just be like, oh, America invented this, therefore that's why we're so amazing. That's a high water. Going to the moon is a high water, right? The semiconductor, high watermark. Nuclear power, high watermark. But these technological advancements were inevitable. Right, we just happened to get to some first. In terms of like vaccinations, I think vaccinations is something that the United States did beautifully. But then you go back to the beginning and you have the sort of the founding fathers making these really wonderful poetic statements about people, all people being equal,
All
except
men.
for the blacks.
Some
Yeah,
men.
all men being equal except for the women and the children and the blacks and the browns and the yellows and whoever else. They're not human. They don't deserve same basic rights. And then we have several years of cattle slavery happening in the United States. And then you have the fallout of that slavery for literally that's still affecting us today. So if you want a sort of global ranking of top countries, you could say, well, okay, there's a whole series of countries that seem to do pretty good by their people and seem to cause less harm currently, right? But all the major European countries have caused harm at one point or another, and it's the nature of empire. It's the nature of country, right? That it's only about the people that live there, and everybody else can fuck off. And even then, it's not everybody who lives there, right? There are chosen people that are part of a social class or an economic class that get treated better than others. So like this whole like myopic black and white. Well, if you're pointing out the wrong things that America has, that means you hate it, and that means that there must be another country that's better. It's like, no, I mean, most countries are relativistically the same or similar, right? They have some virtues, they have some bad things, but we have been doing a lot of bad in the last 40, 50 years, and our entire history is marked with some pretty evil shit, on top of also being marked with some really noble, amazing things. I don't see how that's so difficult to understand, Benjamin.
I just don't. If people ask what America does, I can't take credit for this. I read this elsewhere, but I was very persuaded by it. America, the most exceptional thing America probably did was the ADA. And the cool thing about the ADA, if people don't know, the American with Disabilities Act, and until very recently, I was not disabled, nor were there tons of people like that close to me. But what this changed in how we did construction and access to buildings, and the spillover effect that benefited pregnant women, and construction changes that benefited like access to buildings and whole new industries that the world has looked and appreciated from. And if you want an example, like I've traveled extensively in Germany and Japan mostly, right? Those are the two countries I know outside the US. It's horrible to get around a lot of those places, even kind of newer cities, if you have like one piece of luggage that's heavy. Like it's just so not made for that in any way. And so you appreciate the spillover of like just having the ADA out here makes it so easy for me to travel in the US. And then I traveled with someone who was pregnant, and my God, like it's life-changing having those sort of things. So the ADA and the American park system, which is now really under threat, are probably the two most exceptional things I can say about America that we've done, significantly as a country. Our public educational system is really up there. Like until the 1970s, we had a K through 14 education system. Universal public access to education was a U.S. innovation, arguably first in the world. So those are like some things. It's really when we've come together and done something for all people and recognize that our government and our systems can come and benefit everybody together. And then we have just extraordinarily rich and diverse biodiversity in our nation. We're not, you can have all sorts of other countries have beauty like that too, but making these public park systems and protecting public goods, that's what America does that's exceptional when you talk to other countries. Not just on paper what we say, not just this, that, or the other. I mean, we are the richest and we have the most military bases. So, and at other points in time, there's been other incredibly rich and powerful empires and military bases. I don't know if anybody knows throughout history who the richest man in the world is, but most people can't say his name, even though he eclipsed like everybody else who's ever existed. So, like those things.
Yep. The Muslim guy that gave a bunch of gold away.
Yeah. And so like that's the, the history of I think the United States, what's been exceptional is we figured out at various points that our collective resources are valuable and looking out for everybody is good. And then we constantly go against that. And that's what's very, very difficult is like we don't seem to have deeply internalized that lesson. And I think both of those are obviously true. It's not even hard. You don't have to do mental gymnastics to say like somebody can do really cool stuff and awful things. Like I love the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I fucking love them every time their songs go on. But like their lead singer, like writing an autobiography and talking about his pedophilic tendencies towards a 12, 13, 14-year-old child, like, and why, and it's just like creepy. Like he's a total creep. Good music from the band he's in. So I think we're coming to that whole artist and their work. And I think the other thing is like something I took away from some students I taught, which changed the way I view the world, and I think it's a better way of viewing the world, is quit having heroes appreciate things that were done. So I don't like love the US because they passed the ADA. I love the ADA. That's a really cool thing. I like people that stop wars. That's a really cool thing. Instead of trying to worship a person or a place. And I think like that solves a lot of global issues and a lot of tribalism and other things if you start to look more at the actions. And of course, people, it's not to excuse anything, not being blind to it, but you know, these are the cool stuff.
I think that we've done a lot of amazing stuff. I remember '99 for the cholera outbreak in Mozambique. We went down there and arguably saved lives, you know. Also around the same time, the Kurdish region, when the Kurds were freaking isolated and basically kicked out by every country, we went out there and did, you know, we were basically doctors for them, you know. And I don't think many people heard about those things. And we do that over and over again. We've done it many times, and it doesn't make the news because it's not convenient, I guess.
Well, like one of the things that Trump cut was
USAID.
Yeah, USAID, right? That feeds a lot of people, that offers a lot of health care for people that, like, we're reducing risk globally, right? Because we don't want the spread of AIDS to just go unchecked. So, like, yeah, we invest in birth control and condoms for people in other worlds to try and minimize our own risk globally. Like, that's fucking great.
But now it's gone.
Right,
Now it's gone.
And now it's gone.
In a year and a half ago, it was here. Now it's gone.
And so is
PBS.
So is your influence.
Voice of America is gone. That was
PBS, right? Like, how many kids learned how to read and spell because of PBS?
Word.
But we got to privatize it, right? Because if we can't nickel and dime a person, then they're not worth it.
Well, actually, I think they killed PBS due to political reasons, didn't they? Kind of, in a way. Or am I wrong to think that?
No, you're right. It's political, but
Yeah, you're right.
but they've been wanting to target PBS for decades because of the education that it offers the public. Right? Education is also a weapon in the United States. Who gets access to it is very much entrenched in class and rate.
I don't know, but our educational system in the world standing is not very high. I don't, you know, somebody can correct me, but like I live in one of the states with the worst education in the country, and
Georgia?
It's sad. No, I live in Arizona, man. We have some really bad education. It's like bottom 5 in the country.
Yeah.
And I think in the world, we're not even top 10. I don't even think in the world. I could be wrong, but, you know, countries like Japan.
The reason why we're so low. Sorry. I keep I'm coming in hot. The reason why we're so low is that and this goes back to like racism and entitlement in America first. So we decided that, and by we I mean like, you know, it's a decision the U.S. government decided that they didn't want to. There was so much objection to having black kids go to school with white kids and sharing resources, and there was so much understanding, like you mentioned, that education is profoundly powerful. That there was a collective decision made that we really shouldn't be funding this nationally. At the same time, we had this history that we couldn't on paper abandon of saying, well, everybody gets an education. You know, what if you live in a poor area, they can't afford it? So what we functionally did is we said, okay, well, education is a local issue. And this is one of the great ways that people don't understand they're being grifted on. Like, the biggest objective by numbers group that suffers because of this is rural Southern white people. And what we do is we fund education locally. So if you look like the area where I live, like I grew up, born and raised in California, one of the few natives in the Bay Area. Dad was construction, stuff like that, but I was born here. And so if you look at like the quality of education for the average school out here, it's among, depending on the district, we're in the top few in the world. In some cases, we're like pushing the best in the world. But if you actually look nationally, we're horrible. And that's what funding things locally does. Like the rich communities that understand they can invest in this and it's a vital resource, they do it. Like people have no idea how fiscally conservative most of California is. Like it puts Texas to shame. But they understand this is a good investment both for children, property values, and everything else. So they dump money into education out here left and right locally. So you can drive 3 miles and go from a school that would be ranked in the top 1% of the planet and drive like 2 or 3 miles and hit a different like zip code. All of a sudden that school system would be in like the bottom 5% of developed nations. Like the kids functionally are 70, 80% illiterate and, you know, it's a 40, 50% graduation rate. And the school next to it, like, you know, literally sends 7 to 8 kids to Harvard, Stanford, and the Ivies every year. And the other school, like I think once in the past like 20 years sent a kid to an Ivy League school and there was a whole like literal rally because some kid got into Harvard from their school. So that's, you know, that's the kind of disparity we have, and we've embraced exceptionalism. And if you look at all the top performing educational systems, famously like Singapore, Finland, China, others, and China's not in the top for this reason because they won't fully embrace it. They've pushed equity over exceptionalism. So they've said, like, we want all students to do well. It's the same reason, if you want to see the best example of this is Norway. Like, Norway completely rejects any sort of, like, private elite training for most sports. And they have these huge public sport programs where nobody decides what they have to do. They all participate. And from having this huge egalitarian, like every kid try out these sports and don't have to commit and just expose it. Look at how well they did in the Winter Olympics and every Winter Olympics. Like they're 1 or 2 in every Olympics and they have 5 million people. And that's how profoundly powerful it is. If you give a whole country, no matter how small it is, access to something, it just creates extraordinary opportunity.
Well, and exactly right. The way that education is done in the United States is economic warfare, right? It Absolutely. Is explicitly designed to hurt people and maintain people at a certain level,
and but exclude the rich and the powerful.
Yes,
because they can afford to send their kids to a good school, especially in Arizona. They're doing this whole voucher thing now with school vouchers. And they're gutting the public school system. You know, they've got, what is it, American Leadership Academy is setting up all over the state. I don't know where they've actually sprouted to, but that's a dangerous precedent that they're setting. Because the poor people or the people that, you know, have 3 jobs and they don't have $450 in a bank for an emergency, can't afford to send their children there. And they're getting subpar education in the high schools here in Arizona. At least where I live, they are.
So one area where the U.S. doesn't do well in the international league tables is in maths, where it ranks 26, so well below the OECD average. But on the other hand, they do very well in reading, where they're ranked 6th.
Where are they? New. I'm surprised we're 6th. Very surprised. I don't know if that's only among English-speaking nations or something like that, because, our literacy rates have been tanking, and they're not. Yeah. They never were really solid. Maybe something's changed. Maybe that survey's looking in a certain way, you know, so just put that with a grain of salt. But last I looked, I think we were about 12 to 15 for reading. Math, we were going down. We don't get ranked in science. Because it's so atrocious, like compared to almost any other country. In fact, multiple school districts don't even have like requirements for science. Kids get it like once a week in the younger ages. But yeah, like if you look at a lot of other standings, we're pretty abysmal. And there's a reason why the U.S. doesn't really analyze its science performance as much. And yet, if you go to a high-performing school district, you bet your ass off they are. And that's part of that, like you kind of mentioned, like class warfare.
Yeah, the question I got for you, Briar, is are they?
Yeah, Americans are dumb as fuck.
You're right. I understand they're teaching to testing standards. Am I correct in thinking that? That's what I've been told by teachers or professors. That like in Arizona, they teach to testing standards, just for a student to pass the test to finish school.
No, Americans are just dumb.
So I think, I would normally chime in with that, but I think you're maybe overly critical here. So to answer the question, no, it's not just English speaking countries. This is all the OECD countries. So, like I said, this is the latest results, which was the 2022 PISA's result. We don't have the results yet for this year. But in terms of science, the United States was ranked number 10th, so 10. I see some of the raw score drops, but the rankings went up. So, for what it's worth.
Yeah, they're real dumb. Yeah.
But Briar, you were an educator.
Yeah, Miguel, I'll let you know in just a second. But I'm looking at like literacy rates, and I'm down to like 50th, and I haven't come across the U.S. yet.
Yeah, they're dumb as fuck.
No, we're down.
About different
Is it 50th? Hold on, I gotta. Yeah, it might be testing rates or something, but But to be fair, like literacy rates, like the tops are pushing 100, whereas we're at like 98 or 97%. So you have to also look at like grade level performance and some other things. So I have to put that on an asterisk. I have to check where we're at. I haven't checked this in about 5 or 10 years. But
that's what we're talking about. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, let them check, and then you'll find out they're dumb as fuck. Americans are dumb.
God. Does somebody want to?
The world isn't so bad. And that's in reading.
Jesus. Anyway, Miguel, the teaching to the test phenomenon is very real. It happened especially with the whole No Child Left Behind, and certain things started metrics that it's weird. Like it incentivizes you to go up and do well, and incentivizes helping of the people that are really struggling. But when you talk about like teaching to the test, which is a really big mantra, I don't think that's the core. So the biggest issue where you look at like Gen Z and there's an actual performance drop, there's an IQ drop, there's an attentional drop, and the whole like the next generations is I'm going to use actual terms used a lot, is dumber, is they're all idiots, they're all whatever. That's usually really overblown, uninformed, and not true. However, it now is. It's demonstrably true that Gen Z is really suffering, and every previous generation had been going the other direction, like longitudinally. And what's changed is the U.S. Started dumping tech in every classroom. Tech companies said, like, you need to make them tech literate, so give them iPads, give them this, give them that. And so we started moving away from, like, the things that tended to work, experiential learning, collaboration in the classroom, critical thinking engagement on real world issues, nonfiction reading, like all those things we started to dump. And so I think that's what took the hit. That's one of the big ways we took a hit. Another really big way we took a hit was I think we started a long-term trend of this kind of hostility towards education and like worshiping Ludditism and demonization of knowledge, made it such that education was more a political endeavor than, and arguably, like somebody said before, arguably it always was. So that's completely a fair point. But it becomes more of a political endeavor, and there's this worshiping of ignorance as a virtue. And that changes the way schools are built and like how they treat kids, So I think that I've made big impacts. The teaching to the test things is a result of saying that test scores and standardization is the answer. And most of this comes out of the privatization of education and wanting to have these big educational firms. Like education improves when you have teachers, education schools, those people on the ground saying what's working, what's not, really studying it. Education usually like falls off a cliff when we're worried about like making it exclusive and exceptional and letting some fall behind, or we're using private companies that want to make money. And those private companies, like if you could solve all of educational problems, then you'd do it in 5 years and your company would be out of business. So it's no coincidence that these giant companies want to sell long-term products that always take time, or a standardized test will solve everything. And you look at the billions of dollars spent on standardized testing, and that is not Like that's not the thing Finland is working on is improving their standardized testing.
Well, there's also the extremely obvious, right? That like we're heavy metal poisoned in the United States. We're pesticide poisoned in the United States. We're also undernourished in a lot of parts of the United States. And we have microplastics in our balls and brain tissue. So like, and the processed meat phenomena that is very much an American thing, right? You combine all those vectors and you end up almost with like a perfect storm of fuckery.
Wait, you think the kids in the Philippines are running out of some kind of pristine, organic environment?
I don't think we're talking about the Florida. I don't think we're talking about the Philippines. We're talking about America, man.
Yeah, so like,
no, I understand.
Look at other European countries, Benjamin. Just look at other countries that sort of mimic our sort of economic status, right? They have healthier food, right? Like people in Europe eat healthier food.
You think Italians eat healthier food? Have you seen Italian food?
Have you seen Italian food?
Yeah,
Literally, if you're
honestly,
saying
dude, what is up with you tonight, dude?
I've never seen Italian food.
People on Earth are from Sicily, dude. Aryans. It's like, Benjamin, what are you talking about?
Yeah, people
Benjamin,
in Italy
honestly.
don't fucking eat Olive Garden. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, why? What's up with this fuckery, dude? Like, what happened? Did someone hurt you today? What's going on?
Or he's a cloud of glue.
I don't think that's a fair criticism.
So I did pin a research. I know you guys don't understand data much, and nobody's offering to back up anything you're saying, but I did. So I'll show you how it's done. I pinned a paper at the top of the room. This is U.S. spending. Learn how to back up your data. This is U.S. spending. Now, what I found interesting is the United States spends more than most countries, way over the top. There's like 3 countries in the top per pupil. So it seems to me the problem is not that America is being stingy in terms of the money it spends per pupil, but rather that it is just terribly wasteful.
You know that's not distributed equally, right, Benjamin?
I appreciate that there are countries that distribute it more equally, but nonetheless, even in places that where there's less money per student, it's still well within the range of funding per student for all the countries.
Malnourished kids don't do well in school, Benji.
So I'm wondering, what is the efficiency problem, the cost effectiveness problem?
So Romero, just to like, your points are well taken. You know what I mean? But if you look at like lead piping, there are other countries that are much worse than the United States, and lead poisoning is 100,000% a significant factor in neurological development, especially prefrontal cortex, pre-25, particularly like 1 to 7, right? But there are countries with worse that can do kind of, that doesn't seem to be the controlling variable. In terms of Gen Z doing worse, it does seem to be technology. And like we can even do micro studies to say like schools that adopt high use of tech, especially when it's like broadly and they drop the more experiential interactive learning, tend to do worse. Also, like kids that are on social media more perform worse than kids in areas that have lead-based pipes.
This could all be attributed to parenting, right, Ryer?
It's part parenting, but even schools are embracing it. And like, I mean, here's the thing, like, this is one of the things I think that America, just the whole, we believe so much in exceptionalism that we reject data. So like, we're so into exceptionalism. It's like, oh, look, this poor person made money. Being poor doesn't hold you back at all. This like minority did really well. We had a black president, racism solved. Like there's this myth that overwhelming statistical data doesn't teach you anything because you can find an isolated example of the opposite. And this myth of exceptionalism keeps us from looking at like the realities of what's going on. The Gen Z phenomenon is globally. And it's not equal in every nation. It's among highly developed nations. And what really changes, there's like good studies on this, is literal social media. So take like some of the interaction happen in this room. People that are on social media more
have actual cognitive deficit. Social media, like our government is using social media for communication. Businesses are on social media. Our jobs, we're expected to engage often with social media. And the type of quick scroll attention, like the number of adults that read books in the US is at an all-time low. The type of music and media we consume, the rapid dopamine rewards, like smoking's down, drinking's down. To Romero's point, actually led toxin rates are way lower now than before. Microplastic up. So I guess there's some argument you could say about like we really don't know. That's why everybody's freaking out recently about microplastics. We really just didn't deeply get it. But the honest truth is, I think right now, like the easy thing is like it gets talked about so much, it's become a meme and it's lost its potency. But the type of online world and economic system and motivational system we have is harmful to human brains in the same way that the only diet that has consistently been shown to tank life expectancy is the highly processed food Western diet. And the United States exported that all over the world. And every country that adopts that type of diet does worse. In the same way, the hyper-consumerist, rapid online dopamine hit mindscape or mediascape, I guess you could say, seems to be just toxic to the human brain. And if you look at all the data that's coming out, people aren't having a like E theory. This seems to be the thing that's hurting.
I totally agree, Briar. I remember going late 80s, early 90s to Germany, and the people looked completely different than they look now. I went last summer, and Western food has completely, made them fat. There was no fat people in Germany in the 90s. I don't remember seeing any. And if it was far and few in between. It was like when I was a kid in the 70s in school in the 80s, you had that one fat kid in class. Now it's flipped a complete 180. Now you have like one or two skinny kids in class. Everybody else has got some type of metabolic issue. It's kind of weird.
Just look at the comic relief fat characters in early 80s movies, and they look slimmer than the average American now.
It's kind of sad.
Yeah, a lot of these are deeply. You know what I'd say? I think the commonality is that we have a toxic global socio-political system, and our minds and souls are suffering for it. It's just that easy. We have all this innovation. Like somebody was saying earlier, what has America made to make us better, right? What did America ever, really do? Like hyper-consumerism, like making the internet that's now being turned against us, weaponizing us, radicalizing us, making us feel awful. Like just having more stuff, fancier stuff, a bigger gun, and something that can make us addicted all the time doesn't necessarily make us better. And I think the thing that we've stopped developing is our character. And that's what our current political and social climate has done. So we've sacrificed technology, weapons, money at the altar of giving up our character and our humanity. And so it's sad. I mean, it's kind of deeply philosophical. It's not just
the question is, how do we get back on track? Back on the railroad tracks.
That's the job we
what
don't.
is this back on track?
It breaks.
Well, take me to this time when things were good.
Just fucking 1980s were good, dude.
Give me
When it comes to food, pre-1980s, yes. When it comes to food,
1970s and 80s.
Food was like fresh food was
70s. The 70s are when it was good now.
70s and 80s. It was pretty good.
When it comes to food, yes.
Hold on. Wait, overly simplistic. This is an overly simplistic type answer type thing that we're incentivized to give. Some things were much better in the 70s. Some things were much worse.
Yes.
People had better social cohesion. People had better senses of community. Racism was maybe even worse in the 70s or not. Acceptance of social dimorphic, like different types of identities was way worse. Things change. We want a simplistic, quick answer, like do the thing. Like whatever the socio-political economic system we have right now is encouraging bad shit. Like we have more wealth. Okay, so in 2002, I think, if you use WHO data, more people start dying of excess caloric intake than lack of caloric intake. So we start poisoning ourselves with too much food globally, to the point where some like developing nations, people are fat because they have so much calorie intake and dying of malnourishment. So we are now producing so much food that we're poisoning ourselves with it and starving at the same time for the basic nutrients we need. And we have more technology and we're less informed in a lot of ways. People don't understand, like, they're less exposed to high culture and art. They travel less. Their bodies are physically less healthier. So there are lots of metrics that are lower. At the same time, we have more connection. We have more technology. We have more widgets than ever before. So, like, I think people want the simplistic answer. Like, give me the error. Show me what's wrong. Like, that's the thing that's wrong. We have a system that encourages the wrong types of motivations and values, and we've devalued character at the altar of consumption. And worshiping consumption and consumerism is literally poisoning us in our body, mind, and soul.
What's your best example
Agreed.
of the loss of character that we used to have?
Take a
And
look
when
at
did we have it?
Sure. Take a look at any current political climate. Right now, there is the quote post-truth, hyper-reality, postmodern leaders that don't need to embrace truth or value or anything. They don't even embrace lying. If you want to read a great article, read Frankfurt's.
Haven't our societies been dominated by religions for all history, and aren't religions fucking post-truth?
So Benjamin, I think this is a great example where if you look at, I know it's a talking point I like to go to. Right now, there are some religions that did amazing jobs of creating social cohesion, improving people's subjective sense of well-being, encouraging healthy diets. I mean, you want to get a weird example? The Seventh-day Advents, like, I'm not religious at all, but Seventh-day Advents, very healthy, live a predominantly vegetarian/pescatarian diet, encourage social cohesion. You look at, like, oh my God, the Amish. Like, there's all sorts of...
The Amish,
but all of that is post.
Contains all sorts of toxicity. Like,
but Brian, you have to admit that the Seventh-day Adventists are engaged in a post-truth
and veggie cuts
reality.
are highly processed.
I mean, you don't want me to go reading you some of the weird ass stuff they believe.
So Benjamin, I don't know if everybody here wants to have I know there's 18,000. I just want to shit on religion rooms. Jump in them, go for it.
No,
but I don't think that if you look at America right now, like, it's not like the decrease in religion in America has increased right now social acceptance, educational levels, lower BMI, increased life expectancy.
You don't think social acceptance is high? Because I feel like acceptance movements are really quite...
No.
There are islands.
Sure.
And
yeah,
it's the same islands.
My child's generation is so accepting. I can't imagine anybody that they would reject.
Well, I gotta finish a thought from earlier. Everybody. So when it comes to food, there literally is in the 1990s a time period where petrochemical companies started buying food companies, right? So there is literally a point in time where you see things go from good, decent, okay, starting to get a little out of control. Holy shit, there's shit ton of chemistry in the food now. Right? So, like, if I could go back...
Don't you have to compare that to the organic food movement simultaneously creating...
You're not a farmer, are you?
I'm so sure.
Have you done, like, a lot of big agro projects?
Regenerative agriculture is the shiz.
I grew up on a farm. I raised chickens. I collected eggs.
So you know the dirty secret about organic, right?
I know that organic is 7 letters and not much more.
It's marketing, yeah. They still use pesticides. They just move things around and put a label on it, and it's organic.
Okay, a little more technical, Romero. It depends on the individual product and category. So if you buy a processed food and it says organic, I think it's only like 13% needs to be organic at all. Whereas if you buy organic produce, depending a little bit on state, but mostly federal, because most of this is there are actually some regulations around what they use. You're right that they can, there's loose standards on what they do and the type of testing to get certified as organic. Like in California, it's hard. I'm friends with a lot of farmers. I really, if anybody knows me around here, every weekend go to 3 to 4 farmers market, all my shopping. You know, I've become close friends with them that grew up in a small farm town. And like to get certified organic is hard. It takes a lot of work. You know, you do not get to use, you know, commercial pesticides except for very specific ones that are arguably more sustainable. And at the same time, the nutritional, like when the food hits the shelf and stuff like that, there's good data that sometimes organic is beneficial, sometimes it's not. Glyphosate is probably shitty for us. Whether it's as shitty or not as shitty as other stuff is debatable. But
yeah, I grew up in a farm in Mexico, right? And like organic is not universal. There's not like a standardized, you're organic here and you're not organic here. And so produce from different parts of the world, different regions of the United States are going to say organic, right? But what counts in this state or this country in California are going to be potentially wildly different.
Well, just to kind of like, I don't know, put a button on it or whatever, I think that the really processed Western diet pioneered by the United States, there is copious amounts of data that you'll never move away from that what we eat and highly processed food is bad for you. Like there's a simple rule. I think it's like in general, if there's more than 10 ingredients, it's probably very unhealthy for you. If there's more than 7, it's usually bad for you, right? You know, so I know one of the advice a lot of nutritionists will now say is if there's more than 3 ingredients, try not to eat it. Right. And if you can't understand and simply pronounce everything, you know, don't eat it. If it has a shelf life of months and it's not pickled, you know, or preserved like a jam or something.
Right.
Yeah. Like don't exactly. Yeah. Like don't eat it. And most of us don't do that. And also like, you know, there's overwhelming data. People keep trying the whole maha and all this shit is so much crap. There's overwhelming data that you can eat an almost carnivore-based diet and be okay. But if you want to live and thrive and maximize a healthier body, overwhelmingly eating a lot of fresh plants and vegetables is the key. And you know what cultures realize that? Fucking almost all of them that had access to fruits and vegetables. Like you can read shit from like the 1700s, 300s. You can read shit from BC where it's like, you know, for a virtuous life, one should be prudent with their consumption of you know, breads and meat and, you know, indulge in the healthy, you know, like we can feel it in our body when we eat fruits and vegetables. If you're a healthy person, you will feel better when you eat that kind of stuff. So like it's not a big secret, and that's the shit we don't eat and make more expensive. Why we subsidize fucking corn and soybean and feed products and try and tell everybody they should be you know, sitting there shoveling as much protein as they can in their face. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, so
there's
for me,
there's nothing wrong with soy as long as it's like traditionally prepared. So like decent tofu, tempeh, that's all fine. You just don't want that heavily processed shit.
And that's 95% of the exposure nowadays is the processed shit.
Well, like I remember, like I don't know, being, I don't know, like 9 or 10 or 11, somewhere in that range, and sort of having the realization that every time I went to McDonald's and got chicken nuggets, it was always the same shape, right? And then I was like, oh, how do they do that? Oh, it's a pink mush that is pushed through molds, right? And you get the same shape because it's not real. It's cartoon food.
So, as far as
I love that cartoon food. Sorry, Euro. That was hilarious.
Yeah. So as far as organic food goes, there is a single EU-wide definition for organic production and labeling. So we have the clear definition.
Have we reached the point where we really think that the major issue that's going to cause the Civil War that we all think is on the way is going to be organic food
There's
versus
not going to be any
processed
civil
food.
war, Benjamin. I don't know what's going on.
Rage bait.
There's not
Quick,
going to be
everybody,
any
pay
civil.
attention to Benjamin before his head explodes.
I know.
There's no civil war
we
coming.
should do a thing. We should have like a norm in this room that's like, oh, rage bait. Okay, back to the good conversation and just move back. I think the thing about processed foods and like the way we get our nutrients, I didn't find out this shit. I was for a while studying biomolecular engineering, and I didn't find out until like, I don't know how many years ago, when there's the whole this many years old.
Wait, we should continue this conversation if anybody's actually learning anything. Has anybody learned something they didn't know in the last 10 minutes?
Oh my God,
Totally.
rage bait, moving on. Like a lot of vitamins can't be consumed and benefited from in their additive form. And when people process a lot of foods and you see like the nutrition on the side, and you see the vitamins, a huge percentage of that you literally just cannot absorb in any way. So there's tons of vitamins that you can only really absorb when they're in the plant form and consuming it. And that like shocked me to read how many. I started going down a list, and I'm a pescatarian, and unfortunately I'm really bad, as much as I try and consume fresh fruits, about being good on certain types. So I do have a couple vitamin deficiencies, and mostly I had a major neurological injury, so I had to be very cautious about like nerve healing and stuff. So I had to go out of my way and look at like, okay, these are like 3 to 5. I think it's really small. Like this is, PhD doctors that study this stuff. It's like 3 to 5 vitamins, vitamin D, some B vitamins, riboflavin. There's only a few that we really absorb well when we take them in like a pill form and we're deficient. And the rest really have to be addressed through diet. And so I think that's just a great example of where like, in Japan, there's this rule that you should have like 3 to 5 colors of food on your plate. And basically the color came from plant. So you were encouraged to eat 3 to 5 plants. In a lot of different countries, like in Germany, there's this word like it's morning bread and the evening meal. Like in the olden days, it was like eat the plants in the evening. In France, they used to say like, one meal should always consist of a vegetable soup. And some of this stuff is so antiquated, people have never even heard of it. It's like, of course, out the door now. Like in Japan now, this will blow your mind. They eat more wheat per capita now and more bread than rice. And now they've always had certain issues, but they're having just flying through the roof on colorectal cancer and a few other strokes and different things because they're switching to this wheat bread based diet that they, despite high rice intake, they hadn't figured out how to eat rice with different things and be healthy. So I think there is this just like, in the same way that humans evolved opposable thumbs, I think cultures evolved healthy diets. And I do think it's a natural evolution is really difficult to say and explain all this, but the systems we've made evolutions that are economic and beneficial to a few at the whole. And I think if you look at our societies, that's what you see.
Yeah, once you have food be profit driven, then like finding yourself in food deserts where you're surrounded by fast food restaurants makes perfect sense.
And Breyer, correct me if I'm wrong. They're like the nutritional class, nothing really high, just basic college level. But like they talked about blue zones, people that live longer, and it's not only they might not have the healthiest diet, like Benjamin said earlier, Italians, but they have culture. They have like a sense of like their culture reveres the older you get, the more knowledge you have, and the more respected you are in your community. And a lot of these people stay very active. And they have very close families. And I think that has a lot to do with it, with us falling into despair as we get retirement here in the U.S. And the families are fractured. And basically, there's nobody to talk to. That was something, I don't know if you're familiar with the blue zones or not. But
The newer studies are finding the blue zones in common have culture, including like communal eating, slow eating. And you eat like different foods when you're like expected to prepare them all day and sit down and consume them over an hour. Like you don't grab a McDonald's burger, right? That would not be something that you would, if you had all day to make a food, you would never in a million years come up with a McDonald's burger and it wouldn't be ingested. So look at like Indian cuisine, right? You're slowly sauteing and blooming spices and
marinating foods all day long and pickling things and extracting herbs over steam and, you know, like hand grounding a grain to produce something. So with the culture of producing and making food that way, then you consume it in that way communally. And everything from like the literal utensils you use to how you have a table to like the way you serve, you know, we're about that. I think the things I've heard that are in common of blue zones is they tend to be coastal. They tend to have a moderately Mediterranean climate. They tended to have high amounts of seafood and fresh plant intake. And they actually do eat a lot of grains that were like not what we think of as modern processed food grain, but like they eat, you know, rice or potato. Potato is a big thing they have in common too. So like Costa Rica, which is a lot of people probably surprised by it, is one of those blue zones. They consume a lot of potato. Okinawa in Japan, which has the highest rate, replaces a lot of rice with sweet potato. So there's like some commonalities. They have the Hunzas eat highly apricot-based diets. But the commonality is that they prepare their foods. They're intentional about them. And the other thing, like when people are talking about Italian food that Americans don't realize is like, Italian food is not always pasta, and when they have pasta, you know, you're eating a very small portion. But like Italian food, when you go to Italy, is not like here's a lasagna. Like that's something special you do on a weekend where they make like a gravy. You know, it's like I have Italians on another side of the family, so I'm not Italian, but they would make like Sunday sauce, and that's something you make all day Sunday. And then you serve like different things in a massive meal. You're going to sit down and eat over a long time and drink and be with family, and you know, like it's not like a quick grab the sauce and dump the Alfredo on it, right? And likewise, like most of the Italian cuisine that's really delicious and healthy, like seafood, the Italian diet is so fucking heavy on seafood and plants. And when you eat it in America, it's like pasta with sauce and meat with sauce, pasta with meat. Like, you know, it's kind of like Mexican cuisine is incredibly rich. But when you eat at a taqueria, and don't get me wrong, I fucking love taquerias, it's like rice, beans, cheese, and flour or corn, or cheese, rice, beans, and flour or corn, right? It's the same ingredients. And that's because it's cheap and you minimize waste and you can use the same product. So again, like when food, like whoever said that earlier, totally the right way of phrasing it, when food is profit driven, it's going to cease to be healthy and filling, and it's going to become very profitable. And so American Italian food is in general shit.
Yeah, I mean, Italian cuisine, if we're talking about Italy, is very, very healthy, very nutritious. I mean, they use olive oil as their main fat, and has vegetables and legumes and whole grains, modest portions of pasta, lots of fish and seafood, fruit. You know, I mean, this is well studied under the Mediterranean diet. It has nothing to do with what's called Italian cuisine in the States, which is completely different in terms of ingredients and everything else.
Okay, I really think we've bite-chatted long enough. Is everybody feeling like they've said good food is good and bad food is bad? I want to get back to
what does that comment? what
You're not familiar with bike shedding? We're just talking about food because everybody has to eat it. Everybody knows about it.
You feel like
the one that
Benjamin is so over.
It's just an easy conversation.
Benjamin,
basically no controversy.
You're criticizing
There's nothing to be learned.
Introduce the topic.
It's just lazy conversation. Okay.
Well, then
I want to get back to something a little bit more difficult.
Why are you so tired of you guys sticking to the earth with gravity? Fucking tired of.
So the question was earlier is why is the America spending so much money on education and having such poor outputs? That would be a pretty good.
Well, then don't waste our time with asking about Italian food.
I think the point everybody here might be noticing is, Benjamin, like, I don't think people like to be insulted. I don't think it makes you like cool or anything. And to be honest, you asked me why I have beef with you. I don't like people like you. I don't like people that are like insecure and insult others to try and make points. It reeks to me of something that destroys social cohesion. I used to consider you a friend, but you just do this more and more and more, and you have a little shiny medal next to your name, and it drives engagement. But honestly, it makes the world worse. And I think it makes your life worse and my life worse. And I give a shit about you. Like I said, you were somebody I used to consider a homie. I used to invite you to help run the rooms when I did the dojo and everything. And like, you've become anger and rage bait and clickbait personified in a person.
There's
You've done
nothing
it
angry
10 times.
about pointing out that we have luxuriated in the
Benjamin,
lazy
we can
discussion.
all see it. Everybody in this room sees it, including me. And I'm not like hating on you. I'm saying as a friend, man, when somebody was saying earlier they were making all these crude comments about you being on meds and everything else, the point is you are engaging in rage and clickbait. It's become something
there's
in
nothing enraging about discussing more difficult topics than what you want to.
Benjamin, that's not a genuine response, bro. I'm being real with you for a second here. I understand it's in a social setting. We can do it
Let's do this
offline.
another time. You and I can catch up. I'd like to catch up.
Okay, but
The last room I was
can you
with
stop?
you in was really, really difficult and problematic.
Okay, can you stop like bullying on whatever? I don't know why you're doing that, but like nobody else has in this room that I've heard. It's a decent conversation if you dislike everybody in this room and we're all lazy and unintellectual and idiots.
We can do a little better than chewing our cud here, Brian. You know it.
No, but Benjamin, the irony is you're the one that raised the question, and then you criticize.
Well, I don't quite think that's true.
It is
Actually,
100% true. You specifically said,
"Oh, well, then I retract the question. I apologize for leading us." In that case, I apologize for leading us into a useless conversation. I take the blame.
Yeah, but
and,
okay,
and I'll try to fix it by getting us back on track.
Yeah, Michaela wants us to move on. She doesn't want to talk about Italian food anymore because she probably eats tater tots and fucking chicken
Pro
nuggets.
opened this room to talk about education.
Right.
And I just try to keep us on track if possible. And I thought I put some stats up here.
You know what?
That
Okay,
United States spends a lot of money on its students and has pretty poor outcomes. And I thought if anybody had any ideas about why that's the case,
capitalism.
That would be a little more work than what you want to put in your face.
It's a good question, Benjamin. But didn't you just raise that same question not too long ago?
I don't think I didn't get any answer yet because we got sidetracked by lead pipe.
It's capitalism
and microplastic, if I recall.
Like the answers.
Yeah, I think that the communication, like, I don't know, this is an example of, I think, where our country suffers, is that we've inflated, like, the ability to try and own somebody and creating, like, a kayfabe of it's all a competition. And by constantly doing that, it serves to divide. And there's this idea, well, then I can own and we can have, like, the exceptional winner and the pathetic loser. And that produces a society that
there's no winner and loser in this conversation. I would like to, from people like you, who are engaged in education,
Benjamin, you didn't have to cut off, bro. Like, you know, I'm like, you didn't have to do that. The society that produces us, that makes us like always want that kind of content, is a lot of what's causing the harm. Like you can see on fMRI, you can see how people thrive and get dopamine. And like literally when we're talking about communal eating, when people had to come together and use social graces and engage in community and find meaning, they live longer lives. They have lower BMI. They have higher IQ for whatever that measures. They have higher like satisfaction in life, and they produce more beautiful things. And so I think that's a basic thing. And our American society encourages like people to trash talk and respond to that. And it's to borrow your term.
Brian, I am not trash talking you or anybody else, in case you're keeping track.
And that's objectively kind of not what happened. But, you know, I'm not even talking about you. Just pretend it's not you then. In American society, the fact that our presidents and our leaders and, you know, Newsom to try and get elected tries to copy what Trump does, like, we've embraced the lowest common denominators, and it's rapid-fire dopamine hits. It's betting on poly markets.
You think that rapid-fire dopamine is why American students are underperforming, notwithstanding that we're spending
I don't know if you've been following, Benjamin. That was the thesis I laid out, and there's huge, copious amounts of empirical data.
Technology, right? No, I felt that you were getting back to an answer, so I wanted to just capture that.
Yeah, and that's the same one I gave earlier pretty explicitly. I'm not that you need to treat me as an authority or anything, just for what it's worth. There's a great study that just came out. Like, if you look at social media and you scroll for just 10 minutes on an infinite scroll, and then you give somebody a test, their scores tank. And they thought it was just technology, so they tried some different things, and they found that even if you give somebody like a YouTube video and they watch it, or something where there's no scroll, there's no passivity in something being fed to you, people actually don't suffer as much from being online. So it is quite literally the scroll, the quick dopamine hit, the lack of agency, and the endlessness that makes people disengage and do worse. It was a really illustrating study I saw. So I would encourage, if you want like really good data on why, or I think a good, plausible, and probably honest analysis of why this is, do a quick Google on these studies on the effects of social media on short term. And the point is, you can argue these are only short-term effects, but if you're constantly engaging these short-term effects, you're constantly taking a hit. And we're all like, I think it's 89% of high schoolers or something like that have cell phones. So, like,
But
thing.
Brian, I wonder. I appreciate this more than you know. I had this issue with my own daughter, and we really tried to stay away from the tech phones for her as long as we could. We even got her a flip phone so we could, like, check up on where she is without, like, turning over the whole internet thing. But that became socially really problematic. So I agree with you, but that's a recent phenomenon. Do you think that American education just went downhill in the last 10 years? Because I feel like it's been behind the rest of the world for a long time.
It's not. So there's two different questions you're asking. Generation Z globally is suffering from this. So this is
but
not.
What about Y and X? Do you think that American education system was world class?
There was not a demonstrable hit. So two different questions. One, the hit to Gen Z is global, period. So that's
okay,
a truth.
That's now, okay, that's
Two.
global. And
and the U.S. is suffering from that. So we look worse this year than, I don't know if it's some of these things are precipitous, but we probably look worse this year than we looked 5 years ago, and we'll look worse in 5 years. And if the trend holds, we'll look worse 5 years after that. That's never happened before. So that's novel. So we're needing to understand why this novel change that hasn't occurred before is happening with young people. Then there's the second question, why is our educational system not well? And that was answered earlier. I think it's exceptionalism, localism, and exclusivity. That's why our educational system is poor. You can think of it this way. If Elon Musk doesn't just become the world's first trillionaire, let's say he becomes the first person worth 100 trillion. He takes almost all the wealth proposition of the United States in just him. On paper, the United States might have this is not how it would work, but let's argue that even keeps the US GDP the same. That wouldn't equal a healthy economy. And so why our educational system isn't working is you still have a few amazing schools, a few amazing areas, a few states that are doing much better, and a lot that aren't. And so in aggregate, it leads to a lot of suffering, but it's internalized where it's school against school, region against region, and the lack of collaboration. I wasn't being facetious or even attacking you. It's the idea of my school is going to beat your school. We're going to be in the ratings. Literally, what was the big amazing solution that Bush comes up with? No child left behind. We're going to fund and compete schools and try and see whose scores can be the highest. And that's simply not what the good performing schools do. The good performing schools don't embrace this hyper late stage capitalist idea in education and say you can be as good as you can fund out and we'll help fund you because money will solve all this and compete with each other. They say, how do we come up with consistent quality? And let's make sure we get that out to everyone and keep very high standards and capability. And the United States embraced, as it does with everything I don't know, like almost everything. One of the only areas we don't do this in, by the way, is military. You want a fun fact, and look at how badass the American military is. One of the only institutions we don't embrace this, like, let's have, each platoon try and compete. No, it's really embraced, like, high standards, universal, everybody upholds them type deal, right? And those high standards and consistency. So, that's why the American military can be so potent. That's also why the Finland education system can be so potent. So there, asked, answered. And when has that been? Since its founding, and since Reagan, it's been accelerated. Like most things.
Reagan, Bennett, right? Wasn't it Bennett? Bennett was Reagan's Secretary of Education. Didn't I remember that right?
Don't know, but I'm gonna go rot my brain with some long form cartoons and watch some anime. Which, for anybody who wants to see something fun, highly recommend a show called Monster. So I'm gonna go engage that. But
wait, have you seen all of Monster?
No,
I've
spoilers.
seen it all.
Please.
I won't spoil it for you.
No
it's
spoilers.
Very good. You'll enjoy it.
Hey,
I recommend Monster 2. Very good.
I appreciate how much knowledge you have on this subject, man. I appreciate it.
So to answer your question,
Yeah, I do too.
To answer your question, under Reagan, there were 3 Secretary of Education.
William Bennett, I think, is the one.
No, I just finished saying there were 3, and you respond with you think Bennett is the one. So
no, I mean the one of the 3 I'm thinking of is William Bennett.
Oh yes, well Bennett is one of the 3. Yes,
I just remember his first name.
Yeah, William Bennett. Now the thing is, if you look at like SAT scores, those have been declining for decades, and they had to have 2 major recenterings, to keep the.
So when I studied education, I concluded that the United States actually had the best plan going just prior to the Cold War. And prior to that, the U.S. education was more of a Montessori, Dewey. Dewey being the kind of the visionary for the education system in the United States. And it was what Breyer suggested, actually, even now, more hands-on, much less stage on the stage and more activities, a little more self-directed, a little less, pay attention and look up here at the chalkboard and answer the question that I'm doing on the chalkboard, kind of everybody in rows and columns and, eyes straight ahead, and a lot more interesting things in the classroom to explore and, learning with your hands rather than your eyes, so to speak.
Yeah, but you're missing also the fact that there's been a huge mass propaganda campaign against education in the social media space. Whether it be directly or
there wasn't a mass
since Facebook
campaign
came out
against education in when Russia put its satellite in space. What happened is the United States realized it was behind on the space program and it blamed the school system. And
that's right.
It jerked. It jerked the system into a we're going to train people to be rocket scientists and essentially nothing else.
Well, that's
and we didn't know how to do either of those, right? Then we didn't do very good at training rocket scientists. The truth is we imported them. And
so what the reality is as you point out, when the Soviets launched Sputnik on October 4th, 1957, there was a concern in the United States. It was a major shock, and that part of the problem might be in the educational institutions, and several large educational initiatives were rapidly launched thereafter in the 58 and the 60s. So you have the National Defense Education Act, of course, by Eisenhower, You had major reforms, curriculum reform projects in physics and mathematics, the so-called new math, biology and chemistry. There was large-scale retraining of teachers. National Science Foundation organized a series of programs. There was a huge expansion of advanced science education and creation of NASA-related initiatives. So there was a lot of things done. It wasn't
Also, we imported Werner von Braun, but the JPL and Caltech guys were Americans. So that's it's not like that, Benjamin. Sorry.
But why are we going back to the 50s and 60s when the outside influences weren't there that there are now? I'm talking about the last 20 years, man. We've had a huge decline. I don't know. Am I?
No, I think you're right. There has been a huge decline since the 1990s.
Right, the last 20, 30 years, let's say. But it's all been with the incoming of social media. And with social media, you get some of these people, the autodidacts, that say, "Oh, you don't need to have school," and they get a huge, they get a huge following on social media about spewing how schools teach bad shit and that don't listen to. There's a celebration of ignorance in this country now. It's fucking. It's kind of disturbing, if you ask me. I don't know. I'm only seeing it from my eyes, my reality. I'm not seeing it from objective reality, because obviously objective reality can't be viewed,
So there was a major change in the programs in the 1990s. So they essentially shifted from the national security science competition to what were called standards accountability and workforce competitiveness. Those three main science programs that I mentioned, for example, were phased out in the late 80s, early 90s, and were incorporated into broader curricular programs.
But we've also phased out a lot of the, horticulture, wood shop, auto shop. I have a friend of mine that's an auto shop teacher at a public high school here.
Yeah.
Actually, he's retired, and it was a big difference when he was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s than it is now.
I think you touched on something important, Miguel. I mentioned that the Dewey system was learn with your hands, not with your eyes.
The Huey-Dewey Decimal System.
Hands-on. And, shop really was the hands-on. Now, the elite schools, really, in the United States, the most elite school, certainly in Charlotte, the most elite school is called Charlotte Latin, and it's a preparatory school, and they transformed shop class over time into what's called a fab lab. It's basically a maker space, 3D printers and things like that. There's no cars anywhere near shop class today. There's no oil. But the kids are making things, soldering transistors and making robots and, much more sort of creation from scratch rather than like fixing an old automobile. But very much a continuation of the notion of hands-on learning. And I really do think there was kind of a weird accident that happened, which is shop class had woodworking had saws, and there was a saw that came out called a radial arm saw that really would just cut
from that. Like, niggas don't even be trying to identify people based off their family and last names and shit. Motherfuckers adopted. I don't know.
Well, it migrated with my family and the people who left this Georgia, who migrated up north to New York. I mean, I guess you would call it like the I don't want to say Underground Railroad, but like we just had like.
During their fucking ugly history with us, especially with us as a Palestinian. It is sad, very sad. Yeah, it is a shame to be here right now in this period, in this time life, let's say. In this time life, for a man to see what's going on Jeffrey Epstein, it became clear, we always hear, but now in
in our eyes, and we still keep quieting. This is the problem. You got what I mean? We used to say no, but I'm still saying no, but in a different way. As you see, I call myself, or I named myself as a peaceful.
Big fucking towers, bro. You know, they are a quasi-communist anarchist. We all know what you did in North Syria. Okay, you're the reason why Kurds have the worst name in North Syria. And I'm calling it North Syria because that's what your leader called it. So don't you dare point at me and say, why don't you call it Rojava? Okay? You are busy out there with your pennies on your shoulders screaming, we need North Syria, North Syria. So don't come around here trying to patronize me because I'm calling it out for what you called it. Nonetheless, so Ashik, let's just focus on the liberation. We need, right now, Khamenei is in the grave. He's meeting with Hezbollah and saying, see what we did to ourselves right now. And that's what we need. We need the liberation right now.
Alpha,
We need liberation.
what about the sun though? They're looking. That was an AP article today.
Bima, because Mossad recently there was voice that the cyber hackers of Mossad had already hacked into the traffic network inside Tehran. So it's only a matter of time. The way they did with Hezbollah's replacements, you know. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, so you're saying that it's a matter of time that they're going to take him out too?
And do it in the morning. Early.
So then, if they take him out, then what is the next? So let me ask you, and I'm being real because I really don't know. What is your best educated guess out of who's gonna? Who is gonna be the next regime? Is there a person? Is there?
As far as I'm aware, with Iranian sentiments inside and outside, although with limitations, I admit, is that the Iranian people do not want another government that is dictatorial. They do not want another government that wants to dictate, especially a religious government. The sentiment right now amongst all ethnicities inside Iran is this: a secular, representative government. That's the sentiment right now. So, a lot of the people,
populist, essentially.
I don't think it will happen. I know a lot of people say that Shah's son will be the next. Yeah, I don't think Shah's son is going to be the next thing. But you have to understand, if the United States and Israel and the West at large, including Europe, of course, in the background, if they're going to have someone to be the spearhead, at the moment, the only thing they have presentable in the media, okay, is Shah's son. And this is not a matter of are we infringing upon the rights of some, or are we trying to trigger some sentiments? No. The idea is right now, for example, I was speaking to some of Iranian expats, and they were saying, look, what about Maryam Rajavi? For example, I would say the defunct leader of a once active MKO, the Mujahideen Khalq organization, which actually brought the Khomeini to power. They did the grassroots efforts. However, I don't think that even after French gave her the leeway, right, and Hillary Clinton supported her at one point, it won't happen because Maryam Rajavi simply and the MKO simply doesn't have the standing or the attraction that the Shah's son and the Shah's family have had as opposition for many years outside of Iran. So this is why the West could not just say, oh yeah, we'll take Maryam Rajavi. And some people even suggested, well, why don't they choose one of the leaders of the Kurdish opposition? Well, that's because the Kurdish opposition have never been seen in good light, in fact. Because the sentiment is, we don't want like Ali said, a balkanization. People are also afraid of that. Not for practical terms necessarily, but because of cultural, historical ties. And it's understandable. But the U.S. couldn't just bring a Kurdish leader like Mustafa Hijri, I would say the dictator of the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, or bring Abdullah Muhtadi, who is the leader of a communist, socialist, quasi-communist party of Iran, a Kurdish party, apparently, even though they don't believe in, nationalism, funny. But you could not just bring them because he was already seen as this big
a member of the Tudeh and how the Tudeh were communists and how they were so anti-Iranian. So the West is not going to make such practical errors, especially the United States. You know, so the best shot they have. Sorry, Ali. The best shot they have is the Shah's son. Even though the Shah's son is not as popular, but it's the only presentable thing that they can put forward right now. Dima. So that's how I see it. But it's not going to be a monarchy dictatorship. It's not going to be a religious dictatorship. That's not the sentiment inside Iran.
Yeah, the only reason I raised the potentiality of the Kurdish ethnicity in Iran, and by the way, as you all know, there are at least 6 different ethnicities in Iran. There are Kurdish, Turkish, Azeris, Parsis, and a couple other ones. These ethnicities, they have lived in Iran for almost, 2,000-3,000 years. And they have always first identified with the Iranian identity, and then secondly, their own ethnicity. So there's never been a defection, to my knowledge, of any of these ethnicities, wanted to separate. But so from the perspective that the Kurdish group, the ones in Iran, they're well organized, they have weapons, as I said before, there is a possibility that can provide the impetus, provide the fuel, at least the ignition, for an armed movement within Iran, which could, pick up a critical mass big enough that is going to oppose the government and topple the government, fighting the IRGC and the rest of the military segment. Now, that does not mean a new leader is going to be from a Turkish or from any other ethnicity. By the way, anybody who's the leaders in the government, they are from these ethnicity groups. I mean, how else could it be? If you look at the president of Iran and the rest of them, they come from a given ethnicity. And so I don't think any claim for having, Kurdish people to be the top leaders. I mean, they're part of Iran. So are the other ethnicities. They have the right to participate in the process, and they may get elected to become part of the big echelon on the top of the government. From that perspective, Alpha was just saying that gives a hope. And I understand the negative aspect of what you're trying to say, but that is a good hope actually to have.
But Ali, who's presentable? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Give me one presentable Kurdish leader that can actually represent.
Let me just finish it. I was not talking about who is going to be a good candidate to become the leader of Iran. That is not my contention.
No, not as a candidate, but right now as a presentable.
Yeah, presentable. You know what I mean? Yeah, all I'm trying to say was what I just said. Now, this is the third time I'm saying it. That this is the only group ethnicity that actually they know they're capable and they have the weapons to do it. From that perspective, to do it in terms of starting something. That's the only point that I'm making, nothing beyond this.
Ali, just if I could reply to a comment, because Kurds are so simple, such simpletons, man. No, what you Kurds did in Syria was pathetic, Salim. Don't get me started. You can come on the stage and we can go at it, right? But let's do it with sources, not with emotionalism. Come on, Brackham, Akhir be Brackham. No. No Brackham. Let's go at it with the sources and do it academically. And let's see how much you can defend your supposed leaders that were supposedly looking out for the interests of the national revolution of the Kurds. Are you talking about the freedom fighting of Öcalan? Salim? Should we open the Pandora's box here in front of everybody? I don't want to have to do it, but it looks like you're compelling me to do it. Right? Because you're so in love with smelling the feet of a person, right, who thinks that he's God. Or shall we talk about the files of the Barzanis? The corruption, the selling out. In 2021, Nechirvan Barzani in the Middle East Security Forum, do you know what he said, according to Rudau?
the Barzani-controlled media outlet? Do you know what he said? Kurd nabe la Iran, la Iraq, la Turkey, la Syria, جا بکرتوا. Kurd ada جگران بکرتوا. So your own leader is telling you that Kurds should not be separated, they should be accommodated. So if you feel that your indigenous land is occupied and your so-called Neshivan Barzani is your leader, how dare he make such a statement? And then you turn around and you blame others for telling you that your leaders are saying this? The guy, there's a Kurdish joke that I always tell. The guy sounds like a Turkmen who learned Kurdish in Erbil from an Arab. You're telling me that I should be accommodated in my own indigenous homeland by the so-called occupier that you're fighting? And then at the same time, you're selling me out because you want your companies and you want your factories to run? You don't develop farmlands. You don't develop an internal market because you want to buy from the Iranian evil regime. And then when I call you out on it, you go and galvanize people against me and say, see, I'm Kurda Jasha, I'm Kurda Khufrosha, Kurda Balkut Khufrosha, Barzani Balkut Khufrosha, Barzani Jash. تيجي؟ دانني شي لأنا دم كيتواني. بهيش شويق لأنا دانني شي دم كيتوا. من موخكي كرد أزانم بايد شنا. تيجي؟ Sorry guys, let me just tell some of these Kurds in their own language. بدريجاي ميرجي صفالي رابردو أوندي سروكا كانت كرديان فروشتوا أجر بيجانا كردي بفروشت بايا أصلا ميرجونيا لبري خوي دا تقي. So while you're sitting in Canada, wallowing in your ignorance, you should go back to your Bashur and say all this. And go tell your leaders, why did they sell you out at such critical points in history? Boya Israel awakened Bapasawani Nautaka. Boya Israel Jani. That's why Israel knew exactly not to invest in Kurds anymore. That's why. They made you a bunch of guards for the oil.
Alpha. I can speak 3 languages too. Let's keep it in English so we don't have to translate.
Right? But I'm not speaking about the Kurds. I'm speaking about your Talab leaders.
I speak 3 languages too. Let's keep it in English so we don't have to translate. It's you know.
Phoebe, are you awake? Phoebe, are you awake or are you passed out drunk? Phoebe?
If she's from the UK, she's definitely not awake.
Baby, wakey. She said yes in the chat.
I'm not talking about their Kurds. I'm talking about your leaders. Your baffled Talibani today is telling Donald Trump that we should go back to the best solution is to go back to the negotiating table. Negotiating table with who? How is it in the benefit of the Kurds?
I'm sorry, Alpha. This is what happens to rats, by the way.
I hate you, Beaver.
No. How can you tell me it's in the benefit of the Kurds or how is it in the benefit of any Kurd or anyone else in Iran to go back to the negotiating table with an evil regime?
You're not benefiting the Kurds. You're not benefiting the Jews. You're not benefiting the Persians. It's like, you're paid to do a job and you're very bad at it, to be honest. I mean, maybe you're very good at it. But, so a professor, but, I mean, Professor
Drunk? Is he drunk?
No, I think the point is being made, Alpha. I think we've spoken enough about the Kurdish people here. Specifically, we were just focusing on the Kurdish people being potentially instrumental to kind of helping
but
with the opposition.
Thinking like the Kurdish people of Iran should be the ones who should be like somehow armed to go but for what reason? Are they like the Persian Kurds, by the way? They've been prosecuted enough by the government, in the same way that the Persians and everybody else has. So I'm not really sure how you think there's what is it that you think that would make the Persian Kurds go up against their, I mean,
what is a Persian Kurd?
Like
Persians are an ethnicity. Kurds are an ethnicity. What is a Persian Kurd? What is a Kurdish Persian? Goodness gracious. What are you talking about here?
Well, if you cared about ethnicity, but what does ethnicity mean, by the way? And how, if you're a professor, you're clearly not very good at it. Because, look at the Jews. You get them from Germany, you got Ashkenazis, whatever. Sometimes it's more about where you belong and what makes sense. And I think you're just underestimating the Persian Kurds. And to be honest, why would you instigate something like that? Because I find that very nefarious. It's like, are you a Kurd? But if you're a Kurd, where do you belong? Are you Iraqi Kurd? Are you Persian Kurd? Are you Turkish Kurd? Whatever you are, you were paid and bought.
What is a Turkish
You were
Kurd?
paid for. No, you're the type of Kurd we call mercenaries. You have no honors.
I would love to be a mercenary. Let me take the leaders' heads.
No. So
any time of day.
What is it? So what? You're promoting the Israeli uprising against the Persians.
Israeli
Is
uprising.
That why? But then at the same time,
are you drunk?
It's like, would they allow me to have this conversation up against you? It's like when the time is right.
Are you drunk?
And so,
what is an Israeli uprising? Jerusalem is fine.
No,
Tel Aviv is fine.
But the thing is, what is it that you are? Many
what is
times
an Israeli
you would
uprising?
never say, I'm Persian. I'm Persian.
Because I'm not Persian.
Nationalistic Persian, but I'm also British. But I'm also
Zionist.
But I'm also pro-West. But I'm also pro-Saudi, and I'm pro-UAE. I'm pro-everything. So what is it
because
that you're trying to divide? What is the divide you're trying to create here? I don't understand.
Because I'm not Persian.
Well, it's not about being Persian. It's about what is it? So you talking about being
Could you
Kurdish?
please elaborate on that Israeli uprising?
Well,
please do elaborate.
Well, what uprising is it that you want? Because we thought the uprising was
You're the one talking about Israeli uprising.
No.
Is there an uprising in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, in Jerusalem?
Well, it's an uprising against
against who? An evil regime that's been killing its people for 47 years?
I thought that was what we were talking about. But then now you're talking
that's
about
what we were talking about.
Uprising. But Persian Kurds,
what Kurdish uprising?
Maybe you can get some of them to uprise.
What are you talking
but
about?
To be honest,
Gina
as a
Amini
Persian
was a Kurd who was
Kurd,
killed.
I'm asking myself that question. It's like, okay,
Gina Amini
what
was
am
a
I
Kurd
going
who was
to
killed
uprise
out of
against?
21,
But also,
out of 22 prisoners. What are you talking about?
Hey, Alpha,
it's interesting how only the Kurdish girl gets killed by the Kashti Irshad inside a car after being hit multiple times in the head, according to the doctor's report. Right?
If somebody can pay you to
do this, you do even know your
you're
facts.
Not doing it from some kind
you don't know your facts,
baby. Goodness of your
This
heart.
is what happens when you drink a lot of Chivas Regal.
And
okay, Chivas Regal is really bad. Calm down.
But that leftist ideology.
I'm not even leftist. So what are you talking about?
But what are you then? Are you Kurdish? Are you Jewish? Are you leftist?
Were you listening to the conversation that Ali?
Well, I'm Kurdish. I'm Kurdish.
So Kurdish.
I'm Kurdish, and you are Persian, and you have no right to say nothing about my identity. I'm Kurdish. I'm from Kurdistan. I'm not from Iran. Iran is the occupier of my homeland.
Where is Kurdistan?
No, wait. Because you are going too far. Okay? You are Persian, and you are my others. You are my enemy. You are my occupier. Fighting you. You know?
But
so don't tell me with such names as Kurdish, Persian Kurdish. What is Persian Kurdish? You are either Persian You are either Persian or Kurdish. You cannot make both Persians and Kurdish.
Hold on a second.
Ali, everybody else stay out of this. Let me have this conversation.
Did I come into a room
Okay.
where we're being
So you
stopped?
thank you, Manny,
for saying that.
What conversation? You're not making any sense.
She asked me a question.
Okay, Alpha, let me just say.
Stay out of this.
I didn't ask you any question. You are nobody to answer my question. You are just occupying and you are fighting each other. You are occupying. As a Persian, you are occupying my country. You know, so you have no authority to talk about my identity.
So
I decide my own identity because I.
No.
Oh, Monty, welcome to Clubhouse, bro.
If you're gonna speak to me that way, I'm gonna say to you, you are a fucking minority. You're a nobody.
Minority. You are minority. You are.
All right, let's keep it respectful, baby.
No. This is how.
You can't tell people who they are.
You want
you go back and worry about your own Iran. Go for your own Iran.
You will go find it somewhere else because those borders.
Maybe, but they're
belong
right.
to us.
I mean, like,
you understand this?
Like that
doesn't
make sense. We all know BB is a menace to society.
Canadian and American. You cannot
when
do
are
that.
you gonna go and be a Kurd? Like, where's
we all know she's a menace to society.
Pakistan is a homeland which is occupied by 4.
Can we hear from
Who's muting me? Who's muting me? Why you are muting me? Why you left?
This is
why you are left her?
Shut up.
But where would you want your independence?
Why you left her?
Second,
Take the stage, man.
what are you gonna live off? It's like, what is your
Okay, BB, hold on. We're having a conversation. Just hold on. Celine, you've been talking a lot. Do you want to say something right now?
Hi, I think I will just go based on what the conversation is, but whatever she's saying is not making sense. There was no Kurds over here to just tell you guys the truth. There's no such a thing as Persian Kurds, Turkish Kurds, Iraqi Kurds, or Syrian Kurds. Kurds are Kurds. They have their own language, their own culture, their own religion, their own everything. You can't call a Canadian American. No. Don't interrupt me. It's my turn to talk. It's mine to talk. Go for your own Iran. Don't tell me who. Don't talk about my identity. You're nobody to tell me who I am. I can stand up for myself.
What is the Kurdish economy?
I have a history. I know my history. You can't tell me what my history is.
Stop fucking muting me.
Well, you deserve it. You keep interrupting
about
people.
Our economy. Our economy is occupied by you. You are taking all our economy. If you shut up. You are nobody. You are nobody to talk about our economy.
I agree. So
we have economy. We have oil. We have gas. We have minerals. We have at least in just 4 provinces we have 1,600 different minerals.
You know, the Kurds are being attacked by 4 different countries. And even with that, we're brave enough, we're independent enough to still be here until this day. We fought ISIS, we did so much, so, you know, that means we can do it.
So let me ask
you.
You ruined Rojava. You ruined Rojava.
Well, Iran is ruining the Middle East.
Okay,
don't criticize yourself, right?
Let me
don't be critical. That's what you want to teach the next Kurdish generation. Don't be critical of your leaders. Just submit to dictatorship.
No one is talking about leadership.
Arab and Turk, right?
Your independence.
Stop it.
Wherever you come from, what region is it? It's mountains. Are there
Kurdistan.
oil in the mountains? Are there natural gas resources in the mountains?
Why
Kurdistan is very big.
Wait,
you know,
Alpha, I just wait, sorry, Manny. I just want to see what Alpha is talking about. Whose side are you on? Who are you?
Beaver
woke her up.
Beaver's
Alpha, I just
want to know where the fuck everyone's from and what they're talking.
BB down for a bit.
I want to hear Alpha's perspective. I really want to think what I want to know what his point of view is.
You're not ready for my perspective.
No.
Go ask Mani about my perspective.
Wait.
You're nowhere near my Frito caliber.
You
You're not
keep
being
act.
like-
You
you're
keep
not-
Guys, we
acting
are
like
not
we're.
talking about
We're
ourselves.
not talking about leaders. We're talking about the
هو
Kurdish
بالضبط أنا كنت
people.
فاشيست النوسيوا هاتوية كرداتي بمن بفروش تواني برو لك ماني
Well, that's none of your business. It's a freaking internet and do whatever I want.
ممكن بشر يقول لك
Yeah, what region are you guys residing in?
So, Manny,
Is there a fast
Manny,
All right, no secret languages. It's not fair to everybody else.
Your code's going on here.
So Manny,
Can y'all just tell us where you're from, like Iraq, Syria, Iran? Where you guys from?
I do got a question for the Kurds here. So, you guys are in Iran, right? And I'm assuming that the Kurds that are coming in from Iraq, is that problematic or not? Because we keep hearing that or not. I don't know how that works.
No,
What's
it's
going
not
on with that?
problematic, Matt. It's not. The
I'm
CIA is trying
not
to
you, Alpha. I'm
coordinate a
talking to
counteroffensive.
You're not Kurdish, are you?
I'm
Well,
sorry.
nobody knows what Alpha
Let me
is
answer
doing.
your question.
Who is even Alpha?
I'm Alpha. I'm asking Manny and Celine. I'm trying to get some clarity. I've been hearing this. Go ahead, Manny.
Matt, please. Thank you. In Alpha, me and Celine, we are Kurds from Kurdistan. We are not from Iran, Iraq, or anywhere else. Okay? So he has rights to talk about any part of Kurdistan, and I do as well. So we are not talking about our conflicts here. Okay? The problem is now somebody who is Persian, who is occupier of my country, a part of my country, are here and trying to decide my identity. This is acceptable. I do not accept any other nationality to define my identity.
Wait, in your country, your own home country, not in Iran, right, or Iraq.
There is no Kurdistan. Such a country does not exist.
Oh, wait a minute, but
well know.
Kurdistan is an occupied country. Ali
I don't want to get
Matt.
Ali, stop.
I want to know.
Ali, you're not a Kurd. You can't tell us where Kurdistan is or what it is. So keep your
Let me
numbers.
ask you this.
Ali, you're a white man.
Educational. Hold on a second. I think educational for all of us to actually dig in just a little bit into this, the project of the Turkish people, Kurdish people. I'm sorry. So what my understanding is, Manny and Salina and others could correct me. The Kurdish people are ethnicities.
We are not people. We are nation.
I would be grateful.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you.
But you have
I'm correcting you.
You have to correct me after I'm done, okay? Please.
Well, you can't mislead and give.
We are a stateless nation which is under occupation.
Belligerent here. I am trying to learn and I'm trying to understand your position. I'm not trying to fight you. So let me just make my.
You do.
And I don't.
Manny, let's just
when you are denying my homeland, then you are.
Listen to him.
When you are denying my nationness. So you are fighting me.
You're not helping your cause if you do actually have a cause.
Of course. I know my cause better than you.
Why don't you get a pen and a piece of paper and write down, I'm going to be speaking for about a minute, if you can be that patient. Maybe you can educate us. Maybe we can learn something.
No, you can do that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe not you and Salim, but maybe others, and perhaps myself. Just hold on a second. Number one, there is no country that exists. It's called Kurdistan. Kurdish are ethnicities that they have been in the Middle East.
You are a nation.
What did I just tell you?
Learn it. You are a stateless nation.
You're not helping. You can correct me. I'm completely open.
Who are you?
Manny, let him say what you want, and we will answer him after he's
hold on a
done.
second.
Just
so
let him say
the Kurdish ethnicities, they actually
they are not Kurdish ethnicity.
Okay.
You have
Kurdistan's a region in Iraq, correct? Kurdistan?
Right now, there is a region.
It's not a region. Kurdistan is
Syria,
a country which is under occupation.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to teach
Manny,
you.
I think you're being really honest. You're not doing yourself a service here. Let me just. You have an opportunity here to educate everyone. If you just hold your tongue for a minute, I may be entirely wrong in here, and you can completely correct me. But if you don't allow me to tell you what I think, then you're just basically being belligerent. So do you mind if I just tell you what I think in about a minute, and they can correct me as much as you wish? Is that okay? Can we have an agreement here?
I don't have time because I'm going to work, you know. So you cannot talk. You cannot talk
Okay,
all
so
the
I'm
day
not
long.
talking to you then, I'm just talking to others in here. So here's my understanding, and Manny and others can correct me. Turkish is a group of people, you may not even want to call it ethnicity, whatever you want to call it. They do not have a country of their own, but they are scattered in 4 different countries, and they have territories that, for example, in Iraq, they have some level of sovereignty, they have autonomy and in Iraq and other places. Now the point, the Turkish, so there is no Kurdish country that I know of. Now the
Hey CM, I heard you in the flat earth room today, bro. Wow, doing big things with all that knowledge.
I don't blame them.
Great
Okay,
work,
let me correct
CM.
you because so long you are
Wow,
talking.
you're really exceeding and doing great. I'm sure all that education you got, your parents are so proud of you. You're in a flat earth room all day long.
Everything you are saying is wrong. Okay, so let me correct you so long. The Kurds is wrong. The Kurd is right. Okay, no S in the end. Okay, because we are a nation. Okay, we are a nation, and we are what is called in political terminology, we are a stateless nation. We are a nation, but stateless. We are a homeland, which is called Kurdistan. Kurdistan is where every Kurd is born, living, and dying. Okay, so this is our homeland, and this homeland is our country. Our country is occupied by occupiers. Okay, so this is the correct terminology. When you are using the wrong terminology, which is our occupiers terminology, so everything you are saying from the beginning, from the fundament is wrong, from the basic is wrong, you know? So you have to recognize that we 70 million Kurds are a nation. We have our language, we have our culture, we have our land, our homeland, which has been divided and occupied by Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And what we want is to get them out, okay, from our country, because we want state. We don't want to remain stateless for the rest of history. We want to establish our state nation too. If you are Persian and you think you have right to have your nation state nation, so that means I have the same too, because if you are a nation and I'm a nation and we are equals, so every nation has right to have its own state. Why you are trying to deny that I don't have right to build my own state? That's because you have imperial idea. You are trying to, not trying, you have occupied my country, and you are denying Kurdistan to be a country because your mindset is occupy mindset.
I'm confused. Wait, so there is a nation, there is a homeland. I would ask, that's what I asked. So there is a nation, right?
Yeah, they are a nation. Yes, they
Where, what's the nation called?
We are a nation. Yes,
Where is borders? Where are the borders?
This is not how we are defining.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clear that up.
No. I told you, the terminology you are using is the occupiers terminology, and we are not using this. We are using liberational terminology inside
I understand.
the political. Yeah. So
I understand. You're not using the U.S.'s Western version of that word, nation and homeland. I agree.
How much of your nation, I'm just curious, how much of your nation would be part of what was Western Armenia?
No, Alan, no.
What? Why no?
Listen, Alan, if you want to galvanize a crusade, we can do that when we get to Rome.
Why no?
We're just like denying a group of people.
Why no?
Bro, come on now, dog.
I don't know. I don't know.
was objecting to it, but yeah, I mean, look, the problem with the Kurds is very simple. In the Armenian genocide, they were paid mercenaries and they killed Armenians, you know, by the thousands. Because, shut up, I am talking. I am talking. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I waited my turn. They killed Armenians by the thousands, believing foolishly that the Turks would protect them, and the Turks turned around and betrayed them too. Now, having said that, the Kurds have apologized for their part in the Armenian genocide. My point in speaking is not to demonize the Kurds, but to point out the fact that in their history, they have been used and made bad decisions, which has led them to where they're at today.
But why did you have to start with that Crimean caviar?
What is happening?
What?
Well, why don't you also mention that the Kurds, who are a thriving economic people in the Caucasus, right? That's now working for the Russians to ethnically cleanse the Kurds. Why not mention that as a part of your
The Caucasus is the real place?
Okay, why not mention that? Good, you can mention it. Why are you? Was that my point?
You know, shout out to the Caucasus.
Or are you just bringing that up because you want to engage in some kind of pussy-ass whataboutism where anytime somebody says something, you got to say the opposite thing? Oh, you know, well, American soldiers were killed. Oh, yeah, but other soldiers were killed too. Are you a fucking pervert?
Are we doing like Jesus Christ,
what a fucking pussy.
Alpha, what part of what Alan said?
Good, we're doing the Fresh Olympics right now.
I'm sorry, Anna, I can't hear you.
No, yeah, that's what he engaged in.
Did you hear my question?
I apologize, Anna, because you...
Go ahead.
Yeah, what part of what Alan said was not true, though?
The fact that he said they participated in the genocide.
Yeah, they did.
I mean,
They even publicly apologized for it.
You. It's funny because my grandparents who lived through it, you know, they mentioned the Kurds as killing people. So fuck you, you fucking asshole. Fuck yourself. Go suck some trans Turkish dick, you fucking asshole.
And literally, the public leaders of the Kurds came out and publicly apologized for it as well.
Right, but Alpha
if I could just clarify.
That's not true. So people did come out and
let me just clarify.
Yes, they did.
Professor Jeffrey Robertson.
I don't give a fuck what your professor says.
Are you done?
Yeah, you're not going to use a call to authority that trumps my call to authority.
This was only in 2009 they came out.
Sure. So,
yeah, what were we saying?
Just allow me, please. Just allow me.
Alpha,
so people like...
It's going to cause problems, Alpha. Just move on. It's fine. And what do you want to say?
Oh, well,
you have to pull this. You're not hitting it at the right spot, so you're not doing it.
Hold on. An example of like, so the reason why Lebanon is in the state that it's in, essentially, I remember that when Lebanon, Syria, we partnered with Iran, Palestine, and attacked Israel. And that's not even like during that time, Lebanon was mainly Christians with like the South, which is the Hezbollah obviously controls. And we were brought into that, and look where Lebanon is now. So I understand, Alan, your sentiment about like why people are in certain places in the Middle East.
And
they're
if I could answer your question, it's not the fact that Alan is saying that. Alan is working on it. Alan is predicating his entire statement right, on a historical fact that's completely distorted. Nobody's denying it. Nobody could. If I could just land the plane, please. Right?
You didn't let her land, so go ahead.
Okay, Pocket, please don't be a moderator. We've got enough.
I'm not being the moderator. I'm interrupting him.
Just stay quiet. Let him finish.
Don't tell me what to do when you're interrupting three people, Ali.
Okay, you're telling Alpha what to do.
Relax, Ali. Sit down. You interrupted 20 people.
Okay, be quiet.
Sit down. You're okay. You're
Let me finish, Pocket.
Just go to work.
I want to hear what he has to say. I spoke. He gets to speak too.
Nobody's denying, and nobody can deny, and nobody should deny the fact that the Armenian people did suffer a genocide. And this is a point that I've always brought up in many Middle Eastern forums, this act of denial, this lack of acknowledgement, this lack of emotional intelligence. Now, what Alan is referring to, okay, he could have done a better job by saying that the Hamidian province, under a feudal lord, who were given promises of land tenure by Abdul Hamid Thani or Abdul Hamid II. And the cooperation was that you go and arrest dissidents. So while these people were arresting people left, right, and center and bringing them to the Ottoman officers, right, they were thinking on completely pragmatic and opportunistic matters. Okay? But that given, Professor Jeffrey Robertson, who wrote a very, very articulate, a very well-researched and researched book on the Armenians, and so did the historian Benny Morris, okay? They both show and indicate that despite the Turkish state's narrative to try to implicate the Kurds as part of this genocide, in reality, it was only one militia from the Hamidian province that actually cooperated with the Ottomans for completely different reasons. Not necessarily on the intention to genocide or subject the Armenian people who suffered a lot, in fact, in many cases, to a genocide. So, in 2019, I believe it was, or 18, Salahuddin Demirtas, who is a pro-Kurd leader, unfortunately, he was also betrayed by his own leadership. That's why he ended up in jail. Thank you, PKK. Salahuddin Demirtas had the testicular and intellectual fortitude to actually come out and said, we apologize for the Hamidian province partaking in that massacre and in that genocide. And the Kurds are the only ones with the emotional intelligence to actually come out and apologize. That's why before his death, the famous Armenian activist who was assassinated by the Turkish MIT, Iran Dink, and his wife actually had visited Salahuddin Demirtas's house, and they had actually many times defended Kurdish rights. So my friend Alan, despite your sentimentality, nobody could deny the Armenian genocide. I just had a problem with your priming caveat, that's all.
Let me say too, I know you to be well researched and thoughtful on these matters, and I understand. But if you didn't like my opening statement, okay, you shouldn't be jumping off the mic. I mean, essentially, you said the same thing that I said, I think. And maybe it's to the degree to which I said it that you disagree with. But my main point, again, I acknowledge that the Kurds did apologize, my main point is when you make a bargain with the Turks, you're going to get fucked over. And I think the Kurds got fucked over. And certainly if you go by the person who was just on the stage, the Kurds have been fucked over. So I don't think you can disagree with that either.
I don't disagree.
Anyways.
I don't disagree. And I do agree with you that the Kurds are the Kurdish leaders actually are the reason why the Kurdish people, by the millions, are suffering. Because, like I said, at very critical and important and significant junctures, they have always made moves and decisions that has cost the Kurds millions of lives. So, for example, if we talk about, let's say, the 182,000 Kurds who were subjected to nerve and sarin gas by the Saddam regime and the Ba'ath regime in the late 1980s, right? Well, that was because of a bad decision when Mustafa Barzani decided not to take the war to Baghdad and Basra on the suggestion of the Mossad at the time when Iraq was actually weak enough after the Six-Day War. But he decided to go with the peaceful route. The Israelis made the suggestion that if the Kurds want to come to the table, let them come to the table, but let them keep the war going.
You
Why?
think they
Because
did
that's
that
how Arabs
because
learn.
you think they did that because they thought that you deserved that?
No, the Kurdish leadership did that because the Kurdish leadership was thinking that our problem is not with the Arabs, but with the Arab state. But in reality, Sagi, if I can just finish, please. Sagi Chori,
You want to ask to finish the answer of everybody else?
Sagi Khori, who was a Mossad agent at the time, okay, he was designated to cooperate with the Kurds at the time in Qalat Cholan. He said He said that when I was speaking to the Kurdish leadership under the leadership of Barzani, we told him that he should go to the negotiating table. They should go to at the time the Shah was also aiding the Kurds. So he was telling. If I can speak, please.
Shame on you.
So Alan was right that the Kurds have been played. Why? Because the Kurds have been more sentimental.
Is the other
than
guy?
being
That was a Turkish Kurd.
Are you done?
You see the difference?
Can I answer, Alan? Can I corroborate some of his points? Interject.
Let Alpha speak. Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Thanks,
you
Coco.
fucking
I'll go watch the rest of the baby.
Like, bro, you can.
No, because within their community, there's different types of Kurds. It's like the Turkish
We're not
Kurds.
talking about that,
The
baby.
Turkish Kurds.
Baby, I need you
to
your
go
community.
back.
There's this beautiful thing called the mute button, and it's one of
They
your
have
best friends.
been conditioned to be a different kind of people.
Maybe focus on your own ethnicity and keep your nose out of people's business, okay?
Well, this is fucking my business.
It's not your fucking business. You're not a Kurd, so shut the fuck up.
No, but you. No, but shut the fuck up.
Look,
Sorry.
Coco, I hope you get
They don't
everything
want to live in a shithole place like you.
So, Anne, because I want to put some truth to what Alan said, because what Alan said is very true as well. Okay, many deny it, but I don't. So, at the time, Saki Khori, okay, you guys can go find his article
Shame
on
on you,
eCurd.
Bro, they don't know who the fuck Sadi Shoro is, bro.
Yeah, I
I'm telling
couldn't
you.
spell it.
Yeah, he was a prominent Mossad agent.
They don't know who Mossad
education
Mossack
you
is. They
have-
don't know Ibrahim Khan. They don't know
Maz, can you drop
Barzani. They don't know, bro.
So at the time, Israel was simply telling the Kurds, while the Shah was arming, they were arming the Kurds through the Shah of Iran, because Shah was going through its disputes with Iraq regarding whether this should be called Arab Gulf, Persian Gulf, and some economic stuff. Nonetheless, some maritime disputes. So the point was, what Alan was is true, because I'm just giving you an example of why at such a critical point, the Kurdish leadership decided to go with sentimentality instead of instrumentality. The Israelis suggested that the Kurds should not listen to Kissinger at the time, because Henry Kissinger was after U.S. objective. He was not so interested in the Kurds. That's why in the Pike Committee, when Kissinger was questioned why he abandoned the Kurds, and Kissinger, as much as people dislike him, and one of my heroes, Christopher Hitchens, disliked him, I actually think his answer was very much aligned with U.S. foreign policy, because what he said was, covert operations should not be mistaken for missionary work. In other words, we gave the Kurds a shot, they shit the bed. Okay? And that's why I'm critical of Kurdish leaders. That's why I don't blame the United States. I was born in the United States. I love the United States. I go for the United States, right? But I will not sit here and deny facts, deny history, and say, you know what? It's all the United States' fault. No, my dear friend, I'm not going to bolster the narrative that's completely dominating in the Middle East. That everything, that if Alpha has a runny stomach, if Alpha takes a shit on the wrong side of the road, it's America's fault. It's because Alan didn't pay his taxes, therefore Alpha could not take a crap. With all due respect, no, we've made grave mistakes and we're paying for it. Okay, and I'm sick and tired of Kurdish leaders, because all of the blood and sweat of those brave Kurdish men and women has been wasted while these Kurdish leaders are out there enjoying their time. They're telling me to be happy with accommodation under occupation. How can I respect a leader like that and consider him a revolutionary? So I hope I've answered you, Alan. Yes, your sentiments or what you expressed is completely factual.
So it's your fault I'm constipated? Okay, I hesitate to make a joke because what you said was very serious, but I couldn't resist. Yeah, and I agree with that as well. I agree. I don't need to recap it, but yeah, I agree with that. These whole conversations just show how contentious it is in the Middle East, and how it always has been. and how there are so many different groups that are just fighting over the same area. And I don't know that there's a solution to it. But yeah, I mean, that's just a perfect example where your country's leaders or the leaders of a group of people make a bad decision, and sometimes they get bad advice too. And they read the situation incorrectly, and they pay the price. So
Alpha, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Particularly going back to a gentleman, actually Turkish, I forgot his name, he was on the stage and very hot about the topic. So basically his claim is that Persia is the occupier of the territory or Kurdistan. And so if you take his words, so the Kurdish people actually, they are in Turkey, in Iraq, in Iran, in Syria. And by the way, the land that they live on is not congruent. That means it's not one piece. It's in different places. So based on his assertion that the four countries, actually, they're occupier of the Kurdistan.
Well, who drew the borders? Who drew those borders?
I would like to hear. I would like to hear your comment, but let me just ask Alpha. Alpha is very knowledgeable. You may not like what he's saying, but certainly he has almost all of his facts correctly. So Alpha, so what I'm trying to tell you that his assertion that these four countries are actually occupiers, and he said Iran, and by extension, I presume he's talking about also Turkey, Iraq, and Syria. And the land is not just one piece of land, it's separate lands in different countries. How could possibly, and I hope they get a land, I hope they become a nation instead of becoming a sovereign state. I don't have a problem with that. But how could it be possible that four countries are occupiers, and this man's intention or his thinking is that the occupiers ought to be removed and the Kurdistan becomes, a Kurdistan? What do you think about
Everybody, pay attention. 1962,
Well,
radiation fungus in
contiguity
Chernobyl.
and also
There's
the
radiation
continuity
fungus inside of
of
Chernobyl.
Kurdistan. Kurdistan is let's not go into the semantics of history. Kurdistan has, and the Kurds, and mentioned throughout history, in one form or another. And just like the Italians, as one of my favorite scholars, what's his name? Mirdad Izzadi, once said that in the same way that the Romans can claim the Greeks, the Italians can claim the Romans and Greeks, the Kurds can claim the Hittites and the Gutis and the Medians in the same way that today's Iranians can claim Persia. So, with regards to the congruity, I will upload an image that was actually done by a French research group in the 40s. In fact, I'll upload it just for everyone to see. This was actually an image that was a product that was presented in the San Francisco 1946 meeting. At the time when the Kurds were actually galvanized to establish what we call the Republic of Kurdistan, that was later on dubbed pejoratively by the Shah as the Mahabad Republic. But the Kurds did not call it Mahabad Republic. They called it the Republic of Kurdistan or Komari Kurdistan. So the point is that people need to understand the only reason why the congruity of Kurdistan today is so contentious to others, unlike Kurds, is because of the forced demographic changes, especially under the Islamic regime. The same thing happened in what we call South Kurdistan or Bashur or North Iraq today. In fact, even Iraq itself should not be necessarily defended because all those anti-imperialist friends of ours, they themselves are anti-imperialist, so they should not defend a construct of the British Empire, because Iraq was the construct of the British Empire enforced by the American, enforced by Pax Americana, or the American World Order. And you should all blame Gertrude Bell for the ethnic cleansing of the Kurds from Mosul. In fact, I think it was in 2007 when the referendum has been passed and the new Iraqi constitution was being drafted, Christopher Hitchens published a nice piece in the Atlantic talking about Gertrude Bell, known as the architect of the Middle East, who actually constructed Iraq, and she's one of the reasons why many Assyrians, including Kurds, were actually ethnically cleansed from Mosul. So demographic changes the same way that Turkey did in Afrin. Afrin underwent a 300,000 plus demographic change, and Turkey brought all of the Palestinian immigrants from the south into the Afrin. So demographic changes like this, and then later on you had, I would say, doctored and interpolated surveys that made it seem like the Kurds never really existed in those places. Same thing happened in Turkey when the Kurdish guerrilla movement at the time, before they lost face, they were actually resisting, but Turkey took it upon themselves, especially between 1994 and 1997, or should I say 1993 to 1997, to ethnically cleanse. That's why you see so many Kurds today in Istanbul instead of places like Batman and Botan and Mardin, because these places were actually forced into ethnic cleanses.
Wait,
Like
Alpha, I have an honest question.
No, but the thing is, it
Something
was
that people, like, 1 second, Chuck, and you can probably answer this too. I don't know why people don't talk about like the Brits' hand in what's going on, like in the Middle East. To me,
Yes.
like they have the most blood on their hands. If you know, like, well, the history of if I know it, and I could correct me if I'm wrong. I'm always wanting to learn, but no one ever brings them up. Why?
Yes, that's because,
They
my
all
dear
want
friend
to blame
Anne.
each other, but it's like, who set this
Yes,
stage?
yes. I'll tell you why. Because, see, for example, just to give you an example, if the Palestinian or the Arab, let's not talk about Palestinian because I don't know if they're Arabs or Palestinian, whatever they are, but if we talk about the Arabs never want to mention the British construct of the Middle East. They don't want to mention the underlying imperial architecture of the Middle East. You know why? Because if they do, then the Saudis and the Kuwaitis and the Qataris and all of them, they will delegitimize themselves historically, because there was no such thing as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and Bahrain and Oman before 1917.
Yes, exactly.
Do you see what I mean? So the Arabs, especially, not the Turks so much, but and not the Persians so much, because the Persians had the Russian problem. So if you look at the Arabs, they never want to mention it. So, for example, an Arab will say that the Arab League's official position
You should have been encouraging Kurd, by the way. I'm listening to you, Alpha.
So the Arab League official position is, well, very, I would say Machiavellian-wise.
But by the way, Iraq is a very small people. I'm listening to you going, Alpha. Just their
position is that we want to push for a Palestinian state. And that's perfectly fine. You want to push for a Palestinian state, right? That's perfectly fine. But remember, by the same logic, the Kurds have every legitimate right to redraw the map.
No, but the thing is, like, Alpha, I just want to tell them, like, you know, like the Treaty of Severus, as you know, the Treaty of Severus in 1919, and then it came after that in 1921, I think it was, and it promised permanent Kurdistan state under Sheikh Abu Barzanji at the same time, and it was the Ottoman area. It was wait. This doesn't include Iraq. So, like, at the same time, they promised. There's a famous saying in Kurdistan. If you ever go to Erbil, you go to Kurdistan or something, the Kurds say we have no friends but the mountains. Everybody always has fucking betrayed the Kurds for the last 100 years. It makes me sick to my goddamn fucking stomach. They were promised that from 1921 to 1925, you had the Kingdom of Kurdistan at the same time. And then the rebellion happened. And the British, which made a good point. Wait, BB. I'm not talking about Kurds in Iran. I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Kurds in Kurdistan at the moment.
Please don't
just give me a second.
Shut up.
Just let me land. They betrayed the Treaty of Severus. They betrayed the Kurds. They should have got a state like Jordan, like Lebanon, like Egypt, like Syria, like Kuwait, like fucking Iraq, and all those countries, and Turkey. A Kurdish state should have fucking happened at that time. Technically,
but
yes.
also,
Alpha,
he's a very smart guy.
Just let me land. These people have betrayed Kurdish people for 100 fucking years, like probably forever. If there's a country that deserves independence, it's Kurdistan. They fight, they protect their women. The Peshmerga got rid of fucking ISIS. They're doing everything they can to destroy all their enemies. If you want a real state, it's Kurdistan. You know what I mean?
Damn right. Damn
100%.
right.
And then the oppression they've been going through in Turkey for like the past 100 fucking years since Ataturk. There's like 20 million fucking Kurds in Turkey getting oppressed every single fucking day. Nobody says anything. Nobody talks shit about anything. Nobody cares about the Kurds. It breaks my fucking heart. And I'm supposed to sit here and be like, oh, well, yeah, this is gonna happen. And can you imagine if Kurds had fucking B-52s, B-1s, B2s helping the Peshmerga? They would have eliminated all their fucking enemies. They're not sitting in the West being like Javid Shah and all the bullshit. Even though I like the show. Can you imagine if the Americans actually gave the Kurds B-2 bombers, B-52s and everything? You'd have a Kurdish state fucking tomorrow.
A B-52 with the Kurdish wall. That's beautiful.
Exactly, bro.
That just song to my ears.
Wait a second, BB. The Kurdish women were sniping fucking ISIS. If you meet a Kurdish woman, you're like, whoa, these are our women, you know. I can't believe Kurdistan is.
Stay away from politics.
I just want to land with this, Alpha, bro. I just want to land, Alpha. I just want to land with this, bro. BG Kurdistan.
Yes. So, can I say a couple of things?
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to just come up to the stage and say I was listening to Alan. Is he still here? I believe he's an Armenian.
Yeah, I'm here.
I would sincerely like to apologize for all the atrocities carried out by my ancestors against Armenians, because we've been neighbors for hundreds of years, and we were literally fooled by the Turks. And we were promised an autonomy by Ataturk, and that promise was never kept, obviously. And, after 100 years, we're still, dealing with that grave mistake that he simply thought that he could fool the Kurds. But I'm not going to go into too much detail because, not everybody can, would be as knowledgeable as a Kurd like myself. So Alpha was literally preaching as if like he was preaching to a PhD crowd, which it's a constructive criticism of Alpha. Literally, like, we need to understand. BB, 1 second. We need to understand who we speak with. So, like, I just want to tell my American friends, trust me, and the trust the Kurds and Israel, we will make Middle East great again. Just back us up. We will literally make Middle East great. Kurds are the most progressive nation in the Middle East. There's women and men equality. Yes. Okay. So, unlike the other nations in the Middle East, we actually care about our women. We actually literally like implemented that equality in our. It's not just a saying, So support the Kurds in the fight against ignorance, in the fight against radical Islam, because Kurds are progressive and we will not ever obey.
How do you feel about the gays? How do you feel about gays? Kurds.
How do I feel about gays? I mean, as long as you don't stick it up to me, I don't care.
How do you feel about the Persians?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what? I agree with the last point. I mean, look, No, I don't. Listen, I'll say this. We should not.
Yes.
We should not alienate the LGBT because I don't consider them as an LGBT community. I actually consider them part of the community.
How do you feel
Bro,
about
let's
the
not go
purges?
into the whole LGBT thing. I'm literally just
so-
saying they can. I mean, they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, but that's not that's not the issue. The issue
Yes.
here, the issue that I was just trying to explain. Listen,
Can you shut up, please?
What the hell? An Arab speaking because he just said please. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Can you say Pepsi without the P, please?
Pepsi.
Yılmaz.
Yes.
Can you say
Yes.
Can you say Pepsi?
Alpha, 1 second, buddy.
Please,
I'm
can you
super
take off
curious
your dirty
about
ass
what he's
shoes
about to
before you
say.
step in?
Uh,
You want people saying words without the letters.
Wait, could
I
you
can see.
could you say Pepsi?
I can
Could
see
you say
from
Pepsi
your
or Pepsi?
PP that you are a Kurdish.
No,
What are you
please,
saying,
could you
bro?
please say Pepsi?
Are we looking at people's
Are you
PP
a
now?
Kurdish?
Bro, what are you saying? Are you?
Anyway,
Just never forget.
What
Are you looking at, we're looking at penises right
You're
now?
from Kurdistan?
Please,
Are
why
you
are
a
you
Kurdistan?
So,
Well, thank you for the apology. Thank you for the apology.
You know?
Looking at people's
But the
PP.
You're
thing is,
welcome,
also,
Alan.
Alan,
You're
you're the
welcome.
God. No, I want to
everybody
hear
should
Pete
have
say Pepsi.
equal
I want to hear Pete say
representation.
Pepsi.
yeah, I would love to hear P
Right,
say
got you.
Pepsi.
Can
with
you
the
say
Me too.
Pepsi, please?
Let's
Please.
not. Just
You guys want to hear what he
yes.
has to say?
Yeah.
And by the way,
do
that's
you-
what we're
We don't.
all about.
One
No,
second.
Bumble, calm down. Please, can you please say Pepsi?
Okay, fuck off, you know. Fuck off. I hate this guy. He's
Okay, come on.
So Alpha.
I ran so far away.
This is so retarded.
I think it's good.
I just want to drop this
I thought that was beautiful.
information.
No,
Go
could you
ahead.
please say Pepsi?
Okay, as long as you don't
Just
drop a bomb,
Pepsi.
it's okay.
1 second, guys. He's gonna.
What happened to the song?
I didn't know what you wanted me to do. I couldn't see the room.
It was a retarded.
No.
Can you
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah,
please say Pepsi? I want to hear it.
Peter, that was an intermission song.
This is like a rap for number two.
So retarded.
For number two.
Trump is killing it, dude.
Someone invaded you. Someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my red, from the night and day. Switch my shade.
Hey, let's go. Big D.
I'm going bombs falling down on you, falling down on you.
Alright.
God damn it.
Do you want to play the whole thing?
Yeah, I like
No, it's all right.
Okay, I didn't
It was
get
really
my
Can
I'm sorry.
you pin it in the chat for me?
It's up above you,
I
like
actually
the
like that
jumbotron.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for that reset.
Carry on with the
Yo, dude, that
Thank you,
motherfucker was
Beaver.
hitting that shit.
That was
Thanks,
a
Paul.
good. That was a good intermission. Please carry on with the conversation.
Yeah,
Please,
but,
please, you were gonna
and also
drop
this.
something. You were gonna drop something, but please make sure it's not a fucking, bomb or
No,
something.
you
Go ahead.
must let peace land the plane, or we'll lose another building, bro.
I will throw you with a peaceful bomb.
Thank you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
quickly, peace. We don't want to lose another building.
Listen, Yilmaz,
Yes.
I want to add your information that after the massacre of Saddam Hussein in Halabja, you remember that? Or maybe Alpha remember.
Okay,
Of course, every Kurds remember
whether
that.
we do,
No,
whether we do or not.
Hold on, so let me
Wait.
Go ahead,
I want to know
peace. I
what's
know where you're
coming. I
going.
want to know
Go
what's
ahead, go
coming.
ahead.
You
Yeah,
know,
go ahead.
you know who support the Kurdish at that time? Jalal Tarbani. Listen, and you can Google it.
Yes, go ahead.
We have a party in Palestine. We call it
PFLP.
no. Yeah, that's correct. You know the
Leila Khalid Baraka.
No. Shut
Yeah,
up.
go ahead.
Shut up. The Democratic Front. The
Yes,
Democratic.
yes, Leila Khalid.
No. You are wrong. Completely wrong. You just
There
Google
is
it.
Saddam statue in Palestine erected.
You are absolutely wrong. You just
let him
listen.
finish. Go ahead, yeah.
You just Google it. You know.
Yeah, don't worry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Naif Hawatmeh. You know Naif Hawatmeh?
Naif Hawatmeh. Yeah, I will tell you about Naif Hawatmeh. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just a minute. He is the one who supports the Kurds.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
He's a Palestinian. He's the Palestinian, you know, who the first to stand in front of Saddam Hussein.
Yes,
and and then he established Abu Nidal, the terrorist organization,
So, is that it?
and Abu Abbas. This is why we have a problem, big conflict with Saddam Hussein.
Is that it?
Because we support the Kurds.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You do not.
You can Google it, my friend. Google it. Don't forget. Naif Hawatmeh, the Palestinian Democratic Palestinian Front.
Yes.
Chairman is Naif Hawatmeh. He is the first. He's the first to support.
You sound like one of the old school like radio recordings of like our presidents.
Peace.
That's it.
I will tell you what Naif Hawatmeh said. I will tell you what Jalal Talabani said. I will tell you what Leila Khalid said when I tried to speak to her. I will tell you exactly what Khalid Barakat said about the Kurds, especially the PKK who stood and fight in Qal'a while you people and your Yasser Arafat Ammar ran away. Shall we go into that history?
Right.
That shit.
Bro, Abu Harma was blowing up fucking
you are a big liar.
Now you met with someone that really knows how to get into the
Behave
details.
yourself when you talk.
And like Yaya
Hush
was too busy blowing up fucking restaurants in 2001, 2002,
Do you know what Leila Khalid said?
We know what you guys are busy doing, bro. Nobody's like fake news about this shit.
You see that this entire room was having like a great conversation and just people just have to come in and like just shit all over. Like why? Like we were coming like learning.
Yeah, she comes to place where we talk.
Hey, just let him talk here. Let him talk.
No, peace is being divisive, Bruce. Very much so.
I mean, yeah, so I just want to talk about
I love you, man.
That man is a menace.
Supposed to be like, oh,
he's not
so
bringing
fantastic.
anything.
And this guy supports the engineer Yaya Hirsch, which like blew up like 5 fucking buses in 2002. I want to be like, oh yeah, you're such a fantastic guy. You're so wonderful, peace. You're so fantastic and you're so beautiful.
He literally looks at PP for
get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
You know who supports creating Hamas?
Yaya Hirsch, the engineer.
You know who support creating Hamas?
Who is supporting creating
your people?
Netanyahu. This is a real story. I was there. Netanyahu. Listen to me, please. This is correct information. I witnessed that with my eyes.
I don't even think most Israelis like Netanyahu.
Can I ask a question?
Bullshit, bro.
Guys, hold on. You know what I want to say? Does anybody know the American General Norman Schwarzkopf?
100% is the best.
Okay. Well, according to General Arnold Schwarzkopf, when the Iraqi Ba'ath files were actually unarchived, or should I say unraveled, guess what? The foot soldiers who were busy pillaging the burned and decimated Kurdish villages of 4,000 plus and 200 towns, 500 Palestinian fida'in were part of it. Oh my goodness! And the same Palestinians who were supporting the Turkish occupation of Afrin and ethnically cleansing the Afrin Kurdish homes.
That's right.
No, Alpha, I don't want to hear that truth. That truth hurts. Please don't say things like that.
You know what? I think a lot of them don't care. Like a lot of these motherfuckers on here.
I love you, Anne.
Really?
I love you too.
And don't care. No, seriously, I'm not saying I don't. I do care because I'm black and I definitely care like a motherfucker. But a lot of these motherfuckers on here don't care about that.
Don't care about what?
Right.
Well, we're here
No,
because we
seriously,
care.
what he just said. Like 100. Do you even understand what he just said?
Yes, we do. We're educated.
so-
We're not like you.
Oh, really? Seriously.
But you know what's funny?
So what he just said was that a lot of those people died. Do you understand that, right? Like, we could be funny as hell and do whatever, but
I know for a fact that
he said that like people.
Are you walking?
And nobody really cares about that, right?
Big dude, you're drunk and walking on the side of the road.
Don't even say that, white boy. You drunk. Stop doing that.
Listen, he's better than BB. Okay, we love you, Bruce. Go, bless your heart.
Yeah, whatever. Go bless my heart. Whatever. You know what? As a black man, dude, I understand shit. So you can say go bless your heart, but do you guys really understand what he just said?
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck did he say though?
Okay.
Yeah, Big Rock.
You black. Nigga, fuck you, dude. I didn't understand what you.
Let Bruce and Big Bog talk it out, man. They're black.
Bruce, should Kurdistan be free? Just answer me, yes or no. Bruce, please.
Bruce! And y'all laughing about that shit. Shit's not funny.
Bro,
no, it's not funny at all.
No, seriously, it's not funny. It's not. I mean, some of it's funny how y'all saying shit, but it's not funny to a point. It's not funny.
Hey, yo, my brother, should Kurdistan be free or no?
Oh my God, are y'all really not getting a lot of stuff? Okay.
The black community.
You know what? It's cool. It's cool. No, it's not cool. You know what? It is what it is. Y'all, you know what? Y'all, you know. No, it's cool.
Speak on it, brother. Speak on it. Preach. Tabernacle.
Brother ain't answering me. Bro, should Kurdistan be free? Please say yes or no, God damn it.
You know what? You know, Alpha, I just finished work. As you know, it's almost 6 p.m. here. I think I need a drink to Wild Out on Clubhouse. This is going to be ridiculous. You know, I think I need to open a bottle to Wild Out on Clubhouse. See how it goes.
What kind of European are you?
The best type. Non.
So you know the cracker?
He's a nigger.
Oh hell no, you was a nigga.
Not to
You actually nigga.
Does he sound like a nigger? He sound like
He does not sound like a nigger. What are you yapping about?
Okay then. Yeah.
Whatever I tell people I am, everyone ends up remembering the other thing, so it doesn't bother anymore.
I can tell you're civilized. Definitely.
Wait. Well, we did civilize this place. I will say that.
What do I sound like? Do I have a specific?
Yeah, sound like Diego 2.0.
You sound civilized too, Richard.
Is derisive civilized?
So that's a good thing.
Or is he a lot lizard?
He's a little bit too chaotic.
He's civilized.
There's not enough.
We all civilized.
You guys should be friends. You and Derisive should be friends.
He needs to change his look a lot.
We're civilized individuals here. No Negroes.
Would you ever be friends with him? You guys should patch up though.
With who?
With Tim Rambleson. If I'm gonna be nice with
he's like Ryan 2.0. What are you talking?
No, he's not. He's better.
He's gonna be showing feet pics in a minute.
No, he's not. You like him. You guys will get along. You do it for me, right, Mr. Anderson? Please.
Nigger, dude, your tour. Are you gonna go in the hot box?
The hot? You're gonna fart in my face?
No, you don't know the hot box. The fake niggers go in the hot box when they're not.
Like a liquid wet fart, you know?
He's a tough nut to crack.
It's gonna sound very.
Oh yeah, you can't.
It's gonna sound very liquid. It's gonna sound very liquid, you know?
So you're telling me to put black people in boxes and they sweat? It's like a sauna?
Oh my god, have you never seen even Django, bro? Is it in Django?
Django Unchained?
Is there any other Django film?
Well, I don't think there is. It's probably like a remake movie.
Hot box in Django.
Yeah, they put the niggers in this fucking box and leave them out in the field, so they just fucking like have to. It's like a torture, bro. That they just have to sit there and sweat locked in a fucking box.
Oh, it's like a metal container, right? Shut the fuck up, nigger. We have a conversation.
You're like literally that.
Us? Don't compare me to a fucking
No,
exactly. No offense, man. Okay, though.
I know, he's like, alright, you do not have an off button, dude.
I know, I just like to talk, you know?
Yeah, just
I know, you're talkative. I bet, like, being in a car ride with you, you just, like, don't take a break. Like, you talk the entire time.
No, do you talk through the movie? Like when
I don't
you're
think
in the
it's a bad
cinema?
thing. Nah, then... You're not the only person that talks, right? There's also Torta, the fucking nigger, like to talk. But for me, nah, when there's a movie, you just stay quiet.
I
Too much on birthday.
I was having a conversation with Mr. Anderson. You had to like take your
You
side.
sound very muffled. Is it your phone? Is your phone in your fucking butt?
Why do you want to pull it
Bro,
out?
he keeps having visions of butts.
Bro, his phone sound like it's in his fucking booty. Was that a wet fart? That sounds like a wet fart. What the fuck, man?
Bro, you're gonna get more than you asked for.
That is a fart.
Happens, inside the Beltway, and these politicians and the media, like perhaps are always blowing things up.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's a lot of it's dramatized on, Clubhouse, on Twitter, on Instagram and TikTok. Apparently, I don't have any of those. I do have Twitter, and obviously on Facebook. And yeah, you hear all these people screaming in online, but nobody's doing it in real life. It doesn't seem to be happening. Conversations pop up about politics or religion. Quite often hear it, but I don't hear it. I don't know. Maybe they're satisfied. They're just living their daily life.
I think you're quite right. That's what I was like trying to explain to people, like when they talk about Iran and like so many people are against it and so many people support it and all this type of stuff. I was like, most people don't even think in those terms. Like they're going about their lives. They have a shop to run. They have teach school or farm or whatever it is that they do. Like most people, they're focused on their own lives.
It seems like the most people that come on Clubhouse is because they have disposable time to do it. They don't have like a family to feed, or you get my point. Like or 3 jobs or something.
They have a lot of extra time, and so they don't really represent like the typical people in the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Most people are focused on whatever.
on the floor.